for Agents of Mayhem instead of the visual customization. Our agents will have different skins, however, that you'll be able to use.
Okay, that sounds good. That lady with the who looks like Boba Fett with a ponytail, who is that? Please tell me about her.
Oh, those are the swarm troopers.
Okay.
So the idea is they come in close, they try and swarm you with numbers and use melee attacks to take you out. So hardtack is a great choice to use against them. So
this is the first time Saints Row has gone to a real city. Like this is Seoul, Stillwater, and what's the first one?
Steelport.
Steelport, yeah. The second one, yeah. Yep. Like this is the first time you guys have had like a real actual location that exists in the real world. How has that affected your approach to making this game?
We thought it would be interesting to sort of go to a different place in the world and explore different ideas of different cultures. The idea with Seoul is we wanted it to be something that's recognizable that people know about, but we have our own sort of take on it. It's a futuristic version of it. It's not realistic. It's not a one-to-one recreation. And basically the idea is just to make it feel like a global game as opposed to something that's taking place just in the United States or another country. Okay.
Well, I hear they like games there, so that probably works to your advantage. This is looking like very. I mean, it looks very like hero shootery. Like tell me about like the approach to gameplay here. Like, because Saints Row is historically like kind of like, hey, go spray diarrhea at real estate, please.
Yeah. So one of the things with Agents of Mayhem that we wanted to do was spotlight these characters, these agents, and the idea is each one of them is unique. They're colorful. They're fun to play, and they all have their own style to play. So in the footage we have here, you'll see 4 different ones, and they all have very different play styles. And the idea is we wanted to have a little more tactical and strategy to our combat, rather than just...
what's that? Mayhem. That just popped up there.
So basically, you use your special abilities. So for Hollywood, it's like a grenade that like dazzles people. Fortune's is her cannonball that you see here. Once they've done it enough times, then they can do these Mayhem abilities. And that's what you're seeing here. Her drone Glory, kind of like her parrot, is going around stunning enemies, doing damage to them, and she's just basically cleaning up and taking them out while they can't really do much.
So obviously this is very co-op focused. This is about like, does everyone play as a character, or is it about swapping between?
It's about actually swapping between the agents. So the idea is that it's an exclusively single-player game. You control those 3 agents because we wanted you to feel like you are running that agency, that you are in charge, and you don't need to rely on other people to be successful.
Yeah, I mean with Saints Row 4, it feels like maybe you guys played Mass Effect 2. Like I got that vibe. I mean, I don't want to like
something that we've looked at. Yeah.
Okay. Who's that?
That's Rama. So she's the 4th character that we've revealed at this point. She's an
she looks like the Hobgoblin.
She is a little bit like that. She's from India. She's an epidemiologist in her previous life before becoming an Agent of Mayhem. And her thing is she uses this bow, but she also uses plague technology against the enemies. It's a plague that they released in India, and she's using it against Legion herself.
So yeah, talk about this a little bit more. What's the world like? Like what's the setting here?
So the idea is it's sort of this not a present day. It's a little bit in the future. This organization called Legion, they kind of hit around the world and have sort of had a big impact everywhere around the world, and Seoul is where they're focused right now. And the idea is that you're trying to stop them from doing how they're trying to take over the world, what they care about. And so basically, Legion they have different ministries, and right now in this game you see Pride, and they're all focused on robotics and technology. All our enemies have shields for this ministry. You'll see in Seoul there's so much high tech. They're here to basically take as much of that and use it for their own purposes as possible. Yeah,
I love that you're like it's the future, but like you could show me like a photograph from Seoul right now, and I'd be like, wow, what a cool sci-fi universe.
Right.
They're very high tech there.
And that was one of the reasons why we picked Seoul as well.
Excellent broadband. So, is this an open world game?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
So Seoul is a big open world. You have access to it right from the beginning. You can get up on the rooftops. All our agents have double jump as well as extra traversal abilities to get them wherever they need to go. And the idea is you're going around. They've sort of occupied the city. You want to try and stop them from owning those areas. They also exist underground. They have these underground layers that you have to find. They're hidden, and you're exploring, learning where they're at, and going in and basically fighting them in these layers and taking out bosses and big enemies in there.
How big do the enemies get?
So that's Steel Toe. He's one of our big lieutenants in the game. In that boss battle, you see him get really big. We have some big golems, like you see in the trailer. That's like an open world bad guy that you're going to fight. And he's not even like a boss in the missions or anything like that. They get pretty big, but I don't know the exact numbers, but it's definitely overwhelming for the agents.
So I mean, I'm sorry to do this and to keep bringing it back to Saints Row, but I can see your shirt. It's purple. It has that thing on it. Obviously, this is the same universe. How weird and goofy are you guys getting?
You're definitely going to see that Volition brand, that humor in Agents of Mayhem.
Because you guys are a bunch of 13-year-olds. I'm going to be honest.
I think we act like it, but we're not always. We really enjoy the fact that we can sort of have a lot of fun with the world, and we don't want to be super serious because we like having fun. We like making fun of ourselves or making fun of other things, and. But one of the things about Agents of Mayhem is the stakes are real. The world is actually in danger, and familiar with like the Marvel movies, they need to feel like they need to save the world, and that's important to the Agents of Mayhem as well.
So can you talk a little bit about this? We got this cool cinematic trailer, which honestly looks like it looks like a G.I. Joe movie that I'd go see. Like on opening weekend.
That was actually kind of one of our goals. We wanted people to get that vibe, to feel like they understand what these agents are, that they're going around stopping these bad guys.
Who's this man with the eye patch? Can we talk a bit about him?
Yeah, this is Dr. Babylon. He is the leader of the Ministry of Pride. So he's out to basically steal as much technology as possible, use it for Legion's purposes, and that if the Agents of Mayhem can stop him, they will be in really good shape.
Okay. And he's got like this cool Mr. Burns like sun blocking out.
Yeah.
This cool thing. We've seen a lot of gameplay that's like very colorful and bright. Is there like a day-night cycle here? Is it?
Yep. Yeah, we have a full day-night cycle. You'll see that. You'll see that changes in some of the weather patterns. It's not a huge part of the game, but definitely the idea is that there is. It's a living, breathing world. You're seeing the people of Seoul like utilizing technology, going about their daily business, and then affected by Legion and Mayhem.
Okay. So I'm sorry to come back here, but customization. You talked about how it applies to gameplay. How stupid can you get with, like, can you change outfits of characters and stuff, or is
we will have different skins that you'll have access to for the agents, and you'll unlock them over time. They will always be true to the nature of the character to some degree, but we want to.
How many agents are there? There's
going to be 12 total.
Okay.
We're only showing 4 right now.
Okay. Is one of them like a morbidly obese chrome green woman? Because that's who I've played a lot of Volition games as.
We definitely have a big variety in the agents that you'll see, but I'm not going to go into the details right now.
Okay, fair enough. What else can you tell us? Like, just you come in here with like a bunch of notes. I'll be real with you. Like, you've got stuff you want to tell us about. So this is it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Basically, I think the exploring Seoul and like learning where all the Legion activity is and like going into the dungeons is a big part of the game. And the idea is, when you go into these dungeons, you never know where they're going to appear.
Are you guys calling them dungeons?
The Legion layers, yeah.
Legion layers, okay, yeah.
When you go into them, they basically.
But they're dungeons.
If you're playing a role-playing game, that's what they would be called, yeah. But the idea is that they're not the same every time you go in, and even if you go in the same place again, they've redesigned it and built it again in a new way, and so you don't know what you're going to get, what kinds of enemies you're going to see, how it's going to cap off, and what kinds of traps you're going to experience. In those.
Okay. Vehicles, is that a thing?
We do have vehicles in the game. They're not in the footage we're releasing now, but there are many agent vehicles that you'll be able to control, as well as pedestrian cars.
Are there VTOL jets?
We're not doing any flying vehicles right
Interesting. Now. Okay. Is that like a zoning rule for Seoul, or is it?
We wanted to focus on the agents themselves and how they traverse through the city, and with Seoul being as vertical as it is, we wanted the agents to feel important and not shortcut what they're doing in the world. Okay.
What's been like your kind of big driving force behind like making the agents? Like what's been like what have you guys kind of like? Has it been like Expendables, or is it like
I think looking at things like Marvel and G.I. Joe and the Expendables and all those kinds of things. And basically, the idea is we want the personalities of the agents to bounce off of each other, and they don't always get along. They have different worldviews, but their overall goal with each other is to basically stop Legion. And so they always come together to do that. But they'll often make fun of each other or really not take each other seriously when it's.
That's good to hear. Is there like a class system? I mean, because obviously there's certain ones are you've got the very large man with a shotgun, and then you've got the fast lady jumping around. Like,
so I wouldn't say that there's classes, but they definitely have specialties. So like. Fortune and Hardtack are sort of mid-range characters. Hardtack's a short-range character, and Rama's a long-range. And we have a sort of a mixture between all three of those in terms of the distances. But then how they the weapons that they use and the abilities that they have still separate them, even if they are within the long-range category. The idea is also we wanted people to have their favorite agents and not feel like they have to always go with the balanced squad or always use these specific characters because they're, I love Hollywood, so I want to use him all the time. And you should still be successful. You may not be able to destroy enemies super easily, but you'll be able to still get through the game playing with agents that you really enjoy.
Okay. Do the characters is there like a story attached to every one of them? Is it kind of like did they evolve as
yeah. Each agent has their own reason for why they joined Mayhem, and you'll learn about those things during the course of the game, but it's definitely a very important part of Agents of Mayhem.
Okay, well that sounds awesome. I mean, obviously this looks like something that is kind of conducive to multiplayer. Is that something you're approaching down the road, or?
We've talked about multiplayer, but right now we're really focused on Agents of Mayhem being a single-player experience that really sells the world and sells the agents.
Okay. So are there you've got this open world. It's obviously there's the story-driven stuff. Like, I mean, again, Saints games, we've gotten some great trailers. Like they look very, very cool, and then we see how people actually play the game, and it's goofy as S-word. I can't say that on here. I'm sorry. How silly are you guys going to get with this? Because I mean, you come out with E3.
At the base level, it's again they take things seriously, even if they don't take each other seriously. But we will definitely have trademark volition kinds of toys. We have these things called Gremlin toys where you use them and they can do goofy things like what you'll see in some of the footage.
Gremlin toys?
Gremlin's one of the agents that you have back at HQ, and she builds specific technology for the Mayhem agents. And she makes things like we have the thing called Pet Explosion, where basically
wait, no, sorry. Pet Explosion?
Yeah.
Okay, expand on that.
Yeah, you turn it on, and as you walk by pedestrians, they'll get tagged, and they'll a countdown will appear over their heads, and after 3 or 5 seconds, they'll explode.
Oh, so it's like pet explosion. Okay, yes. I thought pet. Yep. Which honestly, you guys have talked about farts in a jar as a weapon at E3, so pet explosions.
No. This is pedestrian explosion.
So you just have random. You just have exploding NPCs.
Yeah, and sometimes if there are a lot of pedestrians around the area, you want to take out Legion, they can be good weapons. Because again, the Agents of Mayhem are not there to save people; they're there to stop Legion.
Okay, you guys are monsters. Please expand on the weirdness, because this is what I want to hear about. You guys are known for goofiness, and I feel like at E3 it's always kind of a matter of carting out here's the shiny polished stuff, but realistically you will play as a morbidly obese green chrome woman.
Right. Can
you adjust genital size in this?
We don't have any changes on the
Why
models.
not?
It's really we wanted the agents to be very recognizable. Their silhouettes are very specific, and so when you see Hardtack, that's Hardtack.
Okay. I mean, I'm very intrigued. Obviously a lot of people are looking at this like a Saints Row game, and that's a game about all going nuts on your own terms. Are there side missions where you're kind of running around and just?
We have a lot of open world activities where you're going to be stopping Legion and earning cash to build up your gadgets and your upgrades and your agents, and then you'll learn more about the agents. They have their own stories as well, and that's all part of the overall Agents Mayhem experience. It's not just always stopping Legion. You're also doing the things that will let you be better at stopping Legion.
Well, that sounds cool. This honestly without being dismissive, this looks like the best G.I. Joe game we've ever got.
I don't take it that way.
So thank you so much for coming by and showing this off. We've got more E3 stuff coming up real soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly, and Agents of Mayhem.
E3 is right around the corner, and for gamers, it is the most exciting time of the year. For 1 week in June, the entire gaming industry descends upon the City of Angels to show off the latest and greatest in games and hardware. You can expect everything from surprise reveals to important men in suits to a ton of trailers, coverage, and content, and IGN.com/E3 will be your one-stop shop for all of that great stuff. We'll be streaming the major press conferences and providing industry-leading expert analysis. Your favorite shows, Podcast Beyond, Podcast Unlocked, Nintendo Voice Chat, and GameScoop will be on the air to give you deeper insight to all of the announcements. And when the E3 show floor actually opens, we will be live streaming all sorts of gameplay demos right from our booth in the main hall. The fun starts on Sunday, June 12th with EA's press conference. Our live programming starts at 12:30 p.m. Pacific and will go all day until Bethesda's press conference starts at 7 p.m. Monday, June 13th is the heavy conference day. Our live coverage will start at 9 a.m. Pacific and cover 3 conferences: Microsoft, Ubisoft, and Sony. This will go all day long and probably kill 1 or 2 IGN employees, but it will be awesome and totally worth it. Live coverage on Tuesday, June 14th begins bright and early at 8:30 a.m. Pacific with Nintendo's live Treehouse event, which will feature the new Legend of Zelda game as well as commentary from developers. And like every year, we'll be streaming live demos from the show floor presented by the game developers themselves all day Wednesday the 15th and Thursday the 16th. Keep checking the schedule on IGN.com/E3 to see the whole lineup. Now, do you want to control IGN at E3? Then hit us up at IGN on Twitter with the hashtag IGN Access. Got something specific you'd like to see? Are there news stories and announcements that you want to know more about? From the coolest booths to the biggest reveals, IGN Access will put you in the driver's seat for the ultimate E3 2016 experience. Finally, if you're not chained to a computer all day, you can also catch our content on our set of IGN apps available on iOS, Android, PS4, and Xbox One, YouTube, Roku, and on our Twitch channel. And of course, we're on Twitter and Facebook if you want super quick bite-sized updates the minute they happen. E3 can be overwhelming, but we're all super excited to share cool stuff with you. So it's time for epicness, and we hope you can join us.
Come to me, giant camera. Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Brian, and this is Jonathan, creative director of Watch Dogs 2. You guys had an amazing showing yesterday at the Ubisoft press conference. This game, I'm floored more and more every time I see it. It's a very tonal shift from the first one. Can you tell me about that?
Well, when we started Watch Dogs 2, the first thing you need to think about is the setting.
Yeah.
And when you go from Chicago to California and the San Francisco Bay Area, it needs to change everything, right? Like, you need to think in a different way. So the open-minded state of mind that exists in the Silicon Valley and in the entire Bay Area derived pretty much all of our decisions, from music, from Marcus Holloway, who he is. That's why he's a bit younger. Like really transposing that fantasy of younger person, very smart, who can question the pre-established rules and make something to turn it for the better.
I think it's like when you're not dealing with those Chicago winters anymore, you're suddenly just happier. You're not shoveling snow, you're not freezing, you're not caught in wind tunnels. You're walking around listening to 80s and 90s hip hop, new stuff too, like Run the Jewels. I was really excited listening to just sort of like the energy in this game. It's more vibrant, it's more neon, but the main character just seems happier.
That's a good point. Like, I mean, in the first game, we had a very personal grudge story going on.
Yes.
Second game is more the ideal of that character, as well as him becoming a DSEC hacker, which means like you have a lot of other people who are really into the hacking culture. Each have their own motivations, but can have a lot of fun and a little bit of motherfuckery going on, which is very true to hacking and the culture. And I think that's the attitude you need to have this little anti-establishment.
Can you put that word on the box? Yeah, I think it's really cool to see how much you've taken from San Francisco here and made it sort of a character of its own. Fun fact about this neighborhood, this is actually like 3 or 4 blocks from the IGN office in real life. So I kept waiting for you guys to like get in the car and drive and go past my job. Like this is my commute to work every morning. And this is like so cool for me because like for example, that ferry building right there, when I got married, I ate in that building on my wedding night. And now I'm like, now I get to drive a car into it. That's crazy.
That's great.
It's so cool. So how much of the sort of San Francisco did you take into this? Is it a one-to-one map of the city, or how many creative liberties did you take?
It's certainly not a one-to-one map. Like it's more of a theme park approach, a bit like the first game with Chicago. Like this time around, the Bay Area offers unbelievable vistas and everything. So when we went there, it was obvious that we had to scale up the map, or else it wouldn't have give justice to the beautiful vistas that this place has. So it's about twice as big easily as the first game, just because of that fact.
Wow.
And then afterwards, we can really go into the depth of what Watch Dogs needs to have in terms of characterization. And the Bay helps us a lot because Oakland has a very different vibe than when you're in downtown San Francisco. If you go in Silicon Valley or Marin County, all of those different elements give you a very interesting amount of variety you can explore for the missions and also for how you free roam and find different operations in the city.
Which I really love. There's this kind of like just inherent swagger to the Bay Area that I think you guys have totally captured. There's this artistry, this culture, this energy, but also you've got this like permeating sense of these Silicon Valley people coming in and just kind of homogenizing it to an extent.
It's a great, there's a great tension going on there behind the curtain, right? It's beautiful, everybody wants to live there, but at the same time, when you start digging further, you have the techies on one side, you have the hipsters, you have gentrifications going on. So a lot of different subjects that when you start walking around with Marcus and you start digging into it, then you're going to find these things. Like as a DedSec hacker, you're kind of dealing with different operations. So you can gather more followers and progress in the game. That's what gives you unlocks of skills, but also new operations to go for. This means we can capture the deal of the role of social media in the Silicon Valley, for example. That's going to be one story with a beginning, middle, and end, giving you followers. And on the next corner, you can find a little something going on with gentrification and is more San Francisco-esque, and you can dig into that. And then afterwards, go into Iris, see robotics and what they do with AI manipulations. And all of these different thematics gives us a better picture of what the city and the entire Bay Area is all about, as well as all the thematics for the technology.
I think it's so cool because so I've been in San Francisco for 7 years now, and I swear on my first day, I was like, someone should make an open world video game here. It's just such a weird, crazy city, and it's perfect for it. And it's happened before. I mean, even Ubisoft themselves have attempted it in some ways, but I think you guys are nailing it more than ever. Now, this character, Marcus, can you tell me about him? What are his motives? What's his background?
Well, Marcus is born in San Francisco, but through the gentrification and everything, he got pushed with his family more into Oakland.
Right.
He was more raised into Oakland and lived all the frustration of being wrongly profiled. Him and his families understood, like, got accused of a crime he didn't really commit because he understood computers and they connected the dots for him. So lots of frustrations going on, but at the same time, a fundamentally very smart programmer. So he understands how code works. He understands how the technology that profiles him works, pissing him off even more. So he's capable of really trying to change things up and allay like a bunch of other people to make something.
Are these like .com startups like trying to hire him and he's rebelling against that,
That's
or was he screwed over by one of them?
It's kind of these patterns, yeah, definitely.
Okay, I can sense that there's a lot of secrecy here that we're still left to find out about. One of the things I really appreciated is his really kind of new weaponry. We've got these drones, we've got the that that sort of billiard ball on a chain that he whips around.
Yeah.
Like, how do you guys come up with stuff like that? That's nuts.
I think the first thing is you look at how actor thinks. You dig into what they make. And hacking is not just using computers, it's just a state of mind to think outside the box. So we asked ourselves, if Marcus had to build a weapon, would he think? We went on the internet, people were saying, it should be something that doesn't get detected by a metal detector and that kind of stuff. If you go in an airport, things like that. It needs to be something he can make quick. If he breaks it, then do another one. So having this little Thunderbolt thing with the ball and the cable makes it perfect for combining all those elements, the little maker culture that's behind Marcus and the hackers, and at the same time making something that still be pretty efficient without killing in one blow. Because Marcus is kind of a different character, so the melee takedowns will not kill the character. The person can come back up, these kind of things. And then we've pushed even further taser weapons and non-lethal approaches, and also the drones to make sure that this time around the player can really finish the game without being lethal or being completely lethal. It's up to him.
I like the idea of it being like, okay, so that wasn't a lethal thing, but this dude is still in the hospital from getting hit in the head with a billiard ball.
I mean, he still needs to put him down, right?
He's not just pushing a guy in a bush or knocking him out.
It's not like, hey, melee takedown.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like that.
So we've got all this new tech now, obviously, but also a lot of the hacking stuff that we saw in the first game. Where now, how much of that sort of works in the open world environment? One of the things I really loved about Watch Dogs was walking around and just kind of scanning people and being like, oh wow, this guy has like 70 gigs of porn on his computer, and this guy's a millionaire, and this guy embezzles money. Like, is there going to be more of that in this game? Finding out about the characteristics.
There's still the profiling and this information. I think the one thing that we did better now is that you still have the accessible, simple, press a button to hack people and then understand about their lives. But if you lock the button this time around, then it opens up different options. So when you do that, then you can profile the person, have more information on him, have all the funny stuff you were talking about. But you can also like hack their bank account, all the stuff you had in the first game, and suddenly you can also turn them into criminals. Like you can hack the database of the system and say, you know what, security camera now associates your face with something a lot more dangerous than it was before, and suddenly the cop shows up, and then you can do that. Or on the other hand, you can bring retaliation hits and things like that, or simply distract them, like Marcus is doing right now. Like you can look around these two guys, you can use projectile to set traps, you can turn that projectile into a proximity detector, you can use it to malfunction to attract someone, all of these things done with just one little tool.
All while listening to Eric B. and Rakim's Don't Sweat the Technique in his headphones, which is a crazy thing to do. Like, that is a very ballsy thing to do during stealth. Like, I love that song, but if I was in a stealth scenario, I'd be like, I need all my senses open right now.
The player can choose the music, actually. Like, we have Satara, who really likes to put the mood into things that can suggest certain music. The character can decide to play something else, not play anything at all, so it's up to him to do that.
So now, in terms of customizing this character, can you go shopping? Can you buy cool clothes? Because, I mean, that's the thing I love to do in San Francisco myself. But in the first Watch Dogs, a lot of Aiden's outfits were sort of limited to sort of like the hat and the overcoat, and they all kind of fit into that one mold. Is there a little more variety in that here?
There's a lot more. Actually, we basically grabbed the entire system that creates our citizens and map them into different stores. So now you can go into the hip-hop store and then really go berserk into that style. Then you can go into the biker store. You can pretty much do everything that the characters have on the streets. You can put them into Marcus, like giving him a more personalized personality. I'm a big fan of that. Like suddenly when you look at your character and you crafted his clothes, suddenly you like him better immediately.
Yeah, I saw when some people saw the initial reactions to this character, they were like, he's a hipster. And I'm like, I don't think you know what that word means. Like, people just throw that word around like it's nothing these days. But it's really cool to hear that you can make him pretty much whoever you want him to be.
I think it's important because clothing is very personal. Music is very personal. These things, you cannot question taste for people. So we have a proposition of who he might be. But as soon as you start the game, you're going to be invited to actually change clothes right away. And then the player can decide the looks that he feels is right. If you want to make it more hipster or if you want to make it whatever he wants, that's the important thing in the end. The player should decide.
Now, while this is like a sort of fun and goofy sort of scenario, and all these characters are very lovable, and like there is an energy and a joy to this. The idea of Big Brother sort of always being there, omnipresent, is a terrifying thing, and it's actually gotten almost scarier, the idea of government surveillance and worldwide surveillance, since even the last Watch Dogs game. So how much of that has sort of influenced the programming here?
What we're really into is hitting the headlines of today, making it relatable with today. I think that since Watch Dogs 1, it's no longer really much about surveillance. I think everybody knows that. Everybody accepts that to the point where they still put everything into their phones.
Which is weird, right? We just got okay with it.
My phone is so great. Oh yeah, let's do that. But then the question becomes more in the Silicon Valley about data mining and the economy of information. So you start asking yourself more questions like, wait a minute, if I put everything into social media, if I consume all of the social media, it means maybe those guys are able to influence severely what I think. Just like what's going on with the elections right now, like in the United States. And we are talking about those subjects so that people can relate a bit more and understand a bit more to that. So it's not necessarily saying technology is bad, but it's certainly interesting questions to explore so we can start showing what DedSec is all about, helping people understanding how it works behind the curtain so they can actually make their own decision on how to use technology afterwards.
That's so cool. Now we're seeing a lot of verticality in this game. There's a lot of sort of rooftop sequences. The elevators bringing you up. Is there like more sort of kind of like Assassin's Creed climbing? What is sort of traversal like in terms of getting up there?
We're certainly changing the way the animation works for Marcus. It's a different character. We wanted to show the notion of flow of the gameplay. Everything you can act now, you control or choose more option. It's more organic. It lets the player express himself. We thought that parkour in that way was giving kind of that feeling. So when Marcus flows around, it's more organic, it's more dynamic, he's more athletic, he's younger. All of that stuff has been done. It's not a climbing system like Assassin's Creed. It's a refined version of what people have played in the first game with a different attitude so we can convey better the type of character that we have in the second game.
Now, San Francisco is obviously an amazing location when it comes to sort of just vehicles. Like you look around the bay and there's boats, there's jet skis. You get into the city, there's those weird little cars that people rent that look like Mario Karts. How much sort of stuff like that? Like what kind of big toys do we have to play with in this game?
In driving, we really wanted to push some, you have this mono place car, funny, that you can actually mess around with. But the most important thing with car for us was redoing the driving model. It's one of the big things the fans have been talking about. It was hard to control the car for some people. So we recrafted the entire engine to make it easier to drive the cars.
Interesting.
And it was also important because San Francisco, as you say, is pretty much an interesting challenge for driving. And on top of that, we can hack every car around. So you can drive at 200 miles per hour in San Francisco and just tap a button and everybody steer rights in front of you. It clears the path. But if you lock on one car, then you can control completely what they're doing and start having a lot more fun and messing around with the cars around you. But for that, you need more controls on your car. So we had to make something
very useful power, by the way, because people driving in San Francisco are generally very bad at that. It's not the best city. People
then
going in this.
You're going to be able to replicate that just by hacking everyone. It's going to feel like the real thing.
So what sort of new hacking devices does he have? I know one of the things that played a lot of roles in the original game was those sort of hacking mini games that brought you inside the system, and they were kind of these connecting line puzzles. Are those back?
They're still back, and this time around we had something called NetHack. It's kind of a vision mode you can use to hack stuff through walls so you can better navigate into the world. So at the beginning of the game, it's very handy because even if the camera is in another room, you can just use it to go through it and scout around. While using that, we can bring back those kind of puzzles sometimes where you have to go into that mode and use it, but it's more mapped into the environment this time around. It's less abstract. It's a bit more connected to the world.
And you also have the assistance of other hackers and other people walking around the world. How much of a role does multiplayer play in this game?
It's a big deal. If we want to sell the idea of being a member of a culture, right? That's it's kind of a culture in a group. You want to feel like you're building this collective hive mind, and that's how you grow. So the more followers you get, the more you get all of the elements to grow. And also when you wander around in the street, it's less weird to encounter another player. If you see another DedSec hacker, you can just join with the press of a button, and you're suddenly in co-op doing awesome things together and continuing to grow with your game very easily. And the synergy of the mechanics and hacking have been built with that in mind. So if you can stick a bomb on a car, hack a car, and then make it explode on someone, think about what you can do if you're on the ground while the other guy uses the flying drone and is drop bombs everywhere, or if you want to do it stealth, or if you want to both be outside the layout, playing it trickster and having everyone fight each other, and you finish the map and nobody ever even physically get there.
So is this another social network I have to worry about now?
Yeah, kind of.
Follow me on Watch Dogs 2. But what about single player? What if I want to kind of stay away from that? Because a lot of the culture that most people have on their phones is isolation. And is this something that, I'm not saying I want to ignore those elements, but what if I wanted to just sort of play my own game?
You can totally stay alone if you want. I think what's interesting is if you encounter another player in the first place, the first thing it does for you is add more life to the city. It's cool to have AI around, but when you see other players doing stuff, it's even more spectacular, right? You see a guy with the cops on his ass passing by.
Yeah.
That can just be that if you want. Like, you see these things, you don't interact with the guy, and you continue playing your single player. Even if you are in co-op, at any point in time, you can just go and do something in single player, and it kicks him out, like, gently. You can also turn it off if you really want to, but we feel like the game is a lot more interesting if you keep it on.
That's really cool. So now, that's actually very exciting to hear, because I was a guy who played the first Watch Dogs game kind of in isolation, and every now and then would kind of bring other people into the fold. So I think it's really important to sort of see there's a lot of indoor environments here.
Yeah.
How much does that play a role? How many, like, sort of walking down the street, will I be able to walk into a lot of stores, walk up into a lot of buildings? How much of that is in the game?
There's definitely many different stores, also many different interiors and certain missions. And we have this new thing with protected areas all the way into the free roam areas. So there's a lot more gameplay and organic encounters you can find just by being in the world. And that's cool because it's supported with the co-op environment. So if you're in with another player, you can do all of those with them and even go into online operations with them as well. So plenty of little interiors, a couple of more substantial ones for the cool Silicon Valley companies that exist there. If you're a hacker, you want to mess around with these guys.
And I like that. I like the idea of going up into these sort of like fake startup companies and apps and just messing with them. Because people like that, I mean, these are the companies that take most of my money all the time in San Francisco. Like, if you want food, you want laundry, you want anything, there's an app for that. There's something that they'll deliver it to you. But a lot of the culture around that is kind of ridiculous. We're seeing on the shows like Silicon Valley or Mr. Robot is that these are sort of like targets that they're perfect for parody and lampooning.
Yeah, and definitely for us it's interesting because since we're hacking stuff out, we can hide a lot of little information here and there about it. We still have also these what we call the IOPs, so you can invade the privacy of certain interiors, and we can mess around with the companies also on that level. So there's a couple of interesting surprises there.
How long do you think it would take to sort of drive from one end of this game to another?
Actually, don't know exactly how much. I never tried that. I don't know why. Like, I would say a couple of minutes. That's pretty big. Well,
all right.
Pretty big place.
A couple of minutes. That's a good start. I'm Brian. This is Jonathan. That is Watch Dogs 2. We're going to be streaming games all week long right here on IGN and talking to you about them. So keep it locked and don't go anywhere. Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Brian, and this is Nick and Toyama-san of Gravity Rush.
Hi.
Thank you guys so much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Of course.
Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, Gravity Rush. This is going to be great. What's going on with this game?
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, this is Keiichiro Toyama. He is the director of the game. Nice to meet you. Thanks for having us. It's been 3.5 years since we've seen Gravity Rush, and the team has been working amazingly hard on a sequel built ground up for the PS4. So that's what's here. It's completely playable on the show floor. Everything we've talked about, it's all playable. It looks and plays just as good as you'd ever imagine. So yeah, so it's here.
That's really cool. So what were some of the sort of challenges that you faced creating a sequel to this game?
Well, I mean, obviously the game is open world action, right? And it kind of has that unique art style. It's a blend of the French bande dessinée, which is kind of like Franco-Belgian comics, mixed with like a manga influence.
Wow.
So it looks all its own, but as an open world game, especially one coming from Japan that we don't see very often, having that sense of traversal, making sure that it's fun, that movement that goes along with it, is of key importance. And obviously making something that's just impressive on the PS4, that makes good use of everything the PS4 can do. You can see in this footage that like the world is just so much more populated. There's so much more stuff going on. There's all these NPCs everywhere, and you know the color palette that they're using this time just really pops off the screen. So making sure that it's kind of capturing that same feeling the original game had, and yet bringing so much more to the table is what was really important.
There's also, I saw like just sort of ducks and cats walking around, just animals everywhere. You guys have really done this great job of populating this environment with life.
Yeah. I mean, obviously something that's really important. I mean, I think that just kind of comes with expectations of what a PS4 game is. And you can see like Kat here is doing all of her kind of classic moves. We've got gravity kick, and we've got the regular homing kick that she's had. But yeah, I mean, she is the gravity kitten we all know and love. She can still fly around and do all those things that you're expecting of her. But again, bigger, better, just so much more going on the PS4. So
now she is here to sort of help things, right? Because the way she walks into a plaza or a town center and tears the place up, you wouldn't be able to tell from the outside looking in.
Well, right. So Kat is kind of a hero by situation. So these bad guys show up. There's no one to stop them, and she is kind of there. That responsibility falls on her shoulders. The cat that follows her around, his name is Dusty, kind of her pet, but that is what gives her gravitational powers. So she is the only one that can stop these things, and she is there to kind of help by proxy. But she learns, kind of like other heroes that we have, that sometimes that responsibility is something that's kind of hard to take on by yourself.
Sure. Now, Toyoma, we're talking about the open world stuff here. What were some of the influences in creating this?
で、インフルエンスに関しては、グラビティ浦して何がありましたでしょうか。インフルエンスで、インフルエンスで影響って何がインスパイアされましたでしょうか。
インスパイアされた、もともとバンドデストに影響されてるんですけど、特に今作ではメキシコに行った経験とか、あとアジアの街とかそういったところからの、もっと明るいムードの街に影響されて。
So at least with this one, inspired very much by his trips to Mexico and to Asia and a lot of those other different places. And I think it really kind of pops off the screen to, I don't know if you remember in the original Gravity Rush, lots of greens, lots of browns. Yep. And here it's all blue and kind of, gorgeous. And again, they're keeping with that Franco-Belgian comic style. So you're seeing that right here. And the kind of the gyro sensor that was in the Vita, that's in the DualShock 4, kind of lets you do fun things. So when Kat kind of traverses, you can use that to kind of steer the way she goes, to make sure it's very smooth. You can also use it to kind of shift around the comic book panels and get like different views on things as well.
Yeah, I think it's really cool because this is sort of indicative of a movement we're seeing with a lot of video games now, is that for so long they were that sort of beige sepia tone, and I think that we're bursting into the colorful neon realm of gaming now. And it's so cool to see this game represent that. And I obviously do see a lot of the sort of the more Mexican ethnic influence on this, and all the bright colors popping out.
Yeah, definitely inspired a lot by. I mean, it kind of looks like a South American town. That was the first thing that popped into my head. This is the new area. It's called Jirga Paralao. Actually, the map in this game is 2.5 times bigger than that in the original. So cool. People that love open worlds, I mean, no one does it like the folks at Japan Studio, and this kind of game that it just looks so much fun to play. It's bright, it's colorful, it's kind of joyous. It's the kind of thing that really inspired me to get into video games in the first place. So being here, representing it, helping to bring her back to all these fans that have been waiting for so long, it's a pleasure of mine. It's awesome to work with these guys.
Yeah, and congrats on bringing this all together. One of the things that really impressed me about this series is sort of the way you manipulate the world. The world almost becomes a giant puzzle cube in a way. Just like getting up there and just flipping it completely on its head, landing on a rooftop that you wouldn't be able to get to any other way. How does all that come together? Is it ever like completely disorienting for players trying it for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird to say, but being a little disoriented is kind of part of the fun. I don't know if you ever played Jumping Flash, like way back in the day.
I did.
But like not knowing what's going on and being able to like jump really high and get to different places. Yep. I mean, in this one, Kat can use her gravity abilities to stick onto the bottoms of buildings and stuff like that. Everything's in the sky, so every place is your playground, your sidewalk over here. You can walk anywhere. That's half the fun, and you're going to see a lot of fun things being had with those gravity powers. So we really want you to explore every inch of the area and take advantage of what she has.
Now, you mentioned the Vita, which is, I think, the first time at E3 the Vita's been mentioned, so thank you. Obviously, this is something that couldn't run on the Vita. This is something that's using the power of the PlayStation 4.
Right.
But is the Vita version, the original Gravity Rush, do you feel like that's required homework to enjoy this one?
Well, so this is a continuation of Kat's story, kind of billing this as the conclusion to her story. So if you played the first one, there's a lot of unanswered questions about her origin, where she's from, kind of why she has those gravitational powers. So you'll definitely want to play the first one. Fortunately, Gravity Rush Remastered came out on PS4 this February. Yeah. It's amazing from the guys at Bluepoint. So if you have a chance to play that, that's a great primer for Gravity Rush 2. You'll be right at home, especially with the way it controls on the DualShock 4.
Yeah, and it looks awesome as well. Yeah, that's something everybody should go dig up. It's
fantastic. And there's so much more in this. What we're kind of been seeing on screen is like these different gravitational styles.
Yeah.
So she can manipulate gravity in 3 ways in this game. We kind of have her regular gravity-defying mode, and then we have this mode called the lunar mode, and we have the Jupiter style. Sorry, the lunar style and the Jupiter style, which kind of simulate, this is lunar style right now, kind of a lighter gravity. It lets her float around, evade enemies really well, and use this kind of wormhole kick that you might have seen to warp to different enemies and get to them. She also has this other mode, Jupiter style, which simulates kind of heavy gravity that you'd find on Jupiter, and that's going to let her hit a lot harder and do a lot more damage to enemies. So you see where we're fighting robots in here.
Yeah.
In the first game, it was all just these Nevi, these enemies. Now we're fighting robots. We're fighting soldiers in the army. We're fighting all sorts of people. So the variety has definitely been amped up. Here's that Jupiter style I was telling you about. She's actually doing what's called a surge kick right now. She charged it up, rammed into that enemy, took off a large chunk of his health.
That's awesome.
And then, just like in the original game, once you get to the finishing move, it really gets pretty dynamic. And just the artistic talent on display here is everything that I expect from Gravity Rush. So.
This is just gorgeous. Like, I'm listening to you, and I'm also my jaw dropped a little bit just because this is a completely stunning scene right here.
Thank you.
These giant sort of, I guess, would they be mini bosses? Are they bosses? They're sort of like.
Yeah. So that guy we just saw was a boss. But there also are smaller mechs and bigger enemies that don't necessarily have their own life bars. Mm-hmm. So you might consider those like mini bosses or just like tougher enemies. But the sheer variety on display just is so much more than what we've seen.
Yeah, just in the scale and everything like that. So can we talk a little bit about the conflict here? What's bringing all this together? What is Kat's role in this story?
Right. So we can talk briefly about the story. So at the end of the first game, everything was kind of peaceful in Hexaville, which is the area they're at. And then at the beginning of this one, they notice a gravity anomaly happening at the top of Hexaville, and they check it out. And Kat and her friend Sid, who's a policeman, and her rival Raven get sucked up into this kind of gravitational storm and end up in a new area, like a mining colony, basically. And Kat doesn't have any of her powers, right? So one thing leads to another. She's separated from Dusty, and she gets taken to this brand new area, this Durga Parallel. But trying to kind of find our way back home might be an element of this. But
I like that a lot. That's sort of a classic. Some of my favorite video game tropes are like, you wake up as the hero, all of your powers are stripped away. Yeah. You have to regain everything and then learn some new ones along the way.
Yeah. But I mean, it's everything you would expect. I mean, this is kind of one of the gorgeous, like, kind of beginning parts of the game.
Yeah.
And, we've got a lot of things already happening already. So, you're just going to see more and more as you go through. But yeah, it's a brand new area. There's so much more to do. There's a significant amount of more missions and story missions and side missions to do. A lot of asynchronous multiplayer stuff going on in this as well. Single player is definitely the main focus of the game.
Yeah.
We want people that love the first one to get right back into this and to continue Kat's story. So that's the focus. But you're going to be able to do lots of cool things. You're going to be able to challenge your friends to missions, race their ghosts through different challenges,
that's so awesome.
Send challenges to them. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on over here, and it blows me away every time I see it that these guys just keep stuffing more and more into the game.
Now this feels like, I was about to ask, this is the kind of world I want to explore. Are there a lot of sort of like hidden items or power-ups or collectibles and nooks and crannies?
Yeah. There's a lot of things that you're going to be able to do actually to equip onto Kat this time, to actually give her more abilities. Talisman というんですよね. So the talismans that she's going to get are going to have kind of like sometimes monkey paw effects. So she might get an item that increases her gravity gauge or makes it like fall a little bit slower, but it might make enemies stronger. So yeah, there's a lot of new stuff to discover. There's going to be gems and stuff. Like in the first game, you picked up gems to level up, right? Yeah. So that's still an element to it. But now there's going to be all sorts of other things you can equip on her to change kind of the boundaries of the game.
So you do have a sort of like mild RPG element.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So you'll get stronger. You'll be able to do different things, unlock all sorts of different things. But you know, in terms of all of the action and the combat, we really want people to switch through these gravity styles, like kind of on the fly, to really mix it up and make things that it kind of looks like art in motion. You know,
yes, totally. And something I really appreciate is how when you get on the ground, that it's sort of just kind of a standard beat 'em up,
right?
And you're like, oh well, you know, I played games like this before, and then all of a sudden the game literally turns on its head.
Yes.
And you're floating in the air, and it's you don't even have a real sense of place in the world. Sometimes you're just kicking something's ass high in the sky, and then you come back down.
There's a lot of hero work to be done.
Yeah,
for sure. And you know, I've played through the game and the demo several times, and every time there's a different way to take on enemies. So do you remember in the first game when you use the gravitational field, sometimes you would kind of lift up in the air and citizens would come with you?
Yeah.
You know, just kind of by accident. So now you can pick up enemies and throw them at other enemies, and like you know.
So I mean, that goes back to my question before of like, is everyone okay with what you're doing right now? Because it feels like you're just kind of. It's one thing to like show up in town and like start throwing stuff around, but to show up in town and completely uproot the gravitational pull of people's lives and comfort and their picnic tables.
Yeah. Well, you know, actually the first part of the first game, she rescues a little boy, and in the process, the boy's house gets destroyed, and the father comes and yells at her. Right. So
wow, small price to pay, right?
Right. It's not always you know, rainbow and sunshine, but you know, really, you can only really pick up the bad guys and throw them at people and everything too. But you know, there's a lot of comic relief kind of found in just the everyday things that you can do, and the way that you can traverse and explore and everything as well.
I think it was Gravity Rush was always such a special thing for its time, and to get a sequel to it now, it's almost like you guys are starting to build out like a world, a universe here. I mean, are there plans for other ways to tell this story through other mediums?
Yeah, there's so much. There's so much that can be done. We actually have a lot of fun things to announce coming up regarding Gravity Rush. It lends itself to a lot of things. I mean, obviously the comic inspiration, the manga inspiration is completely on display here. But
toys.
Yeah, I mean, I would love something. I would very much welcome it.
Please send me one when you make it.
Yeah. I think we're definitely open-minded when it comes to all that type of things. Because Kat is incredibly iconic, and so is Raven. I mean, it's happening more and more often now, but seeing just a strong female protagonist in a game that's very genuine and very sweet at the same time is amazing, and I want more of that. So it's an honor to be able to bring this to fans in North America, and just to get this out of Japan and delivered to everyone who's been waiting for it.
Yeah, the strong female protagonist in this game feels natural. It feels like it's something that wasn't there just to tick off a box. It's something that makes sense to the story.
Right.
And it's also something you guys were doing years ago with the original Gravity Rush.
Yeah, and she was in PlayStation All-Stars as well. You know, people love Kat, and I think they're in for a huge treat in this one, and that she's back better than ever, and I can't say enough good things about it. I love this game.
Now, I assume PlayStation was ecstatic when you guys came to them and said, "Hey, this is what we're doing," right?
Well, I mean, I could only assume. Toyama-san actually worked on the Siren series.
Oh, wow.
So he has his roots actually in horror games. Very much influenced by comics and manga and anime growing up. So, this kind of beautiful world, like coming from him and the guys at Japan Studio, is just, it's a treat. Like I look at this and I immediately know where it comes from. And that's what I love.
So Toyama, was it nice to work on something that wasn't terrifying and do something fun and colorful?
ホラーじゃなくてもっとラックなタイトル開発することはどんな経験でした？
でもどっちも まあ、正反対に見えるけど、すごくその街架空の街を作り込むのがすごく楽しいいい経験でした。
Yeah, so he loves, and they both have their strong points.
Yeah.
You know, just being able to work on something where you can like build cities and have like open worlds and stuff like this is like it's amazing. But yeah, I mean, the creative minds on display at Japan Studio is just something we're so proud of, and it's awesome to have it here.
Yeah, it's so cool to see just this lineage of PlayStation exclusive properties and how this franchise continues to grow and evolve.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, my hope is that it continues to grow and grow and grow, and that we're rushing for many years to come.
No pun intended.
No pun intended.
So when can people play this?
The year we make contact is 2016. So
the year we make contact.
Yes, that's a quote from one of my favorite fighting games right there. But yes, it is out this year. More details are coming soon, so you will be playing it by the end of the year.
That's very cool. That is Gravity Rush 2. Thank you guys so much. We're going to be streaming games and talking about them all week right here for E3 on IGN, E3 2016. Don't move.
Welcome back to IGN Live from E3 2016. I'm Max Scoville. Who cares? I'm here with Alex from DICE. Battlefield 1, you're making the prettiest World War I shooter ever made. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I'm super excited to be here, at EA Play and E3 to finally be able to get the game into players' hands, because making trailers, making videos is all cool, but it all kind of boils down to people actually playing it and reacting to it. So that's what's super exciting to me. So, well, Battlefield 1, right? So what we're doing is we are we're bringing the players to the dawn of all-out war, World War I. So this is a new setting, obviously, for us. And what we wanted to do is that we wanted to make a game that was really unique. And the game that had its own kind of unique flavor. So that's something we knew quite early. So when we looked at the game, at the different possibilities of what we wanted to do, we found that World War I was a perfect match. It's a really good setting for a shooter, and it's a perfect match for a Battlefield game, I think.
I mean, honestly, I mean, World War I is fascinating because it is exactly that, like, it kind of treads that line between old-fashioned warfare and modern warfare. It was the first time that there were automatic weapons.
Yeah, so actually most of the kind of types of weapons were actually created during this period in time in the duration of 4 years. So you have submachine gun, light machine guns, shotguns, heavy machine guns, tanks, planes, boats, all of the stuff that you see later was kind of created. And what's kind of interesting to that is, to me at least, is that the designs were quite early. So there were some really unique designs that were used as well. And unique designs is good for us because we get to create some really cool gameplay with that. So it's like tanks with guns on the side that you might have seen, and the small tanks, big tanks, yeah.
So how does trench warfare come into play? Like, because I honestly, like, I heard rumors of this game, and I was like, okay, it's going to have mustard gas and trenches, and that doesn't sound fun, like. But then I saw this game in action, and you've got like horses and trains and blimps, and
Yeah, so what I think is interesting, again, we want to challenge you guys a little bit, challenge your preconception, because this setting has so much more to offer than I think what people knew from the beginning. So what we wanted to do is kind of, paint a bigger picture, including trenches, obviously. But you'll be going, to the French countryside and fighting there. You'll be going to the Italian Alps. You'll be going to the Arabian deserts and many more places in this game. But the trenches are interesting. So they work really well in a kind of directional type game mode. So we have some cool stuff that we are going to show a bit later. But yeah, so they're definitely there, and they're definitely adding to the kind of gameplay, I would say.
Okay.
But it's just a one flavor of gameplay.
Yeah. You talked a little bit about weather in the big demo we just saw. How does that come into play? Does that make every match entirely different? I mean, obviously every match is, but...
Yeah, so I mean, what we want to do is kind of, develop on our kind of dynamic sandbox that we're doing. So we want every battle to kind of change as they go. So the weather will come in. Maybe it's clear day in the beginning, so everyone is kind of can see far, and you can sit in your windmill and snipe. I assume that's what you do. No, and then the fog comes rolling in, and now you kind of need to change a little bit your tactics, because you're probably not so useful in the fog. And you can sneak up on tanks and take them out. That's the type of gameplay we want you to have. So it's like we want you to kind of adapt to the changes around you, the same way that destruction. So
yeah, keep moving, keep out there.
Yeah.
So we got this gorgeous like CG trailer that seemed to kind of show off the story stuff. I know you guys are focusing mostly on multiplayer right now, but like. Can you talk about why that bird is in that tank?
Well, I can't go into too much detail. They actually used them.
Yeah, also, seriously, no, like carrier pigeons. Like.
Exactly. So they brought them with them to be able to communicate back to their kind of command center.
Is that how you tell somebody that they sucked at a match, is you send them a bird?
No, but I think that we're trying to build a game that is quite authentic in a sense. It's really always fun first, but we're kind of drawing inspiration from the authentic stuff. So it makes sense that it's supposed to be there, because that's kind of how it was.
So next up on my list of animals to ask you about is horses.
Oh yeah.
It's cool because they're simultaneously a vehicle and an animal. How do they come into play? Is it like one of those things where like a match starts and you're like, I'll take the horse?
Yeah, so you'll be able to use the horse in both the campaign and the multiplayer. It's going to be interesting because it's the first time we ever built something like that in a Battlefield game.
Did you mocap a horse?
Yeah, we did.
Good. I love this job sometimes because I get to ask stuff like that.
Yeah, and I love my job as well because we get to do
You got to mocap a horse. I got to ask about it. F that. But like... How are you approaching campaign? Because obviously, like you want to show off everything. Like you want to get players like doing all the different stuff. But like, was there anyone in World War I who was like, yes, I'll do some trench warfare and then ride my horse to the blimp and then fly around in a nice fight the Red Baron? Like,
yeah. So with the campaign, we wanted to take things a little bit differently, do it a little bit differently. So what you'll be doing there is that we wanted to add more Battlefield into the campaign. We feel like there's huge potential in getting more of the type of Battlefield emotions that you get by playing multiplayer into the campaign as well. So that means like more vehicles, more gadgets, more variety across the board, and a little bit more open, more agency to the players to solve. And if you follow that train of thought, saying like, okay, there's more Battlefield in the campaign. So Battlefield has never been about being a single protagonist.
Yeah.
No. So what we want to do here is that you'll be playing as multiple different characters and exploring multiple different stories in multiple different locations, which is quite interesting because they get to tell different perspectives of a quite interesting setting. Yeah. So while they're all separate stories, they're also connected, obviously.
Okay. Final question. Yes or no question. Weirdly enough, a lot of people ask me about this on Twitter. Is there trench foot?
Is there trench foot? No comment on that.
All right.
Yeah.
Unconfirmed trench foot. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to wrap this up. We've got live demos coming up from E3. E3 is like, it's just about to start. So stay right there. We'll be back with more cool stuff. And yeah.
IGN's aerial footage of E3 is provided by Independence Day Resurgence, in theaters June 24th.
I spent 20 years trying to get us ready for this. They're coming back. They were hunting us. We had to learn how to hunt them. We used their technology to strengthen our planet. But it won't be enough.
Independence Day Resurgence, in theaters and IMAX 3D.
Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality. Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off. How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off. How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off. How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off. How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off. How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off. How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off. How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all, if you find a mask that fits, you never need to take it off. How do you feel when you put on that mask? Are you hiding from the world? Or do you want the world to hide away from you? Maybe you feel invincible. More than just a man. Or maybe you're just like me. You see that life is nothing but a sick joke, and so you choose a face to match. But what happens when we become what we pretend to be? When illusion becomes the new reality? Does it even matter? After all,
Hello everyone, this is IGN Live at E3 2016. Oi Brasil, tudo bom? My name is Gustavo Petro, I'm editor of IGN Brazil, and we're going to talk about soccer, FIFA 17 here.
Yay. Hello everyone, David Rutter here, executive producer at EA Sports in Vancouver.
Yeah, this is David Rutter, the man behind FIFA 17, and we're going to ask some questions in the next 15 minutes. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing very well. I'm just watching lots of people streaming through the doors. Literally, you've opened the show.
Cool, man. I'm very proud of it. It's an honor to talk to you.
Thank you.
So let's begin talking about FIFA 17. But before that, I'd like to ask you a question. FIFA 17 is over 20 years old. Football, soccer have changed all along these years. How do you guys manage to keep up with this change in the real soccer?
It's a great question, and I think you know we have a very large number of different nationalities on our team. So we've got over, I think, 20 nationalities. A good friend of yours, Gilliard, who's also from Brazil, Argentinians, Colombians, Brits. You know, all different parts of the world are involved in the actual development of the game. So what that allows us to do is infuse the experience with as much culture and passion for the individual country's style of play as possible. So lots of feedback from the guys making the team and really pushing the game forward in that respect.
Cool, cool. So FIFA 17, in Brazil we say when your team is winning, you don't change too much, you know, but you are changing. There's a new engine for the game, so what can you say about it? Why change now?
The same as always, really, for us. We want to be innovating and competing as hard against all the different games out there. And one of the best ways of doing that is to, you know, take what you've got, look at what you want to innovate the most in. And for us, it was, you know, the engine. And so for this year, our first time premiering on the Frostbite engine, which is our amazing engine. It allows us to introduce hugely immersive experiences for our fans. Look at the kind of true-to-life players and the matches that are being played, as well as the environments, and just do a whole heap of new innovations in the game. So we're really excited. I think you've played the game a bunch of times, so hopefully you saw, you know, how the graphics have improved this year. We've done loads of work in the lighting, how the players have improved, but actually how the overall experience has improved, and, you know, game modes as well. So being able to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's a new gameplay features, right? The game is more smooth as you play. What can you tell us about it?
So, I mean, one of the nice things about the Frostbite engine is that we're able to get the game up and running within the environment and tweak and tune the lighting and the players as well. But it also powers the gameplay that we've got in there. So this year we've got a ton of new features. We have a new intelligence system in the game, spatial analysis, meaning that the players themselves are actually considering where they are against other players on the pitch at all times and trying to be in the best position possible, as well as a load of new different run types, so fake runs and checked runs and you know, slowly building up into running into space.
Like modern football,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely. One of the other things we really wanted to do was give our gamers, you know, some new attacking options as well. So directed headers and, you know, different driven passes as well this year, which is super awesome. My favorite though is we've completely rewritten the set pieces within the game. So all dead ball situations now are user controlled. You can change your run up to a penalty, change your run up to a free kick, actually pick exactly where you want to aim the corners for, and that leads to, you know, every moment in the game being owned by you now with your attacking options. And we also overhauled the whole of the physical play system as well. So you're now able to, you know, hold players off, shield the ball whilst dribbling, do a load of stuff that looks incredible, but also affects the way the game unfolds as well.
Every time I hear like Frostbite engine, I think of Battlefield, but now it's the engine is on a new type of Battlefield, right?
Yes, for sure. And you know, one of the best bits of it for us ourselves was we've had this ambition for several years now to create an amazing story-driven game mode, and this year in FIFA 17 we're debuting the Journey, which is a really interesting departure on what we've been doing.
Yeah, because you see now a lot of games is excluding the single-player component just for line component, and you guys are doing the opposite. You're bringing a single-player mode to a football, soccer game. How is that? What do you guys think about that?
Well, one of the advantages of the Frostbite engine is that we've been able to take the game of football off the pitch into new places. So for us, what we wanted to do was give every fan the opportunity to be involved in a unique, immersive narrative experience. And the Journey allows you to take control of the character Alex Hunter, who's a kind of young, hot prospect, and take him on his professional football story and see where that takes you. I can't give you too many of the details. I know in the demo that's here, there's a few cutscenes from it. We don't want to give the whole story away, but absolutely, you know, immersed in a great story, and every action on the pitch that you take and the interactions that you have in the storyline with conversations will affect the kind of story that unfolds for him.
Will people have the different lines of story, paths of story? Because, for example, I play as Alex and I got a red card. I got off the game, and you like score a hat trick in the game. So will there be different storylines?
Absolutely. The kind of foundational pillar that this was built on was that your actions on the pitch needed to be reflected in the story. There was no way that we wanted to create a story that unfolded and it didn't really matter what you did, because that's not what video games should be. So for us, an immersive, interactive narrative that's going to blow people's minds, I think.
Looking forward to it.
That's awesome.
After the game and before the game, as playing as Alex, you can answer some questions, right? How that will affect the gameplay? Because there are some icons that appear like fire, wind.
For sure. So the types of answers that you give, they can be kind of fiery or they can be, you know, modest, and depending on how you're answering those questions, it affects your character, and it also affects your relationship with some of the other characters in the game as well. But like I said, I don't want to go into too much details of the storyline, but it's crucial that you have an option to do it. And, you know, super thankful for my good buddies in Edmonton that work on Mass Effect, that were really instrumental in helping us understand not just how to build a story mode, but also with the conversation system in the game as well. So big credit to the BioWare guys, they were awesome.
Cool, you can see that I'm very anxious for the game, asking a lot of questions. One of the things that I see in the Journey is that the Frostbite engine put more emotion in the player's face. You can see even reflexes in the eye from the lights of the stage, right? How's that?
Yeah, so again, I mean, it's an engine that's been built and tuned and tweaked for several years now in order to deliver those experiences that you come to expect from a DICE Studio game or a BioWare game. And we're lucky enough to have been able to take that engine and leverage that. So the kind of interactions that you might have had in a Mass Effect game, that's kind of the stuff we're achieving now with FIFA. So super exciting. The game looks phenomenal and we're very, very proud of it. It's been quite the last couple of years getting this done.
Now let me ask you that. You are a Leicester supporter, Leicester fan?
I am.
So, in the recent years, underdog teams have gone like Leicester won the Premier League, Peru eliminated Brazil from Copa
I'm sorry
America.
about that.
No worries,
You
no
said
worries.
you didn't really...
No, okay, it happens.
I don't understand.
It happens.
I would have been gutted.
No, it happens. But the underdog teams are winning more.
Yeah.
And FIFA is all about numbers, stats, player stats. How do you try to put that in the game?
So we have an amazing team around the world, a global network of thousands of people who research and edit the data just to make it as accurate as possible.
Cool, cool. So, David, thank you so much for having me here. I just have a last question very quickly. Will there be like women's teams in FIFA?
Absolutely, yeah. We're continuing to support women's teams in the game.
Okay, thank you so much again. We talked with David Rutter about FIFA 17. I'm Gustavo Petró from IGN Brazil. Keep with us here at IGN at E3. Obrigado.
Zone incoming. Zone incoming.
The Star Wars universe is growing day by day with the comics, the films, the games, you name it. And to be a part of that and to work with Lucasfilm is incredibly exciting. So what we're really trying to do at EA is cater to different areas of the Star Wars universe and create different game experiences that are tailor-made for those fans.
With Star Wars Battlefront, we wanted to really be able to bring people into the world of Star Wars like never before. What excites me now is bringing in more characters, more planets, more environments, more eras. And that's why we're super happy to have both Motive Studios and Criterion contributing in a significant way.
There's no point in making something in the Star Wars IP if you're just going to do what's been done before, right? So it's a fantastic opportunity for Motive to really tell the world what we're about. And we're going to bring that to Battlefront, which is, it's crazy. It's incredible.
As a studio, our promise to gamers is ultimately gameplay first. We all demand that the game has these huge wow moments that translates really well into the Star Wars universe. We're going to deliver that Star Wars awe like fans have never seen before.
With Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, we talked a lot about how we grew up as kids with Star Wars, and we collected toys, we'd bring them over to a friend's house, and we'd set up these battles where sometimes it was what we'd seen in the films, and sometimes it was just this random mashup of stuff that we wanted to play from our own imagination. Our aim is to bring in characters from all the films, all the TV shows, and even beyond.
Star Wars is what got me into role-playing games in the first place, that storytelling you did as a kid with your Star Wars action figures. With Star Wars The Old Republic, the choices you make, the freedom you have, that's really at the heart of a BioWare game. And beyond The Old Republic, there are so many stories that we still want to tell.
Our goal has always been not to just sort of make a game that is set in the Star Wars universe, but to really tell an authentic Star Wars story. And that's actually a hugely different thing. How do you ground the new and unfamiliar in the familiar? You need the guidance of someone like Doug Chiang to show you the way.
One of the great joys of working with Amy is she is like a film director in many ways, because she is telling her story and I'm helping to realize her world.
EA has some really exciting plans in the works for the Star Wars portfolio, and what we're doing is bringing in talent from across the industry and letting them loose. We have completely different games on the horizon, and I just hope that every fan walks away going, wow, I never thought they were going to bring my Star Wars fantasy to life.
Ah, the San Francisco Bay.
Fuck the slow-mo. Fascist slave, protested to get in a fucking lookbook. Everything I scribbled like an anarchist cookbook. Look good, posing in a center for the cookbook. Black on black with the ski mask, that is my crook look. How you like my styling, bro? Ain't nobody styling, bro. I can turn this motherfucker up like Rikers Island, bro. My thuggers and my cripples and my Taylor on the cut, lifting 6 on your stitching crew. I'm miles ahead of you. You can sip my bitches brew. My battle status is burning mansions from Dallas to Malibu. Check my resume, your residence is residue. Call her a skin job, and my honey dick will backflip for you. You playing hard, your eye socket, she gon' rip it too. Eclipse in the bottom, we dipping from Gotham. Yes, eclipsed by the shadows, a dark dance to the coffin. I'm a fellow with melanin, suspect of a felony. With black rock in my law, feds is checking my melody. Running, fuck the slow-mo.
Click here to watch more game videos. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and be the first to see new trailers and behind-the-scenes action.
Your freedoms can only be protected if democracy thrives. The corporate interests are rigging the elections. Your elections. Your favorite social media giant, Invite, knows everything about you. And they're manipulating your feed to tailor your opinion to their interests. They are fooling you into voting for their puppet, Congressman Mark Thruss. Invite wields the single most powerful population control tool ever created. Defend democracy. Help us tear down Invite. Lend us your processing power by downloading our app, and together, we will expose Congressman Thruss. Join us. We are DedSec.
Hello everyone, I'm Dominic Gay, the senior producer on Watch Dogs 2, and today I will guide you through this vertical slice of the game. Watch Dogs 2 is set in the San Francisco Bay, a beautiful area, a cultural beacon, and the birthplace of the tech revolution. From Oakland to Marin County, from the Golden Gate to Silicon Valley, your adventure will take you all across of the Bay Area. You are part of DedSec, a hacker group rebelling against an establishment that uses technology to take away people's freedom. You play as Marcus Holloway.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Now it's time to take a look at one of the biggest games of E3 this year, and my most anticipated game of the moment, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Yes.
Daniel, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you for having me.
Let's jump right into it here. This is a little bit different area than I saw this morning.
Right, yeah, so the trailer showed some stuff off this morning, but this is the demo experience people will be having a chance to have over in the booth and play through, and we showed it to Jose the other day as well. But you start here in this little campground area. There's some items to gather here to basically prepare yourself for this journey in this open air exploration as you have to discover everything, and there is no guidelines to where you need to go. You have to kind of decide which way you want to explore. So we have Sarah playing for us over there as well to help us out. And yeah, she's kind of just gathering some different items right now, seeing which is important because actually you will need those items for cooking.
Okay.
Which
and
is
then
important
cooking, what purpose does cooking serve?
Right. So one big difference in this game right now is when you're playing is usually when you would cut trees down or cut different pieces, you would get hearts. That's no longer the case anymore. Now what you have to do is cook items, or you can eat raw items.
Wow.
But if you cook them in the cooking pot, which we'll show in a little bit, you can then get more power out of it. But right now, yeah, Sarah right now just trying to go into combat as well. You'll just discover things as you go around. She's gathering different items and different weapons too, which is important.
So is it safe to say this is the deepest Zelda game ever?
Yes.
I mean,
even Mr. Arnoux was
like,
talking. Yeah, it's huge. Even the part of the game we're showing right now for this demo experience is about like less than 2%, and this Mr. Arnoux stated that. So the world is huge to explore. And now she's surfing. Shield surfing. Yeah, and that's what's really great too about this demo, about this experience is that you have a chance to really see different things. And right now, Sarah is out finding some treasure chests, but she can't get to them right now. Right there's a pretty. It's not. You can't swim in that pond right there. It's actually a bottomless kind of bog. So she's trying to figure out how best to get in there now, and now she's looking around to see what she can do to discover that. There's one of the shrines, which we won't go into yet. Ah, perfect. So what we're showing off right now is called a rune.
A rune?
Runes. This is one of the powers you have in the game.
Yeah.
And so instead of actually like having, she has remote bombs, and what she was just using right now is something called magnesis, which is being able to use a magnet to control different items that have metallic properties in them. So now she's found this plank in this other pond, and now she's bringing it over to make a bridge to get to those treasure chests we just saw over there a minute ago.
And this is all like she's not being prompted to do this. She's just sort of discovering this as she explores the environment.
And there's no prompting. It's all kind of there's a little bit of prompts to help you out in some things. And normally you would actually earn this rune by going into the Shrine of Trials. So that's that shrine side. There's over 100 of them. In this demo, there are 4 you can experience. And the shrine basically is a way, going through that Shrine of Trial, you can get a different rune. Like the remote bomb she has is from one shrine, magnesis is from another shrine, and now she's made a bridge. Cautiously, not falling off.
What are we going to find in these treasure chests?
That you don't know until she opens them.
It seems like you've added like a loot system to Zelda. Is that accurate?
You mean
like finding loot?
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah, a looting system. Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll be discovering things as you explore it, and some things you might. And that's one thing that makes the game really great is that anything you see you can kind of go to, and that's part of the joy of it. Is that puzzle of trying to figure out how just to get to that next point.
Man.
So she did find 2 arrows, a fire arrow and an ice arrow, and we'll show those off in just a minute. Now she's gonna keep exploring.
So the little green gauge above his head, is that like an energy meter?
Stamina.
Stamina,
Stamina meter, which is important for running around, for climbing, which
Yeah.
we've shown a little bit so far. We'll get to that. Well, she'll climb up here, hopefully, as she gathers more items. So you have to always be conscious of how much stamina you have, because if you actually use up all of the stamina, you take a couple seconds to recover, and you'll be moving slower.
Yeah.
You have to get around that. So here, Sarah's going to do a little bit of climbing real quick. So if you look over, Sarah, you look over to the left for a second, Sarah? So that's the whole world you can see over there.
Yeah.
You can't get to there yet. You're kind of stuck on this plateau right now to learn about the game for right now. And that's what's also really cool. It's this beautiful world, but there's all these things you're going to find. There's all these ruins, and you're wondering why that is, and that's something you'll have to discover as you play the game further.
If stamina runs out while you're climbing, do you just fall?
You'll fall.
Okay.
So you have to be careful of that, too. So she had to wait a minute for her stamina meter to come back to do that.
So let's talk a little bit more about what we're seeing on screen.
Yeah.
We have the familiar hearts in the upper left corner.
Yes, the upper left corner of the hearts.
And then below that, is it what your items you have equipped?
Right, so right now she has the round, she has a shield, a sword, and the upper one you see that little magnet, that's the magnesis.
Okay.
So right here she's discovered a camp of bokoblins. And she's going to do using the Sheikah Slate, which is a tool that Link has to kind of explore and actually even see how much energy each of these bokoblins have. And it'll stay marked over their head so you know how much damage you need to cause them. So she's going to keep sneaking around, hopefully not get spied.
All right, so a creature that's like 13-13, do you have to hit him 13 times?
No, that's how many hit points he has.
Right.
And when you have weapons, which if you bring up the weapon screen for a second, Sarah.
She might, I don't know how well.
Oh, she can see it. So she'll go to the weapon screen. There's those numbers underneath of them.
That's
how much damage that weapon will do when you use it.
Very cool.
So right now she's actually bringing on the fire arrow. And actually, that bokoblin up there in the tower, if he sees you, he'll actually warn all the others. And now these guys are kind of curious what's going on. Now she's using another rune. You can switch runes real quickly. She's now throwing a remote bomb. Hopefully, they're not curious. Oh, couldn't quite hit him. I think she'll have to jump down and take him out. She's switching arrows. And what's really cool, she just did there, by jumping off a higher point, you get that kind of slow motion.
Yeah. And that's
That's
just when you're like jumping off of something?
Jumping off stuff and then bringing out the bow and arrow.
Yeah.
It slows down everything.
Well, speaking of jumping,
there is a jump button now.
You can jump.
Yes, you can jump. Sarah, at any
Yeah.
moment in time, could jump right now
Yeah.
if she wanted to. Yep. Which is important for climbing. That's the whole point that the jumping is there, so that way people could jump onto the wall to start doing climbing. And what she's done here right now is by defeating all the bokoblins in the camp, she's able to now open this treasure chest. And now she was using a normal sword before, but now she has a new sword, which now has 10. So that's how much damage it causes.
And then what do you do with your older equipment? Can you?
You can carry, I believe, carry a certain number of weapons you can carry. I believe there's 8 slots. And you have to be careful because once you fill up those slots, you have to drop weapons instead to do that.
Okay.
So, and that's important. And the whole point is that as you use your weapons, they will actually, the durability, you have to throw them away over time. Oh, but actually, so right now she's actually showing up some cooking.
Great.
From some of the stuff she's gathering. So you can eat the cooking items raw. But what she's done here is actually taken 2 items and combined them. So now instead of getting only like 2 hearts, she now gets multiple hearts.
Nice.
But what's cool though is if you experiment with all of this, it's not just hearts. Sometimes you get special bonuses on top of that as well, which he's doing right now.
You have to find like a campfire like this, or a
campfire,
a stove, an oven.
Yeah, the camp. You have to find these camping things. You have to make sure there's fire underneath it to make it happen as well. But she actually, wow. She made a hearty steamed meat, and now she has a ton of extra hearts that are yellow. Yellow hearts are basically, they're not permanent.
Okay.
So if she gets hit, they'll disappear forever.
Okay.
She can't replenish those. So the cooking is a really important factor, and you have to experiment with the cooking to either discover what are the best recipes to have. You can make different kinds of food. Then also, if you actually combine insects and monster parts, you can make elixirs. which give you other properties like could be like you can run faster for 10 minutes. You can cold resistance. Things along those lines.
Is cooking all experimental, or will you find recipes?
It's experimental. Right now, all we've shown you have to experiment. So that's part of the discovery process, and I'm sure people will find ways to list out the best recipes when the game finally comes out.
So what do we see in the distance here? Is this going to be a town?
So right now, you're on the plateau. There's no. Right now, you haven't experienced any towns yet on the Great Plateau. These are just another encampment. So you can see there's a bokoblin up top there on the tower. And what Sarah's trying to do right now is sneak around because there is something inside that cave. So she's trying to quietly sneak around and take out that bokoblin on the tower to avoid warning the others. What's really cool too, if you do, when you're using these arrows, if you actually hit people in the head, it gets critical. You can actually cause more damage. So what she's doing here is actually dropping.
Whoa.
There were a bunch of explosive barrels inside, so there's always different ways to experiment with how you go into each area. So she actually took out all the other bokoblins, but there is one other left in there. A blue bokoblin was a lot more energy, and now is relatively angry that you've taken out his enemies. And now she's using a different weapon. Oh, she picked up a new weapon, but she's going to keep using the claymore.
Yeah, so I like how the different weapons actually appear different.
Yes, the different weapons do have different styles. And actually, while using that weapon, the claymore, you know she was using 2 hands, so she can't use her shield.
Okay.
So that's you're taking trade-offs to that. And what's really cool, you saw her doing that spin move.
Yeah.
She was basically holding down the attack button, so you actually have charge attacks like like Link has been known to have in the past. So here she found a treasure chest of, I think, more arrows, which is helpful to have. What's cool, too, is as you shoot your arrows, you can often recover some of them.
Okay,
So you have to always be managing all of that as you go through it.
So what do we know about Hyrule as of right now? It's sort of in a ruined state, is that right?
Well, we haven't given any details on that yet.
Right,
So
okay.
basically all we're sharing is this part to share the experience of it. So it's a world that you don't know what's going on here yet. So you're just trying to learn and discover what's going on, what it is, what's going on, why is it in ruins. Like right here's a ruined area, and you might recognize these are the Guardians that were in the original trailer shown last year. But now they're all damaged, and you don't know why. So again, it's that sense of discovery. You don't know what's going on in this world right now. The only story element you know so far is that you woke it up. And actually one of the Guardians is still alive. And these guys are really powerful right now. It's going to be really hard to scan them, but I do know they have about 500 or 1,000 hit points. And you don't have the weaponry to take these guys out. So Sarah's probably going to run away from these guys to avoid getting attacked as best as possible. And what she's using there is audio cues at the same time to determine, like, because if you run the whole time, your stamina will run out before the laser fires. So you're constantly learning how to go through all of this.
Tell me about the bottom right corner.
Bottom right corner, yes.
Is that how much noise you're making?
Yes, that is how much noise you are making. That purple meter you see popping up, and now when she's crouched down, now she's sneaking.
So that's important for enemies around you?
You can sneak up on, when enemies are not paying attention, you can sneak up behind them and actually cause more damage to take them out from behind, things along those lines as well.
And what's the icon right above that?
Right, that's a temperature gauge.
Okay.
So there in this particular demo, there is over Mount Helia, there's a cold. And as you go up to there, the gauge will start going, as it gets colder, that's basically when it hits that, where the blue or the red is, red being heat, blue being cold. When the meter actually gets there, that means that Link is now freezing, and he's going to start taking damage. But you actually you can eat certain items to help you have cold resistance, so that blue part will go lower. Or you can put on a different tunic, perhaps. And actually, speaking of sneaking, right now she is sneaking around. But instead of just taking the bokoblins out directly, she's actually woken up these bees. And now the bees are taking out the enemies as the bokoblins have to now run away.
When she brought up the aiming reticule, there was a number by it. Is that how many arrows you have?
That's how many arrows she currently has left. And the physics do matter as well. So the distance matters. So the arrows don't just shoot straight infinitely. You have to sometimes arc the arrow to worry about all of that. So now she's... Hopefully she'll get a pretty good guard shot. She's trying to... She dodged out of the way. And by dodging, now you can get a special attack if you pull it off with the timing correctly. And you can do that with dodging, and you can do it with the shield. So there's perfect dodge or perfect guard. Actually got that encampment. And now we're going to head toward another bokoblin. Now you can even see in the distance up there, there's a shrine.
Right.
That's something you have to kind of worry about as well. And you don't know how to get there yet. You have to figure out how best to get up there. And what now she's going to do is a nice little bonus we have, the Wolf Link amiibo.
Yeah.
Which, if you play the Legend of Twilight Princess HD, you have the Wolf Link amiibo. You'll play it up, and any of the hearts that Wolf Link amiibo gains, when you scan it in here, you'll get that energy from that. So, well, not energy. You'll actually have a partner in the Wolf Link amiibo. The Wolf Link character is now joining you side by side to help you hunt, help you fight. Right now, this Wolf Link amiibo has 5 hearts because they played it up a little bit from Twilight Princess HD.
Yeah.
Now, if the Wolf Link amiibo dies, you lose him for the day, for a real day.
Okay.
So you have to wait another day before you can bring it up.
Well, speaking of like days and times, we do see a time.
Yes, there is a timer
in the bottom on the map.
Yes, and that actually that's constantly happening, and elements of the game will change at night versus day. Like the certain enemies you'll see will change as well. The bokoblins will be sleeping more, so you actually can sneak up more easily on them as well. And the way it works, I believe, is there's essentially a minute represents an hour of time.
Okay.
So 24 minutes would be a full day. So here we found another hut, and she actually, she was breaking some pots from the classic people might remember as well.
Yeah.
And another cooking area. And actually now she's trying to explore over, I think there's a camp. Oh, she's still just foraging.
Yeah, so like just from running around for this short amount of time, we've seen a lot of different terrain.
Yes,
right?
Terrain's constantly changing, and now she's doing some more foraging. You can climb up almost anything. And what's over here right now is she's getting to a ridge. There's actually a chasm. She can't cross this chasm. So you could try to jump it. You probably would die. But what she did find when she was at that hut is she found an axe. So the environment is important to consider as well. She actually made her own bridge.
Yeah.
Hopefully she can get up there. There she goes.
Got it.
You do have to be careful, though. You do not want to fall.
I mean, if she did, where would she be put?
In the demo, you just come right back to
yeah.
where you're at.
Yeah.
Now she's going to try to sneak up on these bokoblins. And there goes the Wolf Link.
Does he act on his? Does the wolf act on his own, or can you actually send him to attack?
For now, you basically send him on his own. When he sees things, he'll attack on his own. You can whistle to bring him closer to you at the same time, though. Now we're looking up here is, since we know the map a little bit, we know there is one of the Shrines of Trials, which we haven't gone into yet, is by climbing up this. There's multiple ways to get to this shrine, and since we've gone this whole back way, we're actually climbing up the side of the mountain now. Hopefully she can make it up there. She has to be careful of that stamina gauge.
It's like she can maybe take a rest here.
She will just make it.
Oh, wow.
Perfectly.
So I love that idea that you can climb on anything, but then you have the stamina meter that keeps you from just being able to go wherever you want.
Anywhere you want. So you have to actually be conscious, and especially when you do that jump she's doing there, that eats up a large amount of your stamina. So you really need to be careful about how much you're using there and how you play out your strategy of how you're going to move around this world. It's a long climb.
Do we know what we're going to find up there?
Yes, one of the Shrines of Trials, actually, and we're going to hopefully have time to go in there.
Do the shrines act as what we know as dungeons?
The shrines are different than the dungeon a little bit, in that there are over 100 shrines in the game, and they're meant to, some are big, some are small, and they're meant to be ways to keep improving yourself, and sometimes you go into a certain shrine, you might not be able to beat that shrine yet, so you can mark it and come back to it at a later point. Now, Mr. Anumu has mentioned there will be dungeons that are different.
Okay.
We're not sharing any details on the dungeons yet this time, so the focus is more on these Shrines of Trials that you can discover all over the world in different ways.
Well, hopefully we actually make it in the shrine, but in case we don't, like, what do you find enemies and puzzles inside?
It's usually puzzles, and sometimes there's one solution. Sometimes some of the shrines have multiple solutions.
Cool.
The shrine she's trying to get to, I know it's a long climb. She's almost there. But yeah, this shrine particularly she's going to, if I remember correctly, is going to those shrines though is often how you get you can get new runes. So we already showed you the remote bombs where you can toss those. There's a round one which rolls, or a square one which you can place down, so you can think strategically of how you want to leverage those kind of items. We showed you the magnesis, which is that magnet portion, and there are 2 other runes in the demo that people can experience. And she's almost up there to the top, and she made it.
Nice.
So we'll hopefully get a chance to go inside the Shrine of Owa Daim. And you saw right there, there's a little kind of a skeleton creature there, a staff bokoblin, which is a different kind of character. It's nighttime now. The characters do change.
Oh,
no, it's gonna. Oh, right. Hopefully we get inside the shrine.
I think we're out of time. Man, I want to see more.
You want to see a shrine? Hopefully we'll have a chance to show a shrine tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we do have another demo of the show of Zelda on the show tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes. So we'll be showing more of the game as well. A little bit more of the story element as well.
Yeah. Oh man. Daniel, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Sure. No, thanks.
I'm so excited to see more of The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild.
Yes.
Stay tuned. More here at IGN Live at E3 2016 after this.
Faintly, I'll go. To take this head on. Soon I'll come around. Lost and never found. Waiting for my words. Seen but never heard. Buried underground. But I'll keep coming.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to take a look at one of the big surprises from the Sony conference. This is Days Gone. John and Jeff are here to tell us all about it. Gentlemen, let me start with the obvious question. Deja vu. Is this a zombie game?
You know, we knew we were going to get that question a lot, and it's not. So,
Okay.
biggest difference between zombies and freakers is zombies are dead,
okay.
and freakers are living, breathing creatures that need to eat, they need
Okay.
to drink, they have day-night cycles. So it's a big open world. We wanted to fill it with, you know, with fill every niche in the ecosystem because almost all the human beings have died.
Okay.
And the ones that haven't have been transformed by the virus into what we're calling freakers. So they're animalistic, they're feral, and one of the awesome things about the game is that you can actually, when you're exploring the world, you can learn what their habits are and learn what their behaviors are. And there's all different kinds of them.
Yeah, so the demo we got to watch the other night, and I think the number one thing that's going to strike everyone about this demo is the overwhelming numbers of freakers that you guys are able to put on screen. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we're really proud of that technology. So,
Yeah.
you know, we got about 100 guys working in our studio.
Yeah.
Super talented tech guys. We're using the Unreal 4, so we have the power of the Unreal Engine, but we've written a lot of custom code. And the thing to keep in mind about the Freaker Hordes is that they're all real. Like,
Yeah.
so Jeff played the demo,
Yeah.
and every
Yeah.
time he plays it, it plays differently. So you can't really predict exactly what they're going to do because they're alive.
Yeah, you can, on a micro and a macro level, it's completely different. So from what weapon I decide to use right here, or which path I choose to take, or what other tools I choose to employ, they're all valid strategies that the game's going to respond accordingly once you understand the rules and the benefits of each of those things. And that's what makes that number of guys really exciting, is they're
Yeah.
real. You can kill them or they can kill you, and it all depends on the choices you make. And it's exciting. It literally does play back differently. It's like a bronking buck at a rodeo. You know, it plays differently, and it's so exciting.
And it also plays differently depending on what time of day.
Time of day?
Yeah.
Ah.
So, they could be in sort of hibernation mode during the day, and if you wake them up, then they're really pissed off, and then you're in a lot of trouble. If you go at night, then they're out feeding. You could be on your bike riding through the open world and run into a horde along the highway. And again, it's a dynamic world, and the freakers in it are dynamic.
So what can you tell us about like the scenario and what has happened?
Yeah, we can go into a little bit of detail about that. So again, you kind of get a sense from the trailer, I hope, that it's a worldwide disaster. It's a pandemic. One of the things we decided to do was set it 2 years after the event, because that kind of gave us, the ability to have, forests haven't taken over everything, so the world still kind of looks the way you would expect. But at the same time, the survivors are starting to rebuild. They're starting to build societies again. So it's kind of like got a frontier kind of feel to it. That's kind of it in a nutshell. We wanted to create a world that was super dangerous. Our protagonist is Deacon St. John, and we gave him this background where his prior life, he was a member of the MC, the Mongrels MC. And the reason we chose that was because we felt like the skills that a biker would bring to this kind of a scenario, like not just the love of the open road and his bike, but also his ability to use a baseball bat.
Well, his ability just to kind of live out off the grid before the apocalypse, and then to kind of live in a gridless world. He wasn't used to the infrastructure of security that we all live by, and we hope that the cops are going to come save us when shit goes down. So he was a survivor by nature, and that helped him before, during, and after the apocalypse. And it just means he's got a wide tool set, and it gets wider throughout the course of the game.
Sure.
And it's a particular set of skills that really allows him to thrive and prosper.
Yeah. And that's one of the things we really want to kind of emphasize is that, when you hear, hey, biker, freaker, post-apocalyptic, it might sound kind of campy or be kind of over the top. And the reason we chose to go out with this trailer and this gameplay demo is we want to make sure that everybody understands that we're telling kind of a human story.
Yeah.
In the trailer you sense that Deacon has a great sense of loss. He feels grief, not just at what the world has lost, but also what he personally has lost and how has that changed him. So
And he's not the only one who lost, too.
Exactly.
And that's what really kind of informs the nature. I mean, he's a bounty hunter. He's a mercenary. So this world is already so twisted and dark that people are taking vengeance on each other, and there's agents of vengeance like Deacon. And it's small and big targets, small and big tasks. And it's a very morally gray world. Here it's pretty clear that he couldn't save that guy and left him for the horde. Or did he use the guy as cover for getting away himself?
Yeah.
It's the absolute right thing to do in this world, but there's still always that element of doubt. And in that sea of gray, it's an amazing pool of humanity that we're trying to explore with the missions and jobs.
Yeah. But set against that kind of moral ambiguity, we also tell stories about hope, right? Because there are all kinds of people in the world that you're going to interact with. And we want to just kind of cover the spectrum of like under the pressure of living in this kind of a world. Just ask yourself. It's like, okay, if this happened and you found yourself in that world 2 years later, what kind of a person would you be? What kinds of choices would you make? Yeah, right.
Yeah. Gentlemen, the game looks really impressive. It's really nice to see, a new game that we know couldn't have been possible on pre-existing hardware. Something that can only be accomplished today. So really excited to see more.
Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks so much for coming by the show. Stay tuned. More to come from IGN Live at E3 2016 after this.
When talking to people about Inside, I continually find myself referring to it as Super Limbo, and I mean that in the best possible way. In the same manner that Nintendo took the core tenets of NES games like Mario, Zelda, and Metroid and improved upon each one in their Super Nintendo sequels, Inside takes everything developer Playdead Studios succeeded with in 2010's Limbo and ups the ante. Without a single spoken or written word, the opening hour of Inside envelops you in a tense, disturbing, and terrifying world. Your nameless hero, who appears to once again be a child, is on the run from some sort of fascist regime experimenting with mind control. And if you don't run fast enough, there's hell to pay. It's immediately apparent that the 6 years Inside has been in development has been used to polish every single facet of the game. The animation and controls are wonderful and responsive, the use of depth in the foreground and background makes every frame stunning, and the lighting and particle effects are as evocative as I've seen in quite some time. The puzzles in the opening hour of Inside do a great job of subtly teaching you a mechanic and testing you to the max before adding in a new twist. They're just tricky enough to cause me a moment of pause, but subtle environmental cues and incredibly tight controls never made the barriers annoying. The core mechanic I've discovered so far is the ability to mentally control otherwise lifeless bodies and maneuvering a slew of them in order to solve various puzzles. Aside from being a smart, clever mechanic, it ties in with the story and world and makes me continually question the ethics of my actions. It reminds me a lot of 2013's incredibly underrated puzzler, The Swapper. With tense chase scenes and smart puzzles, most of the opening has you maneuvering through the world in a relatively linear fashion. But taking the time to explore the environment led to the discovery of some strange collectibles that just added to Inside's overall sense of mystery. I don't know if the puzzles will continue to grow and challenge me. I don't know if the story will keep intriguing me with its carrot at the end of its stick, and I don't know if there's a light at the end of its impossibly bleak tunnel. But what I do know is that the opening hour of Inside makes it seem like the long road from Limbo was more than worth the wait. For more on Inside, stay right here on IGN.
Captain's log. Stardate 2016.165. Starship U.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to take a look at Deus Ex Mankind Divided. Jean-Francois and Jonathan are here to tell us all about it. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
I think we're going to jump right into the gameplay. What are we going to see today?
Today we're going to see the first map of Mankind Divided. It's set in Dubai. And after that, we're going to show a bit of Breach, the new gameplay mode that we announced like a week ago.
Right, very cool. So I think right off the get, we just made a decision.
I was looking.
I know, me
too.
Gameplay's over here.
The game's not playing. So yeah, it's the beginning of the game at this point, and what is important to us is to set the new fantasy of Adam Jensen, because it's the returning main character of the last game, and now he works for a division of Interpol called Task Force 29, and they are on a mission to go stop a smuggling deal in the desert, and they hope that they will be able to stop some
One
of
last
the
thing,
bad guys
Jensen.
to
Singh said that Jin are using some sort of
portray
portable
other
Wi-Fi device
terrorist
to
acts and
boost
things like that.
communications.
So
He's got
what
a
is
better
really
chance of
important at this
maintaining
point, it's
coverage.
really
You
knowing
disable
who
it.
you are and
Keep
what
an eye
world
out
you
for
are, etc.
Well, we're
We're
on the
2
clock
years
here. You said
after
there's a
Human
sandstorm
Revolution,
moving
and now there's
There
a
is.
bigger
We got
divide
the
between
intel on
augmented
this mission
citizen
at
and
the very last
naturals.
minute.
And
So we're
because at
scrambling
the
a
end of the
little.
last game,
If it comes
everything
to
went
it,
crazy
your number
with
one priority
augmented
is keeping the
citizens,
jet
and now
out
the
of
world
that
is kind of
IQ.
taking a step back and trying to understand what happened. But now there's a lot of restrictive laws and everything. So we're trying to bridge the gap with this first map between the last game and the new game. Like it's kind of the end of the dream, and now we're entering into a darker.
Thematically speaking, it even serves that purpose. It's we had the whole thing about the Icarus myth in Human Revolution, and like Jeff just said, it's really bridging the kind of like the two analogies that we have between the two games. So this is kind of the end of the golden era. It's the end of the cyber renaissance. It's the end of the Icarus myth. The sun is actually setting. Adam, what's going to happen there? He's kind of like Icarus, kind of plummeting to his death. Obviously, Adam is not going to
falling into the sea.
He's falling into the sea, but but Icarus ended up dying. But Adam's not going to die because he never dies, never dies. But yeah, that's a bit the whole idea.
Guy knows how to make an entrance.
Yeah,
he gotten good at it. Yeah.
Now, before we left the aircraft, the player was making some choices, right? Choosing whether to go lethal or non-lethal.
Yeah, exactly. What is important at the beginning of the game, since it's a game you can play the way you want, like you can be stealthy, you can be going combat, you can be going lethal or non-lethal. And what we want is to give a first glimpse to the player of like what are the playing styles out there, and that's why we ask the question. So when you start the game, you're going to think like, what kind of player am I? Like what kind of experience I want to go through? Although even when you make those choices, you're not forced to stay there. Like what is really important in Deus Ex is that you can always play the way you want. So if you fail at one approach, then you can rely on other means, and that's what is really important for the experience.
So is it more of a symbolic choice just to let people know that they're different?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
It's a big classic thing in Deus Ex games as well. Like every Deus Ex game has started with, what do you want, this or that, right? So,
So now we're showcasing a little bit of the stealth, but it's a very more aggressive stealth approach. So we're not just only hiding, but we're staying as a ghost, but we're taking down all enemies.
And we're not killing anybody now.
Yeah, at this point we're just like cloaking, and we just use our new gun arm called the Tesla, and it allows you to electrify up to 4 enemies at once. They're not dead. We use the tranquilizer gun as well, and now we have the stun gun basically. And the stun gun, the difference with the Tesla gun is the fact that you have only one bullet at the time, and it's only short range. So what is interesting in there compared to the Tesla gun is the fact that as a player, you might decide to put your experience points, your praxis points into other augmentations. Let's say you don't want to use the gun arm, you want to go with the small gun, but it's very limited in terms of possibilities. But if you take those points and you put it on the gun arms, you will have more flexibility, but it's other augmentations you won't be able to use, that kind of stuff. And now it was the Pep's gun arm. Another non-lethal. Yeah.
What's interesting about this map as well, visually speaking, is Human Revolution had the black and gold palette, what we called it, the black and gold, which kind of represented the Renaissance and a whole bunch of other stuff. But this era, like Jeff was saying, is now finished, and it's the end of it in Mankind Divided. So the first map, Dubai, the gold is still very much present, but as you move forward, it starts kind of decimating more and more and more, and then you transfer, you kind of get into the Mankind Divided world, which is now a lot more gray, bluer. It's what we call the corporate feudalism, and this new mechanical apartheid, basically.
Miller.
So what triggered that? Was it multiple takedown?
It's the player. Definitely, you can take down enemies when you get close to them. So what just happened is that the player was totally stealthy with the cloak, so the guys didn't see him approach, and he just like when he was close enough, he was able to take them down. So takedowns are back, and one of the thing now, he just went frontal and performed the takedown in front of them. But in Mankind Divided now you can do takedowns from cover, so it's much more fluid. You can stay into the action without having to pulling out of cover, going to the takedown, things like that. So it's much more fluid than it was. And hacking is back. It's similar to what we had in the Human Revolution. And but this time around, like security systems are much more tighter. They have booby traps, things like that. And as a player, you also have more softwares that you can use to circumvent the challenges. And I would say that it's more tactical this time around. Not as easy as it was in Human Revolution. So if you want to be a hacker, you'll have more tools and you will need them.
I see.
So now we're getting to the meeting point where there's supposed to be a smuggling deal. And Jensen is working directly with his other task force agents, and they're already in position. And now they have to coordinate to know when to come in and to stop the bad guys from completing the smuggling deal.
So you said this picks up 2 years after Human Revolution.
It's 2 years after, yes.
But for anyone that didn't play that game, are they going to be able to sort of hop right into this and not be too confused about what's going on?
It's one of our goals. When we started to work on this game, it's like, okay, how do we make a direct sequel without leaving people behind who didn't play the first game? And that's why it's important, the first mission, when there's the briefing, understanding who you are. You're this agent in this task force organization, and you're there to stop like terrorist threats and things like that. So for us, it was really important to show it, portray it in a standalone way. But at the same time, as you start to progress in the game itself and you go to your own apartment, you have readables, or you have contact with old friends of the old game or even the new game, and they explain a little bit the world, the motivation of the characters. So it kind of like it's a mix between being totally new and also for those who played Human Revolution, they will feel at home at the same time. So we're trying to find a right balance between the two. And when you start the game, we also ask you if you want to watch a recap video that explains what happened during Human Revolution. So
it's like a 12-minute long recap video.
Exactly. Yeah. So now the way what we're saying, it's that we just got the cutscene. You didn't see it all, like for the purpose of this moment. But there's a third party that came into the smuggling deal, and they attacked by surprise. And nobody knows who those people are. And they're trying to steal the chopper with the content, and they're trying to go away. And as the player, and with Task Force 29, you're trying to stop them. And the thing is, like now you're seeing the sandstorm and everything. Depending on how you play this map, you might be able to totally complete it before the sandstorm hits. Or if you take your time, or you're held up by some things, then you can get there and there's the sandstorm, and now visibility is reduced, and even enemy accuracy is reduced and things like that, and the chopper will take more time to take off.
Interesting.
So there are many ways to play, and there are many potential outcomes that come with it.
Very cool. How long can we expect like a level to take? I know it can vary.
It varies greatly in the game.
It's if we take the map we just seen, usually it's between 30 minutes to an hour, depending.
It takes me like I play stealth all the time. I can spend like 2 hours in a map. It's the kind of game that
we can help you protect
the entire
it. Our state-of-the-art Blade server farms offer unparalleled security in a
another.
world that's teeming
All right,
with
so now I think we're going to see breach mode. Is that
by
right?
the most advanced physical and
Tell us
digital
about
security systems
it's the
in the
101
world.
trailer,
The data
and
you
actually
store
it
at the Power
explains a
State
bit what the
Corporation
breach mode
will
is,
remain
and for us it was a way to do something totally new, totally different, like a little bit left field. We have been playing with the idea of doing a kind of a challenge mode since the days of Human Revolution, but back in those times, like the studio was smaller, we didn't have the resources to go left and right, so it's something that we never pursued, but this time around with Mankind Divided, we had the luxury to go a bit farther with that, and
it's also we mastered what a Deus Ex was so much better. Like we're so much more in control of our game, of the franchise now, that we kind of also allowed ourselves to explore a bit more, kind of out of left field, like you're saying.
And Breach is basically you're going into those virtual reality kind of server rooms where a lot of corporations in 2029 are storing their data, all the personal information that they don't want the people to see. And your fantasy in there, you play as a Ripper, and a Ripper is kind of a hacker in the virtual reality world. And think about those people like the Robin Hoods the digital era. They're trying to make sure that the secrets are not staying secret, that the people can have access to that. So it keeps corporations in line, and it keeps them honest and whatnot. So
does it?
We'll see. and yeah, so you go into that mode, and you can extract some of the data, unravel some conspiracies in the world that connects to the Deus Ex world, or you can just go there to really like go for the challenge, be the best in the leaderboards. You can also send challenges to your friends, modifying some of the map's conditions, and if your friend accepts it, then and he beats the challenge, he gets the point and he climbs up in the leaderboard, or if he fails, you succeed, you get the points and you're climbing up.
It's super fun. I mean, the live team, the guys who spent like the past couple of years working on that, did an amazing job. They had to work with crazy constraints, obviously. You know, it's a really great mode. And for me, as the executive art director, the great thing is the art direction, because it allowed us to start having fun with, like, you know, after almost 10 years of doing Deus Ex and kind of you know, having to follow the rules that we've set for ourselves. Even though we're the ones who set the rules, it kind of gets a little, you know, a routine after a while. And this was such a great kind of breath of fresh air.
John was able to prove that there's other colors than black and gold, but there's only one shape still. It's triangles.
Yeah, of course. Nothing else. Thank you, Jeff.
So is the actual gameplay in Breach similar to gameplay in the main game?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same pillars. It's mainly combat and stealth with the augmentations, the weapons.
I mean, the pacing is totally different.
Yes.
But the foundational mechanics, you know, I mean, we try to do it like in a, you know, we try to work intelligently, right? That's
we try.
We try. Yeah. So there was a bit of making sure that we're using the tools that we have on hand, using the knowledge that we have, the mechanics that we have, give them a new coding, a new setting, a new pace,
an arcade twist,
a new twist, and I think it worked beautifully, really. Yeah.
So you describe it as a challenge mode.
Yeah.
Like, what are some of the challenges? This is like eliminate a target.
Well, you have to extract data. Sometimes it's data towers. Sometimes it's pieces that you have to collect in the world. And the conditions can be different. Like, it can be all about how fast you are, how much data you're able to extract. There are different modifiers. Like, I can't remember like by heart all of them, but there's like
not getting detected, not getting caught.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's pretty much that. And for the breach mode was a good way to do something different while staying Deus Ex and while not like
and expanding the universe.
Yeah,
even.
exactly. And
Showing
not
that
fooling around
there's
with
other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It also just like enriches the product, right?
Exactly.
Like, you get your main Deus Ex game, then you get this bonus challenge mode.
That's it.
And it comes on the disc. It's with Mankind Divided.
Perfect,
It's just a mode that's in
and
the game.
it's actually, I should say that it's also our first live mode, meaning that we're going to collect the data of the players as they play, and we'll be able to react, and we'll also unleash new content after the release of the game, which is nice as well.
Awesome. Gentlemen, Deus Ex Mankind Divided is looking great. We don't have to wait too much longer to play the final game, do we?
August 23rd.
August 23rd. Awesome. Thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Stay tuned. Much more to come from IGN Live here at E3 2016 after this.
Your freedoms can only be protected if democracy thrives. The corporate interests are rigging the elections. Your elections. Your favorite social media giant, Invite, knows everything about you. And they're manipulating your feed to tailor your opinion to their interests. They are fooling you into voting for their puppet, Congressman Mark Thrust. Invite wields the single most powerful population control tool ever created. Defend democracy. Help us tear down Invite. Lend us your processing power by downloading our app, and together, we will expose Congressman Thrust. Join us. We are DedSec.
Hello everyone, I'm Dominic Gay, the senior producer on Watch Dogs 2, and today I will guide you through this vertical slice of the game. Watch Dogs 2 is set in the San Francisco Bay, a beautiful area, a cultural beacon, and the birthplace of the tech revolution. From Oakland to Marin County, from the Golden Gate to Silicon Valley, your adventure will take you all across of the Bay Area. You are part of DedSec, a hacker group rebelling against an establishment that uses technology to take away people's freedom. You play as Marcus Holloway, a brilliant hacker fighting to take back control from this corrupted establishment. This demo is not scripted, and you are free to do as you please in our open world. Using Marcus's skills, you can hack into anyone within the city, into most electronic devices or any car's computer system. Any of these can be manipulated in multiple ways as you progress in the game and extend Marcus's abilities. In this case, Marcus hacks into this car and controls its steering remotely. You can also hack entire areas of the city to powerful effect. Here, we distract all these people by sending messages to their phones. As you explore the Bay Area, you can cross paths with other players, never leaving the comfort of your single-player experience. As you seamlessly encounter other friendly DedSec members, you can communicate with them, and with the single press of a button, join them as a co-op team. But for now, let's continue in solo.
Hey.
Our numbers are going through the roof, but we just promised to blow the lid open on Invite and election fraud.
And we'll deliver. Have faith, sister.
Sure, if we can find evidence that Invite's manipulating social media to help him.
Wrench, where you at, man?
Scouting Congressman Dipshit's apartment from the roof next door. Oh, we fucked up his fundraiser. Almost everyone's gone. Come on, get over here.
Okay, people, this is strictly by the book. Don't paint outside the lines and stay frosty.
Fuck you. Just get in there and find some rusty nails to crucify Thrust to the social media cross.
On my way.
The game has multiple operations the player can discover and decide to pursue. In the interest of time, let's join Marcus as he meets up with another DedSec hacker, Wrench. They are about to infiltrate a politician's penthouse in order to acquire evidence of his plan to rig the elections with the help of a social media giant.
Yo, Wrench.
Captain Dipshit lives over there.
Yo, check it out. You can see the whole city from here.
Whole lot of people out there, man. Whole lot of people.
Yeah, getting screwed.
You don't even feel it. Just numb.
It's fucked up. I know it's gonna be a hell of a fight turning them back into people.
Fucking A, man. Okay, dude. You find the evidence, and I'll mine our exit strategy.
Hey, is that the congressman?
No, I do believe that is a helicopter.
Fuck you.
Marcus, the building just went off the grid. We can't get in or see inside.
They're up to something. I'll see what.
The player is free to approach the mission in any way he wishes, as a ghost, as an aggressor, or as a trickster who focuses on manipulation and hacking. Here we're using our new quadcopter to scout the premises. The drone can also be upgraded with new functionalities.
They got armed help in there. Something's definitely up.
Here we use network hacking to quickly access a security camera within the apartment.
Fine, keep. They're scrubbing the evidence.
Get us access, Marcus, before it all gets wiped.
I'll get you inside the system. Once I do, you use the botnet to brute force your way in and download everything you can.
But once you start downloading, they'll know you're inside.
It wouldn't be a party if they didn't. And I've got a surprise for them.
Where are we on wiping the Congressman's cloud?
That's done, but there's a team at Invite scrubbing the backups, too.
They're good at this?
They're the best computer forensics team we have. You pay top dollar, you get top talent.
That's what I want to hear.
We hack to spy on a phone call, take pictures of the cover-up, and profile our enemies.
Wrench, you ready with my exit strategy?
Define. Ready.
Yo, Satara, I'm ready to go in. Play me something fresh.
The penthouse is approachable from any side, and the player has the means to determine his own plan in order to download the proof he needs. This mission can actually be completed without ever setting foot within the penthouse proper. But this time, let's play as a ghost, using hacking to infiltrate stealthily.
Let's trace the hits, check the file. Let's see who bit the dissect the style. I flip the script so it can't get filed. At least not now.
There's something over there.
I changed the pace to
We distract the guard, and then we quickly hack the door lock to access the penthouse.
when I speak. It freaked the sweat the technique. I made my debut in '86 with a melody in the president's mix, and now I stay on target and refuse to miss. And I still make hits for beats, parties, clubs, and cars and jeeps. My underground sound vibrates the streets. MCs wanna beef, then I
Here we throw a zapper, a tool we can then modify on the fly through hacking.
Already done. This isn't our first rodeo.
We then set a proximity trigger for a stunning effect and emit a sound to attract the guards.
They wanna know how many bombs have I ripped and wrecked, but researchers never found all the pieces yet. Scientists try to solve the context. Philosophers the one
Again, we access the electronic locks for the doors, but this time to lock them to cover our back.
my ideas are only for the audience ears. For my opponents, it might take years. Pencils, pens, and swords. Let us put together from a key to cause.
We choose to deploy a drone to project our hacking ability in this well-guarded room.
Style that'll be full of technology.
We distract the guard by quickly hacking into his phone.
You don't have to speak, just see. And peep the technique.
We finally managed to reach the target computer. The drone is customized to allow interaction with the computer to set up a wireless transmitter into the network.
You're in. Do your thing.
While we are downloading evidence of the politician's corruption, the guards are now searching for the intruder that accessed the system.
Let's track this guy down!
We use our custom-made melee weapon, the Thunderball, to knock out the guard.
Get back to cover!
You're only making things worse!
You're in a line of fire!
Here we use our 3D printed electroshock gun to stun this guard.
Take cover!
And quickly, we hack into the trophy car's computer to take down our opposition. We tap into the guard's communication system to create a massive distraction to cover our exit. The exit strategy Wrench set up for us is one of many ways the player could use to leave the penthouse.
Holy fuck, this is awesome.
You can poop your pants later, man. Because we are just getting started.
Click here to watch the entire world premiere video. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and be the first to see new trailers and behind-the-scenes action.
There were no signs. It came without warning. To us all. The desperate few struggled to survive. Perhaps we had a chance for peace. But desperation and trust are seldom allies. So began a millennium of conflict. A 1,000 years of war. The greatest warriors the world has ever known. The reason they fight, lost to the ages. And yet, here they still stand, searching for a sign of peace. I will show them. I am Apollyon. Bring war.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to take a look at one of my most anticipated games, Halo Wars 2. Clay's here to tell us all about it. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here.
So Halo Wars 2, you just showed it off at the Microsoft conference yesterday morning.
Yes, we did.
And the beta is live now.
Yeah, so the beta went live yesterday. We've got a lot of people playing right now, which is really exciting. And there's a lot of buzz over at the booth right now, too. A lot of excited fans to check it out.
Yeah. So this game was it was announced around Gamescom last summer, right? Yeah. So
yeah, that's correct.
It's about a year ago. So like, what do people need to know about Halo Wars 2?
So Halo Wars 2, I think, is really a return to a part of the franchise that we've always loved and have always wanted to come back to. It's really kind of a rebirth of the RTS experience in Halo Wars. It is a faster, more action-oriented version of the game, and it's also very accessible as well. I think that's something that I'm most happy about, is that fans of the original game are going to be really satisfied with what you can do. But new players who haven't tried RTS before, I think are going to find that this is a really interesting experience for them. And particularly on console, the controls I'm very happy with. We've really streamlined what was already a great game earlier. The original Halo Wars kind of helped define RTS on console.
Yeah.
And that's been one of our goals, is to kind of move on from there and just make that experience better.
Yeah, for sure. RTS games were born on PC, And then there were some growing pains, I think, trying to transition them over to consoles. But Halo Wars being designed for console, it just felt great. It felt really nice playing with the controller.
Well, and one thing also that I'm very excited about is that, of course, on an RTS, you always want to be able to play on PC. One of the things that we're doing as well is launching on Windows 10 simultaneously. And we were talking about the accessibility. One of the really satisfying bits is that we've been able to do a really good control scheme, obviously specifically for PC as well. So, you know, regardless of the platform you play on, you're going to have a good experience.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of people asking this question. On Xbox One, you can play with the controller, but you can use mouse and keyboard on PC, right?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And if you prefer, you can actually use the controller on PC too.
Yeah, that option as well. Yeah. One of the most striking things about the first game was that the CGI cinematics were stunning. Like at the time, I was like, "Wow, this is some of the best CGI work I've ever seen in a game."
Yeah.
Can we expect the same level of quality here?
Absolutely. Yeah. So if you watch the trailer that we launched yesterday, okay. So you can see Atriox, who is the leader of our new faction, the Banished. This trailer was put together by Blur here in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
They did all of the cinematics for the first game, and they are doing all the cinematics for the new game. And that is something we're very happy about. Obviously, it manages to capture the essence of the Halo universe in a way that is really unique. And I'm really, really happy with it. I think it really sets the tone for the original kind of dark, mysterious aspects of the Halo universe, and it's been great working with them.
So what's the premise of the story? What's the conflict this time out?
So, for those fans of the original game, you remember that Spirit of Fire basically shut down and everybody went into cryo. We wake up now, 28 years later, in mysterious circumstances, and find ourselves at the Ark, facing a new enemy in the Banished, which are a much more dangerous mercenary kind of breakaway faction from the Covenant. And led by Atriox, who is the head of the Banished and who basically has kind of rebelled. So it's a really exciting kind of mysterious start to the game. When you first dive in, you kind of have to discover what's happened and how they've gotten there. But basically, they have leapt forward in time to just beyond the events of Halo 5. So Halo Wars now has actually come together into that timeline, and those two stories are now kind of happening simultaneously.
Are we going to get to play as different factions?
So in Halo Wars 2, you'll be able to play either as UNSC or as the Banished. Okay. We won't have Prometheans. Okay. No, we won't have Prometheans in Halo Wars 2, but obviously the plan is to support the game for quite a while after launch.
So what can we expect in the package? There's a single-player campaign as well as multiplayer modes?
Yeah, we've got an epic new campaign that is bigger and deeper than the original game. We have 5 new game modes as well, which are really, really interesting new ways to play. We've got classic modes like Deathmatch, but we've also got new modes like Blitz, which are very new and interesting ways to play an RTS that I'm very excited to talk about more in the future, but stay tuned for that.
Ooh. What is available right now in the beta?
So in the beta right now, you can go in and you can jump in and play Domination. You get to play as either Cutter or Atriox. Okay. And then that is going to be going on this week. There's going to be some little surprises throughout, so you want to stay tuned for that. But right now, you can download it. You can jump in and play Domination. It's a very fast, accessible game mode that basically has you going out into the map and trying to capture domination points and keep those so that you can take tickets and points away from the other team. So what you're trying to do is basically leech control from the other side, and so you're constantly fighting back and forth over trying to control these domination points.
Cool.
Which is great, and that's something that I really love about the gameplay as well, is that in classic RTSs, you sometimes end up with the kind of base mashing thing, which obviously exists here, but the map itself is really dynamic, and it forces you to pay attention to what's going on and really capture as many resources and control points as you can.
Now, the first Halo Wars was released in 2009?
Yeah.
That's not right? Yeah. So since then, obviously, the esports scene has exploded.
Yes.
Is that something you envision for Halo Wars 2?
So that is something that we're very, very interested in. As a studio as a whole, obviously, Halo as a franchise is very involved, and that's something that we're planning on doing as well.
Can you talk about what, like, any of your plans for esports? Are you envisioning hosting your own tournaments?
That's not something that I can
Okay.
talk about.
Well.
It is that is something that we are very actively engaged in. Yeah.
Then in terms of like actual gameplay, when you're in a match, what new features or abilities can people expect?
So one of the things that we've done in the game that I think is very new is that the leaders and the powers that those leaders have are more extensive than they were in the original game, which gives you a lot more strategic options, along with, of course, an extended group of units. So there's a lot of new toys to kind of play with.
Okay.
But basically, the manipulation that you have, choosing when to use certain powers with units and coordinating with your team is something that is a constantly changing challenge. Some of the new powers are quite powerful, as you'll see if you're playing in the beta or trying it out in the booth. But it's something that really encourages teamwork, and I think that's something that we're really excited about, is that each of the leaders has very good specific roles, and so playing as a coordinated team will give you lots of advantages.
I see. So you can play like cooperatively.
Absolutely, yeah. So there are actually a couple of different ways to play co-op. You can play the campaign completely co-op with friends, and you can also do a co-op skirmish. And of course, when you play on any of the team modes, you can do co-op there as well.
Very cool. Halo Wars 2 is looking awesome. The one thing I'm bummed about is that you released the beta this week when I'm here working E3 and I can't just go play it.
I'll do whatever I can to,
Right,
to make some more time for you.
You also announced the release date. It's February
21st of 2017.
21st, 2017, Halo Wars 2. Clay, thank you so much for coming by the
Right
show.
on. Thanks very much.
Stay tuned. More to come from E3 2016 after this.
That dome hammer doesn't scare me. Boom. Oh no!
Boy.
Slow.
Boy! Your mother's knife. It belongs to you now.
What for?
A test. She taught you to hunt, yes?
Yes, sir.
Then show me what you know. I am hungry. Feed us.
What are we hunting?
You are hunting deer.
Which way?
Your hunt. You tell me.
South?
Is that a question?
South. Look! Tracks! They're fresh! This way!
Slow down, boy.
Sorry.
You must think. Do not simply react. Be calm and plan.
It's just, I'm not used to hunting. There it is!
Hold. What are you doing? Now its guard is up. Only fire. Only fire. When I tell you to fire.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Be better. Find it. Find it. No! You are not ready! Stay back!
You know, if you give me my bow, I can help you fight. I'm ready.
You have yet to prove that.
I need a chance.
You had a chance.
I need another.
Then find that deer.
Back away, boy! Here's your chance. Show me already. Back up, get a clean angle, and space your shots. I report to me. Shoot it! It is time! I will bring it down! You will kill it! Now, boy!
What?
Do it! Off the ice! No!
I am so sorry.
Your deer is getting away.
Yes, sir. I can't believe we fought a real troll.
And you froze when I told you to kill it.
I know, but he was staring right at me.
Him? I thought your mother taught you to hunt.
She did, but I never had to kill anything. She always did that part.
Then it is time for you to learn.
Father, look!
Wait for my mark. Relax. Do not think of it as an animal. It is simply a target. Clear your mind. Exhale and release.
I got it!
Good.
Still alive.
Your knife. No. Finish what you started.
I can't.
You are ready.
For what?
A new beginning.
Hi everybody, I'm Jeff Eleanor from Ubisoft Montreal, and welcome to this commented walkthrough video. For Honor Story Campaign is a tale of warriors that takes place at a turning point in the age-old war amongst our three factions. You will play as knights, Vikings, and samurai as they're fighting for the survival of their people, against each other, and against the evil warlord Apollyon. Legendary heroes, massive battles, and epic duels. Welcome to the world of For Honor. Now, what you're going to see next is a Viking mission from halfway through the game's story campaign. We hope you'll enjoy it.
Apollyon's war had taken us to the edge of extinction. But that raider reminded us of who we are. We would raid, but not Apollyon. Not yet. But they knew we were coming. Freeze!
This part of the game takes place in the Mire, the land of the samurai. Broken by their war against Apollyon, the Vikings are starving. But they've heard the samurai are wealthy and have riches hidden in their legendary fortress, so they decide to raid and plunder.
To the gates! I welcome you all! The gates of that fortress hadn't worked for a century. All we had to do was get through them.
We're playing as the Raider, who's the main Viking hero from the campaign. Fearless and full of rage, he's the essence of the Viking warrior. Now we're facing a Shugoki, a massive samurai warrior with a kanabo as a weapon. He's kinda slow, but you better be dodging his attacks because if he hits you really hard. Here again is our unique combat system, the Art of Battle, which lets you experience melee combat as though you have a weapon in your hand. Once our enemy is locked, we can switch between left, right, and top stances by using the right stick on the controller. From there, we want to match our enemy's stance when he's attacking to block him and attack from an angle he's not defending.
That war was the only way forward. Rebels, here!
Go! Lead the climb!
One warrior made it to the top. One would be enough.
In For Honor, your weapon is not the only way to get rid of your opponent. You can use the environment to your advantage. Our troops are still stuck outside the gates of the Great Fortress, and we need to find a way to let them in.
More are dying down there.
That's an unlucky guy. One hit is enough to kill your enemy when striking from above.
Gotta get that gate open. The raider got us inside that fort. Their commander was legendary among his people. And ours.
We managed to get our army into the fortress. Now it's time to reunite with them for the final assault.
Victory! Fight harder!
Seems that our fellow Vikings are storming the bridge, so we'll take an alternate path.
We were winning. We just needed to push.
We have them!
Savage! My fortress is lost. My soldiers slaughtered. Soon, I will join them. You open the gate. Now, you will pay!
Time to fight Saburo. He's one of the many bosses that you'll encounter in For Honor's campaign. Here we've entered into Revenge Mode. You can trigger this special mode once you've blocked or taken enough damage. Revenge Mode will bring you stronger defense, and you will deal more damage.
That raider showed us what Viking fury could do. The Great Raid, they would call it. And it had begun.
Alright guys, thanks for watching. We hope you've enjoyed this sneak peek of For Honor's story campaign, also playable in 2-player co-op, online, and split screen. Now the game comes out on February 14th, 2017 on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. And during our alpha phase, we're gonna need your help, so go over to forhonorgame.com and sign up today. We'll see you soon on the battlefield.
PlayStation.
I offer the people a choice. To follow me or oppose me. If you follow me, I feed your families, give you shelter, medicine, and jobs. Shield you from the tyrants. Allow La Santa Muerte to protect you from death. I give you power. I make you rich. But most of all, I let you rule like kings. But for those that oppose me, I have only one thing to offer. A promise. To take everything you love and destroy it in front of your eyes.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
There were no signs. It came without warning.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm your host, Brian Altano. With me is Brandon Tyrell.
Howdy.
And we've got Hayden and Andy from Mafia 3. Thank you guys so much for coming. Before we get into the Mafia 3 gameplay, obviously last night there was a tremendous tragedy here in America. It's affected all of us, and it's absolutely horrible. And you guys actually prepared a brief statement.
Yeah, thank you. So today obviously isn't a normal day, and we thought it was important that we acknowledge the terrible events that happened in Orlando last night. And also more than that, to express our condolences and our deep sorrow for the people of Orlando, and also for the LGBT community, which also happens to be my community. We thought long and hard about what to do today, and the conclusion that we came to was that we're here to represent the hard work and the dedication and the passion of a large group of people, and that it would have been wrong to allow the actions of one individual to undermine that. So with all that said, we're very proud to be here to show what we're showing today.
Yeah, as Andy said, all our thoughts with everyone that has been affected by the tragedy in Orlando. I also want to just take a moment, though, to acknowledge that we are showing a game that is meant for a mature audience. And with that in mind, we understand there may be people that don't want to continue watching given the events of today, and that's totally okay. We totally understand that. But for those of you that are fans of Mafia and do want to know more about Mafia 3 and see some of the gameplay and hopefully see some of the hard work of the team, we hope you enjoy the next hour. And we're really happy to be here to again show all the hard work of the team.
So now Mafia 3 is essentially a period piece. It's moving the needle to a place it's never really been seen before in this franchise. Can you tell us a little about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the game takes place in 1968 in our version of New Orleans, a city called New Bordeaux. And it was really important for us to capture not only the sense of place, because that is a huge part of the Mafia franchise, this idea that the city's a main character and that it's a real sense of place, but also the sense of the time period. It's a very turbulent time in American history, and we really wanted to capture that in everything that we're doing, not just with the story and the main character, but also in the gameplay.
Excellent. So let's take a look at the exclusive E3 trailer for Mafia 3.
Did you help Lincoln Clay murder Sal Marcano and all prominent members of his crime family?
You're goddamn right I did.
Hold my head, ooh baby, it's a long way down to the bottom of the river. Hold my head, ooh baby, it's a long way down, a long way down.
Marks the largest number of casualties in the ongoing conflict.
If you get sleep, or if you get night,
Do this quiet. Away from here.
and check the cupboard for your daddy's gun.
The righteous will rejoice when he sees the vengeance.
The Lord's gonna come for your firstborn son.
Nothing you do will bring any of them back.
Go to the river where the water runs.
It took me months to figure out that Lincoln had survived the massacre and was waging a war against Sal Marcano.
Wolves will chase you by the pale moonlight.
Jesus Christ on the cross. Heard you were dead.
Been hearing that a lot.
Drive your son like a railroad spine.
It's over.
This is never going to be over.
But though you live to let him drown alive.
Well, then keep going. You got 9 more.
Let that fever make the water
You were there. I shot him right in the head.
Once.
You shot him once.
Ooh, baby, it's a long way down to the river. Oh, my head. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down. My head. It's a long way. Ooh, baby, it's a long way down, a long way down.
Wow. Where do we start? There's so much to unpack in that trailer. What a just incredibly action-packed trailer that was.
Yeah, a ton of info in that trailer. But first of all, you see the main protagonist, Lincoln Clay. I'm curious. In the trailer, it looks like he's betrayed. That's sort of been a narrative point that you've alluded to before. But we see a lot more in there. Like, for example, there's some G-men talking about him, right? Like, there's this strange sort of government aspect to it. So can you bring us from the betrayal up until sort of how he becomes a central figure in New Bordeaux?
Yeah, sure. So Just going even a little before that, so I think one of the most important things about Lincoln is that he's an orphan. So he grew up always looking for a place to belong. He lived in a kind of Catholic boys' home for a while, and then fell in with the black mob, and then went off to Vietnam, always kind of searching for this sense of family. And when he comes back, he gets betrayed by the Italian mob. He and the rest of the black mob get betrayed by the Italian mob, and that sets him kind of on this course of revenge against the mob. Again, he draws on his Vietnam training, but also his knowledge of the city and his knowledge of the way that organized crime works to tear down the Italian mob and then rebuild kind of his own mob in its place. And then you mentioned the G-Man there. One of the other things that we're pretty excited about in the game is we're telling the story in kind of a documentary format. So we're wrapping it as a documentary, and some of those clips are from interviews with various characters who are reflecting back on the events of 1968.
Awesome. Now, you guys actually put together a rewind for us where you went through the footage and told us all about what's going on. So let's take a look at that.
So the first thing to notice here is that this is a Senate hearing. It obviously doesn't look like the rest of the game in terms of the filmic look we have here. And that's because a lot of the narrative we're telling through the lens of a documentary. So it's different characters talking about the events of 1968 and Lincoln Clay's war with the mob. In this case, it's a guy named John Donovan, who's an ex-CIA agent. And we went to great lengths to try and capture just even the look and the sound of film from 1968. So this is what we call the Night of Blood. This is our kind of inciting event in the game where Lincoln's betrayed by the Italian mob. That was a really fun and interesting day of shooting because we had almost the entire main cast together for that day because it's such a pivotal event in the story.
Lincoln Clay, our lead character, has been betrayed by the black mob, and he is effectively left for dead. All of his adoptive family is effectively wiped out, but he is rescued by this character you can see now, Father James, who rescues Lincoln, looks after him, brings him back to health, and that's kind of where the main events of the game then take off.
Again, the game is set in 1968 in our version of New Orleans, a city called New Bordeaux. Lincoln's a Vietnam vet, which we all tried to cram right in there in that piece of the trailer.
And specifically, 68 was a very turbulent year, so we've got a lot of major events, obviously, that happened during that year, which we try and reference in the game at various points, again, just to sort of set that sense of time and place.
Righteous will rejoice when he sees the vengeance.
So the character you're seeing now is Cassandra. She's one of the 3 underbosses who you recruit over the course of the game. One of the things about these underbosses that you'll see is that they're all very, very different people. They're from all kind of walks of life, and this is one of the things that's key about Lincoln is that he's able to unite this very, very kind of diverse group of people, and then much of what follows is about how he kind of maintains those relationships.
Again, this scene here is kind of from early in the relationship between Cassandra and Lincoln, and they're still kind of figuring each other out.
The Lord's gonna come for your firstborn son.
Nothing. A lot of what you're seeing here in this trailer too is a mix of cinematics and actual gameplay. We are working very closely with 2K Czech, developers from Mafia 2. They're doing a lot of our cinematics for us, and we're really, really happy with the way they've turned out.
You do will bring any of them back.
Go to the river where the water runs.
It's another character from our kind of documentary interviews, a guy named McGuire. He's an FBI agent who has been chasing Lincoln Clay for most of his life.
So he is your kind of reference point for the sort of flash forward to what happened during the events of Mafia 3.
To figure out that Lincoln had survived the massacre and was waging a war against Sal Marcano.
So this is, we saw very briefly there the bayou, and there's a couple of small shots in the trailer from the different locations in the game. So New Bordeaux is a big city, and it's also a very diverse city. So we've got 9 different districts and the bayou. So everything from kind of the historic French Quarter, the bayou, the swampy kind of area, there's a downtown district. There's very kind of unique themes to each of the districts in the game. So this is Burke. Burke is another one of the underbosses. He's the head of the Irish gang in the city. Again, at the beginning of the game, they're not friends, so Lincoln really has to kind of go on this recruitment drive to try and ally these three people to his cause.
I think this shirt is maybe the team's favorite piece of clothing in the entire game. So throughout the game, we have a number of kind of set piece missions that we view as kind of the tent poles of the game. As you're playing through the game, you'll be engaged in lots of different activities and taking down the mob in lots of different ways, but that often culminates into a big set piece mission. So there, images of Lincoln heading towards a cage match. A little bit later, we'll see some stuff on a riverboat. Those are examples of some of our big set pieces.
They're often the kind of missions that drive the narrative forward, and particularly you'll find yourself kind of taking on more prominent characters, capos and lieutenants, and really doing some damage against the mob.
This is the Cistern, one of our drug dens. And here's Vito, hard at work.
So Vito is obviously the main character from Mafia 2, and he returns in Mafia 3 as one of the three underbosses. And one of the interesting things is the diversity of the group of people that Lincoln has actually managed to pull together. It's kind of one of his talents, if you like, is to unify these kind of groups of people, and there's a friction there between all of these characters. They're not friends; they're allies with a common cause.
You keep going. You got 9 more.
Let that fever make the water
Yeah, I shot him right in the head.
Again, this is Sal Marcano. So Sal Marcano runs the Italian mob in New Bordeaux, and he is the one that kind of orders the death of the black mob and sets Lincoln off on his quest for revenge. One thing with Sal, though, we really wanted to focus on making a character, a villain that is a hero in his own story. So as you go throughout the game, you'll hear and discover things about Sal that really explain why he's done what he's done and what motivates him. So we try and look at all of our characters as more than just kind of caricatures or two-dimensional archetypes.
Him once.
This is another one of our main characters. I don't want to give too much away here, but another one of our characters. If you look closely in some of the earlier shots, you might see a warboard or a hierarchy of the mob, and this character shows up in there as one of the capos. One of the things you'll see with our driving is we've stayed really true to the driving model for Mafia 2, but we've amped it up a little bit. We're really trying to capture the sense of kind of Hollywood action driving, making you feel like you're a stuntman driving in a Hollywood action film. And so the car has become a real centerpiece of the game. You use it, not just to get around, but also as a weapon and in a variety of missions. We also have boating in the game, which you saw a quick glimpse of there.
You also caught a few glimpses of the city itself there. The city's really a star in our game. The sense of time and place is really important to Mafia. We've put a lot of time and attention into making New Bordeaux kind of drip with the feel of Deep South 1968, and you see that throughout the game.
We really treat New Bordeaux as its own character. It's really important to the Mafia franchise that we have a strong sense of time and place. So when we looked at New Bordeaux, we really wanted to make sure that it had diverse districts, that it felt like a living, breathing place, and a place that you wanted to explore and again, experience the story in. So there's a little glimpse at our riverboat. That's one of the other things that we're showing at E3 this year, is a mission that takes place on a riverboat, which again is a big set piece in the game. All right, there you have it. There's your look at the E3 trailer for Mafia 3. We're incredibly excited about the game. Can't wait for it to come out and for everybody to get their hands on it on October 7th.
Welcome back to IGN Live. I'm Brian Altano. This is Brandon Tyrell. I'm joined with Hayden and Andy from Mafia 3. We saw even more of your game now, and every time we see more, there's even more to unpack. Yeah. One of the things that's really sticking out for me here is this, and you're hinting at it, is this underboss system. Mm-hmm. What's going on with this? So you have loyal people that want to help you, but they're also very greedy, and they want control of everything in the world, and you have to make them all happy. How does that work?
Well, they're not that loyal, really. So they don't begin the game particularly loyal to Lincoln. And actually, it's kind of one of Lincoln's great skills is this ability to unify disparate groups of people. So he kind of comes to them because he knows that there's something they want as well, and they're all people who've been kind of wronged by Sal Marcano, the mob boss, in some way. And so they see this as an opportunity to kind of group together and take him down.
So the sort of the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of thing.
Precisely, yeah. And the underboss system in the game is really about managing that that kind of friction, because as you're moving through the game and taking territory, you actually assign it out to these guys and they'll respond to you in a very organic way. So if you're giving too much attention to one character because you're either emotionally invested in that character or you want the stuff that they're offering.
You're greedy.
Yeah, or then it might, or it will, in fact, upset and frustrate the other two. So you've kind of got to constantly manage this relationship. And then as you'll see shortly, there can be consequences to that as well.
So it's like having 3 kids.
Probably.
You can't. I have no idea either.
Pick a favorite. I mean, one of the, joking a little bit, but one of the things we did try and do is really create that tension within the player between kind of greed and loyalty. So these underbosses are constantly offering you new rewards, and if you give them territory, they'll give you these kind of unique rewards along the way, but that's at the expense of your relationships with the other 2 underbosses. So it really, again, I think puts you into some pretty dramatic situations.
Now, I mean, let's say you have an underboss that you've already sort of given something to, right? And he gives you that reward. If you double down, do the rewards get like progressively better? Is there incentive to like stick with a guy at the cost of losing face with the other one?
Absolutely. So we have 2 different ways that the rewards pay out. One is they give you kind of one-time kind of gifts, and it might be a new weapon or some other upgrade along those lines, something to help you in kind of your war with the mob. But then they also can introduce you to new associates throughout the game that can give you other abilities. So the ability to kind of call off the cops, for example, comes from an associate, a police dispatcher that Burke knows. So if you give enough territory to Burke, he gets enough money in his pocket to kind of grease the wheels with this police dispatcher, who then can start calling off the cops when you end up in hot water with the police. So, and those kind of upgrade over time and become more powerful over time.
So we actually have a gameplay demo so we can actually see how all of this works.
Yeah, speaking of Burke.
In function, besides us just talking about it. Let's get into it.
Okay.
Awesome. Sorry.
New Bordeaux, a modern city with traditional Southern values.
I underestimated how far he was going to go. What he was willing to do.
Visit the historic French Ward and enjoy local cuisine at one of our 5-star restaurants.
Killing them wasn't enough. Lincoln Clay was using them to send a message.
Or spend the afternoon in the bayou and take in its natural splendor.
Sal Marcano had no idea what he was going to unleash.
New Bordeaux. Safe, family-oriented fun. Make it your next vacation destination.
This city survived the War of 1812, the Civil War, and God knows how many hurricanes. But when Lincoln Clay went after the mob, he inflicted more damage than all the wars and hurricanes combined.
Hey everybody, if you're just joining us, I'm Hayden Blackman, the creative director and studio head at Hangar 13. And what you've just seen there is our introduction to Mafia 3, an open-world crime drama set in New Bordeaux, our version of New Orleans in 1968, one of the most tumultuous years in American history. In Mafia 3, you'll play as Lincoln Clay, an orphan and Vietnam vet who falls in with New Bordeaux's black mob. When the black mob is betrayed and slaughtered by the Italian mob, led by a guy named Sal Marcano, Lincoln becomes fixated on revenge. As Lincoln, you'll wage a brutal war against the Italians, disrupting the balance of power in New Bordeaux's underworld, and ultimately creating a new crime family out of the ashes of the old by recruiting 3 underbosses, all with personal vendettas against Sal Marcano.
History tells me that giving you more guns might be unhealthy for me.
It's not like that. Not anymore. I'll see to it they get in the hands of the right people.
You're much too serious about all this. It takes the fun out of it. Besides, that's the worst that could happen.
You could get us all killed.
Aye, that I could.
I'll clean this mess up. No reason for you to stick around.
Remember our deal. I'm expecting a cut of everything you bring in.
Hey, I know how this shit works. You'll get your money.
There's Cassandra, the leader of the Haitian gang, who has been trying to get a foothold in the city for months. Burke, who was once loyal to Sal Marcano, but now wants to see him destroyed for his own personal reasons. And Vito Scaletta, who has been sidelined by the Marcanos and wants his piece of the action.
Today we're going to jump straight into the middle of Lincoln's war with the mob and his attempts to build and maintain his new criminal family. We're going to start in the bayou and head for the French War. In Mafia 3, we treat New Bordeaux as a main character. We've not only worked hard to capture a unique time and place, but also to ensure that everything the player does in the open world propels Lincoln forward in the narrative. We've also given the city its own diverse criminal ecologies, which play a huge role in Lincoln's quest to tear down the mob. Let's take a look at just a few of the varied districts in New Bordeaux and what lurks beneath the surface and in the back alleys of the city. Our reimagined version of New Orleans is made up of 10 districts, each with its own distinct flavor. We have the scenic and mysterious bayou, which is ripe for exploration. But is also where the Italian mob and their allies run guns and produce moonshine. To the west of the city is vibrant Delray Hollow, which is home to Lincoln and his surrogate family before they are betrayed by the Italian mob. Eventually, the Hollow is taken over by the Dixie mob, who kick up to the Italians and use the neighborhood as the base of operations for heroin and sex rings. To the north of the city is majestic Frisco Fields with its manicured lawns and mansions. This is also where the Marcano family is partnered with the racist Southern Union and cooks PCP at the local university. And of course, in the center of the city is the historic French War, a constant party run by Sal Marcano's brother, known around town as Uncle Lou. But it's Lou who deals smack and provides high-class call girls to wealthy VIPs throughout the iconic district. Uncle Lou's operation is Lincoln's focus right now, as capturing the French ward for his own underbosses will strike a major blow against the Italian mob. We can hurt Lou in many different ways, but here we've decided to go after one of Lou's pimps, Oscar Sabato, who provides Lou with thousands in cash every week. Before we go after Oscar and his crew, we'll want to resupply, and we can do this by calling in our weapons dealer, an associate who has been introduced to us by Cassandra. Once the mobile store arrives, we can pick out the gear that will best suit our playstyle. As with most of the encounters in Mafia 3, Oscar and his crew can be taken on in many different ways. We can go in guns blazing, we can take a stealthier approach, we can even call in reinforcements. It's really all up to the player. But in this playthrough, we've decided to use my favorite approach, which is going in a little quiet to kill Oscar and then fighting our way out.
You're not gonna find me eating that mess.
So we've killed Oscar Sabato, which is a major blow to Lou's cash flow, and will eventually put him into hot water with his brother Sal. But now we need to get the hell out of here.
You see that fucker?
Here you can see that one of Oscar's guys has made it to a phone and called in reinforcements. Fortunately, the player can call in a favor of his own from Vito, muscle to bust some heads.
I need Vito shooters near the wall.
Now that we've killed Oscar Sabato, we've cut Lou's earn by more than $10,000, bringing us one step closer to him. We want to keep hitting him where it hurts, but there are many different ways that we can do this. We can destroy Uncle Lou's drug boats, we can interrogate his pimps and dealers, we can rob his bagmen, we can even take over his drug den and brothel. Killing Oscar Sabato is only one of many ways to cut into Lou's action.
Customers coming in. Get out! Fucking freak.
Once Lincoln throttles Lou's ability to kick up to Sal, Lou trips up. In order to get back into Sal's good graces, Lou arranges a fundraiser for a crooked politician aboard one of his riverboats. Lincoln learns about this and sees an opportunity to kill Lou, one of Sal's most valuable capos.
Something. Ain't nothing for you to worry about. Let's get you upstairs. You all fan out. Watch the rest of the boat. This sure shit wasn't an accident.
Get your attention, please.
I think we're tilting a little.
Let us off this goddamn boat!
Please, just let us go.
If I could get your attention, please.
You gonna tell us what's going on out there?
There was a collision. We don't know the extent of the damage to the ship, but...
When are you going to let us off this goddamn boat?
But my crew is looking into it. If you can just stay right here in the casino, I'll have updates for you shortly. Thank you. The crew will provide instructions on how to make an orderly...
Get away from here!
That's far enough, you wop asshole! What the fuck, Lou? Take another step and he gets it. You think I give a shit about some politician?
Please, I don't even know what's going on.
Let's talk this through. Just the two of us. Listen, I got money. You can have it. All of it. Just don't kill me. I don't want your money. I want you to send a message to your brother. Yeah. Anything. Oh, just say it. Just say it. Lord Almighty.
With Lou dead, the French ward is ours. And every time we take over a district in the game, Lincoln calls a sit-down to hand that district over to one of his underbosses to run the day-to-day. In this sit-down, we know that there's going to be a bit of drama, because in this particular playthrough, Lincoln has given a lot of territory to Cassandra while practically ignoring Burke.
You and I are on the line here, Lincoln, and I'm expecting good things. I don't give a flying fuck who has what rockets. This turf, it's mine, goddammit, and I won't accept anything else.
I'm gonna ask you to be patient, Burke, and give everyone a chance to weigh in on this.
I got no idea which way you leaning on this, and I get it, you two got history to call back on. At least one that didn't involve him trying to kill Sammy. But next time, I prefer you cool out with the games and just make the call.
Sorry Burke's all riled up. I know that's a fucking pain in the ass, but splitting this district up like you did just makes things worse. You gotta make a hard call here. And I hope it goes my way.
Do right by me or there'll be hell to pay, Chalky.
Trust ain't something that comes easy to me, kid. But I wish it did.
You give this to me, Ma Connor's gonna shit himself.
We talk about making money, but what it comes down to is respect.
I hope we can get things back on track, Burke, but we're not gonna do it with this part of the city. Vito's gonna call the shots there.
What a sad, miserable fool I am for ever believing in you. But there will be no more of my foolishness. The next time I see your black hide, it will be at the end of my goddamn gun.
You and Burke have history. People between you. But you gotta forget all that and deal with this. Quickly.
The Mick is gonna be a problem. Until he ain't. Understand?
If Burke can't fall in line, ride things out when they don't go his way, then he's not the partner we need. I'll deal with him.
What you're about to see won't happen for every player, but because of the choices we've made in this playthrough, Burke has decided to betray Lincoln, forcing Lincoln to confront him on his home turf.
Let's keep looking like
I see a river overflowing.
So there's your look at Mafia 3, coming out on October 7th for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm your host, Brian Altano. With me is Brandon Tyrell.
Howdy.
And we've got Hayden and Andy from Mafia 3.
But subtle environmental cues and incredibly tight controls never made the barriers annoying. The core mechanic I've discovered so far is the ability to mentally control otherwise lifeless bodies and maneuvering a slew of them in order to solve various puzzles. Aside from being a smart, clever mechanic, it ties in with the story and world and makes me continually question the ethics of my actions. It reminds me a lot of 2013's incredibly underrated puzzler, The Swapper. With tense chase scenes and smart puzzles, most of the opening has you maneuvering through the world in a relatively linear fashion. But taking the time to explore the environment led to the discovery of some strange collectibles that just added to Inside's overall sense of mystery. I don't know if the puzzles will continue to grow and challenge me. I don't know if the story will keep intriguing me with its carrot at the end of its stick, and I don't know if there's a light at the end of its impossibly bleak tunnel. But what I do know is that the opening hour of Inside makes it seem like the long road from Limbo was more than worth the wait. For more on Inside, stay right here on IGN.
When we think about the future of Xbox, we think about removing barriers.
For me and for the fans.
G'day and welcome back to IGN Live, direct from E3. Joining me is Dan Greenewalt, the creative godfather of Forza, the Forza series. We are coming at you live from LA, of course, but we are going to take you for a little journey down under. I'm not going to lie to you, as IGN's token Australian automobile enthusiast.
Yeah.
I am mildly excited.
We did it for you, Luke. Just so you know.
Really?
Your name did come up. I'm not even lying.
So listen, take me through. You've been to several E3s in a row. This, what are we like? If we discount the Fast and Furious Forza, we're like 4 Forza games into Xbox One, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does the novelty wear off at all? Or is this still just psyched to just come here and debut a new Forza?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're always bringing new things. And really, with the launch of the Xbox One and Forza Motorsport 5, we were trying to strike a new idea in what next generation racing could be. Yeah. And part of that was bringing Forza Tech, our engine, up to speed. And then every year since then, there's been new innovations coming into play. And that includes Forza Motorsport 6 Apex, which was launched on Windows 10 as a beta about a month ago.
Yeah.
It's all one connected code base, but there's two teams with different visions for what car culture should really mean. And Forza Horizon 3, I mean, this is, there's a lot packed into this game. Yes, it's Australia.
Yes.
And yes, it's lovely.
Yes.
But it also has a ton of amazing features.
Talk to me about some numbers. Correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking like 350 cars.
Yeah, 350 cars, but it's mostly the diversity. I mean, that's a lot of cars. It's 150 more than were in Forza Horizon 2. But it's the diversity of having Utes, right?
Yep.
Of course, Holdens. And we also have buggies and off-roaders and things that you know, really explore that really diverse world. The map itself is 2 times the size of Forza Horizon too. But it's not just the size, it's the diversity. There's the rainforest, there's the sand dunes, there's the water by the 12 Apostles, and there's a city with Surfer's Paradise on the Gold Coast. I mean, that kind of verticality and that modern city really brings a new environment into this world. So the diversity of the car list mirrors the diversity of the environment itself.
Yeah, right. So this really is like a smooshed up kind of best of tour in Australia.
I love to hear you put it that way.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so our goal is to make, think of it like a skate park, an amazing place to play with your cars, but you recognize the landmarks of Australia, and hopefully we've really captured the feeling. Now, I know we went on location, so the team was there for months over the course of the summer collecting skies even. So with a 360-degree HDR camera, day after day after day of full skies were captured.
Yeah.
This tech has never been done in a video game before. We actually replayed, mix, and blend real skies from Australia. So when you see a thunder bumper roll in and the rain starts coming, or it goes to night and the golden hour, those are real skies captured down under.
Yeah, right. I tell you what, when you debuted the trailer at the Microsoft press conference, and I kind of saw the vistas, and I'm like, that looks like the 12 Apostles, and I was like, that looks like a gum tree.
Yeah.
And then I saw the kangaroos. But even that, like, I know it's kind of a trivial thing in some respect, but adding wildlife like that to a game, really, does that kind of bring the world to more life than, say, Forza Horizon 2?
That's the hope. And you know, there's also crocs. There's actually in the demo, if you really, there's this one little river you go splashing through, and if you notice, there's actually a croc that goes under the water as you drive through there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So the wildlife brings the place to life. The ambient traffic, you know, there's drive-avatars throughout the world.
Yep.
We really want this world to feel very lively. There's trains going through Surfer's Paradise.
Yep.
There's just a lot going on.
And they're all on the wrong side of the road for you guys.
Well, you know, when you're in Horizon, there's really no wrong side of the road.
Yeah.
You kind of drive through traffic all the time. That's the whole fun of it.
So what's your favorite part, like, when you've seen this come together, what's your favorite part of what's changed? Like, we're seeing a lot of stuff brought back from Forza Motorsport 4 here with the auction house. What's the kind of part of it that you're like, yep, great to see this happening now?
Well, I think there's two main things. One is that in Forza Horizon 3, you are the boss. You're in charge of the festival. And so in Horizon 2, it was kind of a zero to hero story. You know, you're racing to the top. And that's been flipped over on its head. You actually start in Horizon 3 as the boss. You plan out the festival. You decide what's going to happen. You even hire and fire your friends' drive-avatars to make your festival more popular. They're going to bring more fans into the festival. And if they're not doing their job, fire them. Get rid of them.
Yep.
You also can create all these different events. So that whole idea of you're in charge permeates the entire design. Customize the music, customize your license plate, choose a different driver. There's now body kits, there's more wheels. So you're in charge, it's everywhere. And the other idea here is just the social aspects of the game. Co-op, which we showed at the briefing, it brings everybody together and really takes advantage of the XPA, the Xbox Play Anywhere, as well as cross-play nature of Live. Right now, every month, there are over 3 million players playing Forza. The community has really grown. On the Xbox One alone, 11 million players have played in our sandbox. And having the PC audience now join the Xbox audience in a cross-play experience with co-op, we think is going to build an even bigger community than ever. And that's what our vision's all about. That's why it doesn't get old for me, right?
Yeah.
Having Motorsport and Horizon, they're two expressions of that car culture.
So listen, talk to me, like, you guys are over there at Turn 10 and you look over at Playground. What part of, say, Horizon 3 do you look at and go, how did you do that?
The first time I saw the skies, and especially, so the skies were actually filmed and captured in HDR.
Yeah.
And HDR is a technology that's really hard to explain until you just watch it, when you see it. Skies really shine in HDR. So that technology, and when I was able to see that actually come to life in the game, I knew what HDR was, but I hadn't felt it. And as a player, you park on the side of the road in Horizon, you watch the sun go up, you see the thunderclouds coming in. There's a real difference in the quality of the sun and a cloud. In most games, the clouds are white, the sun is white. How do you actually capture the intensity of the sun? And that's what HDR does. It's going to make the sun brighter without making the clouds gray. So that technology just blows me away. I love the way it comes together.
All right, listen. started to see a few Australian cars poke their way into the downloadable content for Forza 6. I was really excited because it was like 3 months in a row where like every month there was a new one. I should have got the hint. I feel like I should have got the hint. Is there something in Horizon 3 that you finally got a hold of? You find the model and like, I'm so glad we got that. I know the Lamborghini, the hero car, is a big deal. I assume Barn finds it back.
Yes, they are.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, is there something that you're like, that's my favorite? Or can you not talk about that yet?
So I love the trophy trucks in general.
Yep.
And part of it was actually captured in that in the trailer.
Yeah. Actually, you got one of those on the cover as well, right?
The what?
You got one of those on the cover as well, the Raptor? Or?
Yeah, so it's a Raptor. It's not a trophy truck, but it is a Raptor with upgrade parts, and it's getting some pretty big air.
Yeah.
But when you see that BJ Baldwin truck just hit huge air in the trailer, I love that moment, and that's Horizon. That's what it's all about. It's just the freedom to explore a world as you like.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a new feature that highlights that kind of jumping. We had danger. What were they called? Like drift zones, and you had the miles per hour who your friends could beat.
Like
miles
speed
per
traps
hour.
and
Yeah,
stuff.
speed traps, exactly. Now we have these danger signs over big bluffs and things like that where you can jump a car, and the BJ Baldwin trophy truck and other trucks like that are just awesome to take huge air.
Yeah. Man, this is so exciting because like we have some really strict anti-hooning laws in Australia.
Yeah.
And you can't go any faster than 110 kilometers an hour down there. So this is I'm pretty stoked, to say the least.
That is the great thing about a racing game.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah,
it's always a pleasure. We have plenty more coming up. That's what we're here to do. Keep it locked to IGN.
It is time! I will bring it down! You will kill it! Now, boy! What? Do it! Off the ice! No!
I am so sorry.
Your deer is getting away.
Yes, sir. I can't believe we fought a real troll.
And you froze when I told you to kill it.
I know, but he was staring right at us.
Him? I thought your mother taught you to hunt.
She did, but I never had to kill anything. She always did that part.
Then it is time for you to learn.
Father, look!
Wait for my mark. Relax. Do not think of it as an animal. It is simply a target. Clear your mind. Exhale and release.
I got it.
Good. life. No. Finish what you started.
I can't.
Now, you are ready.
For what?
A new beginning.
Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no duration set for this meeting. There is a 3 p.m. meeting in TranStar Conference Room A to greenlight research and development plans. Please confirm your attendance prior to arrival. The most recent test results from the Cybertron. Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m. appointment with Alex in his office. There is no duration. Good morning, Morgan. Today is Monday, March 15th, 2032. You have a 9 a.m.
Good morning, Morgan. Looks like we have some tests to run through today.
Good morning, Morgan. You're not going to like what I have to say next.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
What have I got?
Our survival as a species has always depended on our drive to seek out the undiscovered, push beyond our limits, and expand the boundaries of our known world. With Mass Effect, we are going further than ever before. To Andromeda, to build a new home for humanity. Imagine distant star systems with remote and hostile planets, teeming with alien life and civilizations. Worlds where adventure, danger, and the unknown are waiting to be discovered. We've created a universe that you will lose yourself in, a whole new galaxy for you to explore.
El Pozolero, also known as the Stew Maker. Sometimes the cartel needs a dead body to completely disappear without a trace. In such cases, they ship the cadavers off to San Mateo. Last year, more than 300 people disappeared in San Mateo. The first thing El Pozolero does is place the bodies inside a drum barrel, which he fills with caustic soda, sodium hydroxide. After 24 hours, there's nothing left but a thick sludge. A stew. The only one who knows what truly happened to these people is El Pozolero, the monster who melted them.
Here we go. The intel we need's supposed to be in this Sicario's house. Looks like it's upstairs.
Copy that.
Need any help?
Nah, I got this.
Okay, I'll take a look around.
Right, let's try to keep it stealthy. There's one right there. Boom, got you. I'm in. Oh shit, I've been spotted.
You good?
Yep, got him. Just moving upstairs. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, I got the intel on El Pozolero. He's in a camp up in San Mateo.
Cool, how far is it?
We could use a ride. You got a car out there?
No, something better. You ready to fly?
Let's go.
You got it.
According to the intel, the camp should be near this cliff. El Pozolero's a high-value target. He's gonna be well protected.
There's a camp. Oh, damn, this one's gonna be tough.
Yeah, we could definitely use some backup on this one.
Hey, you guys need a hand?
Right on time. We're going after El Pozolero. We're at the east of the San Mateo base.
Got it. We are on our way.
We're approaching the camp from the west. We'll meet you there.
Copy that.
I hear this El Pozolero guy's supposed to be a hard target.
How bad does it look?
See for yourself.
Oh, damn. Looks like a whole lot of trouble. Tag the lookout. Can you get him?
Roger that. One less to worry about.
Okay, we're splitting up.
Weaver, can you get to a good sniper position on the south side of the camp?
No problem.
Alrighty, I'm moving in from the other side.
Copy that.
We're moving in from the train station at the east end of camp.
It's up. Enemy spotted.
I got eyes on a sniper.
Wait for my signal.
Got it.
Now.
Tango down. Let's move. Okay, wait a minute. I hear something inside. Two guys. I got the one on the right. You ready?
Ready.
Go.
Good job.
Okay, I'm gonna deploy the drone and see what's up ahead. Looks like an old town that Santa Blanca's turned into a base. Oh man, there are guards all over the place.
That bad?
Yep, be careful.
One down, so far so good. On my way in, guys.
All right, let's see what's in this big building. Okay, I got him. Red gloves, gas mask. He's got guards with him.
Got it. And another one down. I'm moving through. Gotcha. Okay, I'm close to the building. I'll try to find a way in. You saw anything else?
Oh man, I think he was dissolving somebody.
Like in a can of acid or something.
Yeah, looked pretty nasty. Come on, guys, let's move.
All right. I think I found my spot. Nearly there. Careful, there's more of them the closer you get. Only one left. Okay, I'm in position.
I have 3 tangos in front of me. Weaver, you think you can help?
I got it. Going in.
Don't let this guy get away.
I see him. We'll talk about nightmare fuel.
Call us if you need us.
Don't worry, man, I got this. Shit, he spotted me. Guys, I'm spotted. El Pozzolero's running. I'm going after him. Where is he? Where is he? Get out of the way, man. Okay, he's in a white SUV heading for the east end of the camp. Following on a bike.
Got it. I'm moving to intercept.
This camp's on full alert, guys. We need to get out of here fast.
Shit, Hulk, get in the car.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Shit, no, he's moving too fast. He went the other way.
Come on, man. Let's go, let's go.
Hurry up, the gate's closing.
I am right behind you. Weaver, are you okay?
I'm good.
Frag out. I'm pulling out.
Found a bike, guys. I'm on my way.
Hey, watch your fire. We need him alive.
I can't get a good shot.
This guy's all over the place.
Stop moving.
Okay, guys, I'm clear. Out of the camp, on the road. Where are you guys? Let me know you're... Damn, the whole place is going up. All right, I'm heading for the chopper now.
Damn, he's trying to ram the car. I gotta hit his engine.
No, I'm trying to slow him down.
Help is on the way, guys. I'll run this train. Where's the chopper? Where is it? I found it. Okay, getting in. I'm in the chopper, coming your way. All right, I'm on my way, guys. Hang tight.
Oh, no, 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 he's not stopping.
Oh man, come on, come on.
I'm trying.
He's a tough one, this guy, huh?
Oh! No, 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 we're not gonna push him off.
Looks like he's losing control.
Can you push him to the side?
I don't know how it looks up there, but that's what I'm trying to do.
Damn it, he dodged it.
Hang on, guys, I'm nearly there.
Oh, damn it. Okay, I got him, I got him, I got him.
Yes, he stopped.
I'll get him.
Be careful.
Ride's here.
Out you get, buddy.
Hurry up, we got cartel reinforcements incoming.
Up you get, and in you go.
Adios. Let's get the hell out of here.
I got him in my line of fire.
Well, hold him off. I gotta fly this thing.
And
we are clear, gentlemen.
Nice work.
That was a tough mission. Oh, man, that was close.
You reach the Dust District. She'll tell you more. I'll wait here in the skiff and take you back to the dreadful whale after you finish.
Orders from the Duke. We're losing too many people. Good soldiers blinded by that hallucinogenic powder the Howlers use, then stabbed to death or dragged down by the Abbey's hounds. One young lieutenant got hit by an overseer grenade, and that was it. He was one of the Duke's distant cousins or something.
Shit. Let's hope they do enough damage to each other so the fight goes out of them.
That won't happen until someone manages to kill either Paolo or Vice Overseer.
Stuck out of here.
cleaning silver dust out of my ears.
Welcome to Denver. I'm Brandon Gordon alongside Charles Davis as the 2016 NFL season is underway.
This the game that shows us. Pioneer started on my corner like the corn rush. Had lining up the block like a gold rush. Saying live fast and die young is what they told us. Yeah.
Here we go. Just 3 seconds left. The Broncos fighting for their playoff lives. A snap, hold, it's blocked. T.J. Ward blocked it. And in the most improbable of ways, Denver is going to the playoffs.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
It's that moment where I've committed to leaving, but I haven't left the earth yet. Nothing you can do but charge forward.
What I love the most in the mountains is that I can do anything I want. It's pure freedom.
You know, there's always a bit of fear. If you don't have a little fear, you know, then you're a little crazy, I think.
Nothing else matters up here. All the chaos is just gone. No one else around.
The moment my feet leave the earth, everything else disappears.
Got my own monster.
It's pure adrenaline.
Nobody but me.
It's what I live for.
I would never call him enemy. He's too bad, God. She's the good God I need. I got my own angel. She's the good God I need.
The mountain is your canvas, you know, you can paint your own picture. That's what the beauty of it is.
The most important thing for me is to try something that never been done before.
Am I scared? Sure. But fear can be a tool. It can keep you performing beyond what you think your limits are.
Zone incoming. Zone incoming.
The Star Wars universe is growing day by day with the comics, the films, the games, you name it. And to be a part of that and to work with Lucasfilm is incredibly exciting. So what we're really trying to do at EA is cater to different areas of the Star Wars universe and create different game experiences that are tailor-made for those fans.
With Star Wars Battlefront, we wanted to really be able to bring people into the world of Star Wars like never before. What excites me now is bringing in more characters, more planets, more environments, more eras. And that's why we're super happy to have both Motive Studios and Criterion contributing in significant ways.
Hey everybody, Destin Legary here with Ed Boon from NetherRealm. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and I really appreciate you getting us.
Yeah, it is a pleasure to talk with you, as it always is. Today you've brought Injustice 2, and we're going to get right into gameplay.
Yes, absolutely.
So what is changing with this version of the game?
You know, well, with any sequel, I guess, you know, I think there's a hope and expectation that you're going to do more, bigger, better of the previous one, and we've done all that, but we really wanted to kind of come to the table with something dramatically different, and that's where we've introduced this system called a gear system into the game of already existing characters, that roster that's expanding.
So right now we're seeing the introductions. You have that smack talk. We should probably be quiet, otherwise everybody's going to be mad.
You gonna spit up on me, Atrocitus?
Irritating.
You know who else does that? Babies.
So a little sass.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
back.
That's something we started actually with Mortal Kombat X. We had the characters actually talking to each other. It actually makes it feel like they're, you know, they actually know the other person there. Cool.
Yeah. So how many dialogue options do each character have for like their introduction?
You know what? It is in, you know, Mortal Kombat had, you know, several thousand. We're into the tens of thousands.
Like Johnny Cage alone has like 20.
Yeah, he was a great comedic relief in Mortal Kombat X. But we really feel like it's become a big part of just kind of feeling like the characters are actually there and real. Little nuances like this that we've, you know, expanded. Justice 1 didn't have it, but you know, as far as like, you know, what's so great about this game is there were characters that inevitably were left out of Injustice 1 that, you know, really angry or passionate fans would, you know, rally for, and we're able to accommodate some of those now. You know, Atrocitus, Supergirl, Gorilla
Blue
Grodd.
Beetle.
We shall see.
Yeah, we shall see. You're actually doing votes right now for who should be in Injustice.
Yeah, occasionally I'll put something on Twitter and ask people what they think, and we're always trying to get feedback from players as to who they want to see in the game.
Speaking of characters they want to see, Black Manta. People definitely want to see that character. He's a transition right now.
Yeah. There's a possibility of it happening. I mean, right now we only have the 6 that we're announcing, but as we did with Injustice 2, we'll have a cadence of release of announcement of characters.
So in the DC universe, people don't kill each other, but they do supers. Maybe if those guys can hear me, they'll do one really quick. Here is Atrocitus' super against Supergirl. In Injustice 1, one of the things in competitive play is you usually didn't do a super high-level competitive play, but they did get a little redundant. Have you added multiple supers for each character, or no?
No, they don't have multiple supers. You know, some our supers and our transitions are somewhat shorter than they were in the first Injustice. We still want them to be, you know, really outrageous, over the top. You know, Supergirl throwing somebody beyond the sun and hitting them with their heat vision. But we really try to kind of get them going, especially if the transitions are a little quicker.
So I just noticed her super alone did 32, and then she did something that bumped it up to 42% damage. How did that happen?
The supers are actually, there's an interactive element to our super moves now.
Okay.
And so there are opportune moments at a super that a player can press a certain button or do a different combination that will actually bump the damage up. And we're not documenting them anywhere. It's just there for people to discover, kind of like our original fatalities that were in Mortal Kombat.
And brutalities in Mortal Kombat X.
Exactly. We never document them. We just let people discover them, and it's amazing how players find that stuff. And you know, with the FAQs and all that stuff, it's suddenly documented.
Yeah. We're looking at Atrocitus and Supergirl right now. Atrocitus brings out Dexstar. What is Supergirl's power when activated?
Supergirl is her heat vision. She can fire off a number of individual shots, and she can vary them up. And so she's a very good kind of distance character, but her heat vision is her main kind of power that she uses.
Got it. So we show the level transitions. The level interactables are back. We have some of the balls in the middle there that you can swing off of, or do you throw them down? Okay, it looks like you throw them down. And yeah, so we've looked at these two characters. We're going to check out some of the new guys in just a second.
Yeah, we can check out Gorilla Grodd and maybe a character like Superman or something. See what their super moves are like.
Let's see Grodd and Superman face to face, and I definitely want to see my man Batman go against Aquaman, who you somehow made cool.
Yeah. That was you know, Aquaman's shark super move was probably one of the most, you know, biggest wow moments that we had in the first Injustice game. And you know, starting this game off right off the bat, we decided, you know, we have to top that. I think we actually managed to top it. For some people who've seen it, it's really perhaps the coolest super move that we've made to date. But the first Injustice game set such a high bar for that stuff. It's really becoming tough to think of.
Right now we're seeing kind of their default gear sets, right? This is how you start.
Yeah.
How does that progression system work?
Well, after the match, you know, the players during the victory scheme will see basically drops of gear, and the gear is not only just like a visual aesthetic, like you can actually, Superman has like a certain headgear that'll get, but it actually affects your gameplay. It actually powers up. And so there's a number of ways, whether it's your strength, your defense, your special abilities, you can enhance your abilities, you can actually unlock moves. And so your character is constantly in this process of being upgraded. You're literally molding your characters together and creating your version of Superman. So your version of Superman after, let's say, 3 weeks of time of leveling him up is going to look different than mine, and it's also going to have different attributes, and you might have a move that's unlocked that I don't. So it's very personalized version of the characters.
And there's thousands of variations, right?
Absolutely. There's I don't want to use the word infinite, but it's way up there. It's crazy how that's really like one of the goals that we're with, you know, our games that we've been trying to do is to add customization and things that like where the player is involved in kind of shaping the character. That's the theme of this game.
Got it. So basically what you're saying is there's no way you could ever see this at EVA. How do you normalize it for competitive play? That's what people want to know.
Yeah, you know, we are absolutely going to have a mode of play that is kind of like a normalized, more you know, even level playing field of the characters. We really want people to get into the to the building up of their characters, but at some point we need a competitive aspect, the EVOs and all the other great fighting game tournaments that are going on, and so we need some avenue, and we will have an avenue of an even play field.
Well, what about just people like me who are like okay at the game, but I'm not like a top tier player? Is there going to be a ranked mode?
Oh,
and in ranked mode, will I be fighting people with crazy gear sets?
I suspect, you know, well, the game doesn't come out until 2017, so we haven't fleshed out all the details, but I would imagine exactly like you had said, you know, if somebody wants to play ranked with their leveled up character, we should provide them some kind of a venue for that. And at the same time, somebody might want to play in a, you know, tournament kind of setting and rank himself with that. So I'd be surprised if we didn't accommodate both of those players.
Yeah. Next up, we're going to take a look at Batman and Aquaman on a different map, ideally.
Yes.
I really like the Metropolis map, and there's some lore there in the background. We saw it in the trailer.
Yeah.
So Batman, there's Superman statues in the background holding Lois Lane, but Superman was the villain of the first Injustice.
Yeah.
What's going on in that level?
Yeah, you know, currently that background is kind of like inspired as like a memorial, you know, I don't want to give away too much of the story.
Yeah.
But you know, there is certainly a there are some who are vested interest in bringing Superman back to power, have an incentive to do that, and so some of them were involved in some of the construction of some of the arenas, and so we have a lot of that will be explained when the story comes in. But yeah, some are vilifying Superman, and some are kind of
making him a hero.
Exactly.
Interesting. So there's two perceptions about what Superman did.
Exactly. There's certainly a divide there.
Okay, level transitions are back. The one on this stage is on the far right.
Oh yeah, this is great. We're you actually knocked the opponent outside.
And how are you changing these in any way? They're just kind of there as.
Well, they're shorter first of all, and so you quickly the action starts up again. But we do have the you know, the different kind of palette of options, you know, and objects in the background that you can fight with. That's always been kind of like a signature thing with Injustice is the arena. You always describe it as kind of like the third character. It's like, you know, a considerable involvement in how you play the game.
In the first Injustice, I would constantly pick Aquaman stage because it didn't have stage transitions. I know you can turn them off.
Yes.
But are there levels like that in Injustice 2?
Yes, we are going to have some that are just single arena. And this is that Aquaman one we were talking about.
That looks like a nasty fish fight.
Yeah.
One thing we actually didn't cover off on, wagers are back. You brought them back. There's definitely some facial animation going on. Tell me about that.
Well, you know, like one of the things that again we're trying to really do with Injustice 2 is have the players interact and acknowledge each other as much as possible. So, you know, the Clash really gets them a chance to talk. The intros that we were seeing have them talk. You know, there's so much lore with these characters, so much like you know, some of their conversations make reference to some of the famous, you know, DC comics that have come out over the years. So there's great nods to that, and so that's always exciting when you hear something. It's like, oh, I remember that from, you know, Flashpoint or something like that. So
yeah. This stage, is this a reference to a comic, or because our comics editor thought it was a reference to one of the Infinite Crisis?
This is really part of the continuation of our story. It involves a rebuilding of Metropolis, you know, and so that's again part of the story of you know, who is the on the side of wanting Superman to, you know, to his regime to be happening again versus, you know, Batman's side.
Batman got some new gear here. Could we? Oh, never mind. They switched out. That's okay. Let's check out the last stage, and maybe we could go into the gear system really quick and showcase some of the different stuff that people can equip.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is your gear menu where you can kind of look at everything you've unlocked and then equip it to each character.
Exactly. You know, when you're playing the game and you're getting very frequent drops, a lot of drops of gear. You don't want to equip yourself with every single thing that you get. You know, something might not be as good as your strategy if you want more defensive stuff and then you're getting it. But this lets you basically manage it. You can see all the stats related to it. We have these things that we're currently calling X stats. You can change the color palette of your character and kind of like sculpt the version of the character that you want as far as its looks as well.
Yeah, so you can design them aesthetically, but if we look at the stats here, level 20 looks like the max level. You hack the system a little bit. Then you got strength, ability, defense, and HP. I was talking about normalizing before. Like, I'm very confused about how you're going to manage to do that. There just has to be like stats off, cosmetic only.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And the you know, we really want you to strive to get those stats as high as you can as far as like, you know, playing against other people's characters.
Yeah.
But like I said, you know, if you go to a tournament, you're not bringing all your characters with you, and so you want some base level that will be the tournament setting that we're going for.
Definitely. So now they're geared out. How is this going to change the play style?
Well, each character has a number of parts on their costume that they can change. It's actually different for each character. And so the original version of your character has certain stats, and then each one of those is upgraded with those with the gear pieces that they have. I haven't memorized each one of those that they does. There's literally thousands of them, and there's a certain amount.
Yeah, like her eye lasers were purple there.
Exactly. That's one of the some of the visuals. Some of them are aesthetics too. Like one the different color eye lasers. Some are aesthetics and statistics.
If we could really quick, let's see that stage transition for the Metropolis one. I'm kind of cueing the guys in the background playing the game like, hey, do that stage transition on the other side. So aesthetically, Batman changes, but you can also unlock certain moves.
Yes.
What kind of moves can you unlock?
Well, you know, like when you have the game, you start off with the Batman, you're going to have a super number of moves. You know, you throw a batarang, throw it at an angle, use your grappling hook. There is a triple Batman, triple batarang throw that you can unlock, and you know those moves become part of your arsenal of characters while you're wearing that, while you're leveled up to that point, and then also you can start enhancing those moves with certain gear, like actually up its damage or something like that, and constantly, you know, just kind of leveling up your character.
Yeah, so like when you fight Batman, you're really not going to know what you're going to get going in. There's a base set.
Yes.
But it's going to be really tricky.
Yeah, and it's going to be, to me, it's going to be one of the most exciting things is going online and seeing all these different, this almost infinite number of Batmans that you're going to be fighting, Aquamans, and so you really don't know what you're going to get. It is at its core, it's Batman. It's not like, you know, Batman's going to suddenly get heat vision like Superman does or something. It will be fundamentally Batman, but we're trying to give the players as many access to as many variables as possible to mold the character.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask that you have thousands of pieces of gear that you can get. Is this setting the game up to do a microtransaction system?
Well, it's absolutely not setting the game up to do it. You know, we haven't decided what we're going to do for the people who don't want to spend. You know, this feature, if I would describe it, I would say it's something that we would like to see lasting, you know, months, you know, many months, and the process of playing it up. Some players may not want to actually spend all that time to level up their characters, and they may want some kind of another way to do it, but we haven't really made any kind of decisions based on that stuff.
Got it. Thank you, Ed. I am super excited about Injustice 2. I hope you guys are also. Thank you so much for coming on our show today.
We absolutely appreciate you having us. It's always great to see you guys.
Like I said at the beginning, it's always a pleasure. Thank you. Guys, you want more Injustice 2? You're already in the right place. IGN.
Why did we choose this life? Why did we become superheroes? We dedicate our lives to fighting crime for one reason. To make $1 billion on a superhero franchise. Now let's go through the plan one more time. First, we start with a Coon movie. Then we do the Super Craig movie. Then Super Craig and Coon will join forces in the Human Kite movie just as we start ramping up Kenny's Netflix series. How come I have to have the Netflix series? I want a movie too. You have a movie, Mysterion. You're in the 3rd Coon and Friends United movie, after your Netflix series. Yeah, but he's saying he doesn't ever get his own movie. Do I get my own movie? Not everyone gets their own movie.
This franchise plan sucks. If we want to make billions of dollars, then I think we should start with the Tupperware movie.
Right, start with a black superhero.
Marvel is making a black superhero movie.
Yeah, now! They waited years to get to that. We follow their plan. We do all the real people first, and we sneak the black guy in phase 3.
How about we just do movies starring all of us, like all the time? But then we're just rehashing the same old material.
There's nothing wrong with doing the exact same movie to start a franchise.
Okay, J.J. Abrams.
Okay, okay, so you're on Cartman's side? He just likes this plan because he gets 2 movies in phase 1. Guys, we have to just go with this plan. We don't even have 1 movie yet.
How did it get to this? How did we grow so far apart?
You go with the plan. Maybe we'll just go and do our own franchise. Yeah.
Yeah!
Oh, you want Civil War? Is that what you want? Yeah, dude, Civil War. You. Oh, you get out of my house. We'll make way more money on our franchise. Go ahead. I bet you don't even get halfway through phase 1 on your franchise, DC Comics.
I thought Civil War wasn't supposed to happen until phase 3.
Shut up, Super Craig. I didn't want to have to do this, but you leave me no choice.
Did I just hear someone use a microaggression?
Available December 6th. Get the Stick of Truth free with purchase. Pre-order now for Tower.
Hi, it's Lucy O'Brien here, and welcome to IGN Live 2016. I am here with Herman Holst from Guerrilla Games. Herman, welcome.
Thank you so much.
And we are, of course, going to be talking everything Horizon Zero Dawn.
That's right.
Now, Herman, let's check out the stage demo that we saw at Sony's conference yesterday. It was a fantastic demo.
Thank you.
Very impressive. I actually think it was probably the most robust demo of the entire show.
Yay! Win!
So talk to me about what we're seeing here, really. Talk to me about these creatures that we're seeing in this world.
Yeah, so this is Aloy. She's our heroine, and she was an outcast at birth. So we're actually playing the story of her uncovering her origins in this game. So here the demo starts, and she's leaving. It's actually a quest. It's part of the game. So this is the actual game that you're looking at, and she is now leaving the edge of the sort of the embrace, the initial area in the game when she passes this watchtower. Now, it's a seamless open world, so you look at it, you can go anywhere. You can go to the snow-capped mountaintops, you can go into the rivers, into the jungles. It is a game that's fully open. So Aloy's on her way here to, she heard about this problem. There's a village that's under attack by corrupted machines. So not just aggressive machines, but corrupted ones, which means they go mad.
So how are they corrupted? What does that make?
Let's have a look.
How are they different from aggressive machines?
That's actually one of the mysteries that you will be unraveling playing this.
Right.
She is actually looking at one of the machines here, and the machines in Horizon Zero Dawn, it's an ecosystem of machines that collaborate different roles. Every machine has its own specific task. This particular machine here, the Shell Walker, carries essentially loot for her. They operate typically in 4 to 8 specimen here, and she is getting some loot that she feels, and she's actually under attack now because these things are pretty vicious. They've got that shield to hold her off against her ammo. She's taking the loot that she's probably going to need to craft something. It's an RPG. She'll be looting and crafting. That's part of the core loop. And she was able to evacuate here. Now you see there's small animals in this world as well as there are machines. So she's taken a little bit of time here now to open up the map. And she's going to craft some explosive traps that she intuitively feels is going to come in handy. So she's on her way now towards this village.
How deep does her inventory go? I mean, how much, when you're talking about crafting, how deep can you go with that?
it's pretty deep in the sense that everything you pick up you can craft, but there's also an economy system where you visit a trader, you buy. There's that whole economy loop as well. So here she just saw a corrupted machine that she took care of, and she's kind of rescuing this tribesman who warns her of what just happened in that settlement that was under attack. And you see in the dialogue, the interactive dialogue is another key part of the RPG elements. You get to explore her first and foremost. She's not really, she's not into the tribal myth and legend so much. She's very down to earth as a character. She's very practical. She says here she doesn't believe in demons, and obviously in the world of Horizon, people believe that it's a world of goddesses, and she's down to earth. She's got practical solutions for everything. So she's on her way now. He evacuates, and she is. She's going to find out that the world is so big. She's going to need to find herself a mount in order to be able to cover some proper ground. Otherwise, she'd get there too late.
So I'm very interested in this idea of being able to tame certain animals. I mean, is that what you call them in Horizon Zero Dawn?
We call them machines.
You call them machines, but they have animalistic sort of tendencies.
There are two kinds. Some of the machines, most of them, at least the ones that Aloy is familiar with, they're very animalistic. But a corruptor is an old world machine, and this here is a broadhead. She's capturing this one with her ropecaster. She's going to try and override it, so she can. And that's an old world technology. She's going to override it to use it as a mount. She can also override it to get it to fight alongside her. So she's got special little techniques that set her apart from the other people in this universe, which is great. So she was able to get away from these rather vicious watchers that you actually see walking around here at E3, which are pretty amazing.
And how does the player know which machines can be overridden and which ones can't be?
So she's got this device behind her here.
Yeah.
And she uses that piece of old world technology, and she gets technical information about the enemies. She finds out what are their weak points, their strong points, and that's called the focus. So she uses that, and that actually gives you that information.
Now, I just saw her riding past almost sort of dinosaur-looking machines. Now, can they be interacted with at all, or I mean, would you want to interact with them? Because they're very striking looking. And I feel like you wouldn't want to mess with them.
The Tolmecs are, let's put it this way, I like it that you want to interact with them, and we'll talk about what we're going to do later, but they are a pretty key element of this game. So that is the Corruptor, that is in the distance there. So she's taken that's one of her strikes here. It's a one-strike kill, a silent strike. You see this machine here, that doesn't look like a particular animal, but it's got that yellow thing on top, and it strikes venom arrows against other machines to make them go mad.
That was close.
So she's going to take, and she's used her focus to find out that its weakness is dealing with fire. It overheats easily, so that's why she's firing these fire arrows at it. She also crafted this mine here, this explosive mine, which clearly downs it easily. So she was thinking ahead when she did that. Now you see the different attacks on it. It's got the venom arrows. It's got that tail that is, well, it's close combat, but it's kind of a long-reaching close combat. And then its signature attack, actually two of them, is that big jump onto you. But it also uses the environment to throw rocks at the player, which is pretty vicious. Now she's actually using her mount in this combat. She whistled at it a couple times. It came back, and now she's got the upper hand when it comes to speed, because that machine is faster than Aloy is.
Talk to me a little bit about her arsenal. What has she got at her disposal to take down these creatures?
So right now she got herself, she got her standard bow. She just got herself a more precision bow as well. She also has a slingshot right now. She's got the close combat spear. We are building up Aloy as we are progressing, because it's an RPG. I believe she's like a level 12 character here now. You are unlocking things as you go, and you are filling the different slots with different ammo. And she's using her ropecaster here to tie down a complicated machine here. One of the most difficult attacks for her to be able to handle was that jump attack. So she's tying it down, and in the stage demo at the Sony press conference, she actually said, "Try jumping now," right? She's holding it down.
Oh, and then she downed it. So yeah, I mean, I've thought thought throughout watching the Horizon Zero Dawn footage that it actually looks quite challenging. It actually, like, I mean, and I think that's really interesting. It actually looks like it's quite difficult, and it gives us a sense that these machines are wild, and I think that's really wonderful and interesting.
We certainly want the game to be competitive for advanced players, but we'll also make sure that we're going to have it easily accessible for players that want to play it for the story and maybe are more casual. So we'll look after them as well.
So tell me a little bit about the story. You know, it can be as broad as you like. Obviously, Aloy.
Yeah, Aloy.
Aloy. You know, there's something going on in this world, and she needs to figure out what it is.
Yeah.
And it's this theme of corruption.
Right.
So tell me a little bit more about that.
So the world, it's what we call a post-apocalyptic world. We are about 1,000 years on from a major cataclysm, and life as we know it, a little bit into the future, let's say 50 years from now, has been wiped out. There are some remnants of society as we know it, but the dominant life form now are the machines. And she is actually on a path to figure out what her personal origins are, but that puts her on a collision course with the bigger theme of unraveling the mysteries of this exact world. Where did the machines come from? How did the world come to be this way? And that in a nutshell is the story of Aloy and Horizon Zero Dawn.
Herman, just quickly before we leave, now you guys are obviously known for the Killzone series.
Absolutely.
Have you been which you've been working on for a long time?
Yeah.
Have you been wanting to make this game for a long time?
You know what? We loved working on Killzone, and we're actually standing on the shoulders of making Killzone. But working on this now, the amount of freedom in the world and the amount of newness to the team is just fantastic. So it's a breath of fresh air to the studio. And it's not something that we wanted to do early on, but it's been 5 years working on it, so it's been a while. We love it.
Fantastic. It looks great. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Lucy O'Brien. Keep it locked into IGN for everything Horizon Zero Dawn.
Enemies surging in multiple sectors, LT. They're taking ground.
Let's keep this on a tight loop and get back out there, Reyes. Captain on the bridge.
Get us underway, Salt.
Right away, sir.
Captain has a con.
Raven 1 docking?
They're touching down now, ma'am.
Good. Station time, 1 minute.
Roger that.
We've got 4 new hotspots on radar, sir.
Check.
A plotted course on your orders, sir.
What's our target, Reyes?
Stand by for objective. We've got a set-depth destroyer in lunar orbit. We'll coordinate a takedown with Tigris. Let's mount up, Lieutenant.
Your Jackal's up on Bay 3, Captain.
Thanks, Chief.
Gentlemen, let's get it done. Booyah!
Captain?
Ethan's already in back, sir.
You said, Ethan?
Good to go, sir. Solar wind should be steady. Good hunting, Captain.
Thanks, AT.
Let's go green on the catapult.
You spun up, Fever?
Roger. Hydraulics prime, nozzle's good. Let's hit it.
Jackal 1112, tower advises time to do it at 320 at 5.
Check, 1-1.
Roger, 1-2.
Good decon, moving up. Scar 1-1, you're locked
Roger, we're lit.
Launch in 3, 2, 1.
They're launching skelters! Shit, I got one on me!
Countermeasures! On my way, hang in there.
I got this! Weapons away! No joy, no joy!
Easy, Saul, easy.
I'm getting boxed in, Raider, throttle up!
Coming to you. Got a shot. Box out. Actual Raider is inbound to board and disable enemy warship. Stand by.
Got our big bandit, 12 o'clock high!
Eyes on. Tigers for visual. Coast Guard Jack is down.
Drop zones coming up!
Boots out in 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go! 1-2 away!
1-1 is away.
Bridge, dead ahead, sir.
Raj, let's get there.
We got hostiles! More incoming!
Sector transport inbound.
Dig in! They're inserting reinforcements! Drive them back!
More from below.
Keep pushing.
Top of the bridge.
Top of the bridge! Zone is clear. Here's our infill.
Their blast shields are up.
Copy. Tigers, we are exterior of the bridge, preparing to breach. Force in, let's go! Staff Sergeant, cover the exit. Ethan, restore life support.
Aye, sir.
Salt, scope the windows, I get the CO's card.
Alert! This vessel has been compromised. All personnel to bridge response.
Hold on, activating gravity.
Tigris actual, weapons are down, moving to exfil. Go loud!
Think we got their attention! Clear the hole! Coming down the stairs!
Second level.
1 minute, let's go! Got him!
Gun from the control room!
Behind the pillar.
Haul ass!
Control room ahead!
Shield up! Depressurizing, grab hold! Tigris, we need birds!
Copy, sending jackals.
Gunners approaching!
Overhead.
Jacks are in!
Copy, load up! Set, turn and burn. Tigris, scars are clear.
Copy clear. Engaging, weapons loose.
We've heard a lot about the talent of this young man, Alex Hunter. He had a wide choice of clubs to sign for. Today his journey begins as he makes his Premier League debut.
I haven't seen a kid coming out of the exit trials generate this much interest in years. I never expected anything like this.
Yes! A goal for Alex Hunter on his debut.
You're in the big league now. You have to raise your game.
You need representation, you call me.
Wow!
Check this place out! Just don't get too carried away. can disappear just like that.
Life doesn't always give you what you want, does it? I'm ready.
You'll get your opportunity, Hunter.
Just get me out of there.
Well, we might as well pack this season in now.
What was he thinking?
I want to stay and fight for my place. I won't let you down.
Alex Hunter, an outstanding goal. Welcome to the Premier League. This young man has everything.
We're gonna make history.
Incredible! Hunter!
My name is Alex Hunter. You don't know me, but believe me, you soon will.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Captain's log. Stardate 2016.165. Starship USS Aegis is preparing for her maiden voyage. We've gathered some of the most decorated officers in the Federation to test her limits and to prove her place among Starfleet's finest ships. We're en route to a secret testing facility and are proceeding to our destination at maximum warp. This is amazing!
Wow! Absolutely astonishing.
When I walked in, I really wasn't sure what I was actually walking into.
This is very cool.
If I could have imagined what I would have wanted the Star Trek VR game to be, this is it! This is what we've been waiting for.
Holy crap, this is amazing. I mean, it really is breathtaking. That was an extraordinary experience to be fully encompassed in a world.
Whoa, not into that. You're interacting with each other and you're talking to each other and you're taking orders from the captain and I mean, it's really cool.
So there's captain, helm, piloting the ship, tactical, and the engineer routing power and charging warp coils.
I'm feeling pressure already. I'm feeling nervous now.
All right, shields up. Prepare warp. Take us out.
Yes, Captain.
Co-op game playing is not new. I mean, you know, we can play games with our friends, but there's something different about being in a shared virtual environment.
Hearing who you're playing with, you can look over and see the person and see them doing their job and talk to them.
The team does not succeed unless everybody does their job well.
Ship decloaking, activating shields.
Okay, shields up.
Shields up.
I really did not want to lower the shields while we were under attack. I was very impressed by LeVar playing that game today. He really had the language of Star Trek down.
And they are transporting, Captain.
It was like, yes, this makes you push the buttons.
I will say I nailed being the engineer.
That doesn't sound good.
It's a Klingon. Red alert.
Preparing to warp.
We're under attack. We have been waiting in anticipation for so long for the technology of virtual reality to catch up with where we imagine we should be and where we all want to go. Line us up for warp, please.
We have full power.
Ensign, as soon as you can get us the hell out of here, I'd be most grateful.
This was really incredible.
Hull is down to 20%. Come on, y'all.
Punch it.
As soon as you can. Here we go.
Woohoo!
It's your own Star Trek experience in a virtual world where you can hang out with whoever you want. And that's a pretty good deal.
Star Wars universe is growing day by day with the comics, the films, the games, you name it. And to be a part of that and to work with Lucasfilm is incredibly exciting. So what we're really trying to do at EA is cater to different areas of the Star Wars universe and create different game experiences that are tailor-made for those fans.
With Star Wars Battlefront, we wanted to really be able to bring people into the world of Star Wars like never before. What excites me now is bringing in more characters, more planets, more environments, more eras. And that's why we're super happy to have both Motive Studios and Criterion contributing in significant ways.
There's no point in making something in the Star Wars IP if you're just going to do what's been done before, right? So it's a fantastic opportunity for Motive to really tell the world what we're about. And we're going to bring that to Battlefront, which is, it's crazy. It's incredible.
As a studio, our promise to gamers is ultimately gameplay first. We all demand that the game has these huge wow moments that translates really well into the Star Wars universe. We're going to deliver that Star Wars awe like fans have never seen before.
With Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, we talked a lot about how we grew up as kids with Star Wars, and we collected toys, we'd bring them over to a friend's house, and we'd set up these battles where sometimes it was what we'd seen in the films, and sometimes it was just this random mashup of stuff that we wanted to play from our own imagination. Our aim is to bring in characters from all the films, all the TV shows, and even beyond.
Star Wars is what got me into role-playing games in the first place, that storytelling you did as a kid with your Star Wars action figures. With Star Wars The Old Republic, the choices you make, the freedom you have, that's really at the heart of a BioWare game. And beyond The Old Republic, there are so many stories that we still want to tell.
Our goal has always been not to just sort of make a game that is set in the Star Wars universe, but to really tell an authentic Star Wars story. And that's actually a hugely different thing. How do you ground the new and unfamiliar in the familiar? You need the guidance of someone like Doug Chiang to show you the way.
One of the great joys of working with Amy is she is like a film director in many ways, because she is telling her story and I'm helping to realize her world.
EA has some really exciting plans in the works for the Star Wars portfolio, and what we're doing is bringing in talent from across the industry and letting them loose. We have completely different games on the horizon, and I just hope that every fan walks away going, wow, I never thought they were going to bring my Star Wars fantasy to life.
Our enemies didn't run away. They regrouped. They have complete control over the underground of New York, and they're preparing to hit us again. Get ready and take the fight to them.
Someone asked me once if I remembered how it all went down. As if it happened so long ago that anyone could forget. So yeah, I remember. I remember when our homes and our towns turned into graveyards. wilderness became our only hope for survival. I remember when the planes fell out of the skies, when the trains stopped running, when the turbines shut down, and the world went dark. I remember when they put up the razor wire, like it was gonna stop anything. When the feds ran out of body bags. When some of us sort of lost our minds.
I think it's dead.
Some lost more than that. Much more. I remember when we lived by a code, when brotherhood meant something, and living meant more than surviving.
Goddamn liar!
So yeah, I remember how it all went down. I don't give a damn about any of that. You know what I remember most? Riding the open road. The smell of your hair. The touch of your skin. I remember you. But those days are gone. Now I'm a drifter. A bounty hunter. A mercenary. And for me, the broken road is all that's left. But I'll always remember.
When we think about the future of Xbox, we think about removing barriers.
For me and for the fans and for the developers, Xbox has always meant innovation and the latest technology, and delivering the world's most powerful console is something we absolutely want to do.
This is the console that developers asked us to build. They wanted a console that had no boundaries, had no limitations.
And that technology component to us is what we really need to make our vision and our art come alive.
When I saw the specs of this thing, I'm like, wow, I got through to like, they're really going for it. They're not holding anything back.
So we gave the SoC 6 teraflops of computing capability to be able to handle 4K resolutions. Gamers are going to get the most powerful graphics processor that's been put into a game console to date.
It's going to make developers happy, it's going to make gamers happy because they're going to get a very powerful GPU out of it.
The highest res, the best frame rate, no compromises.
You get 4K gaming, true 4K resolution. I can't wait to see what developers actually do with all that horsepower in the box.
We can render at 60 hertz. We can render fully uncompressed pixels. These are the highest quality pixels that anybody is seeing. And what we're able to do now is bring that to the console player.
My job as a game maker is about immersion. It's about to put you into an experience and let you live that experience. The richer and more accurate those visuals are, the more immersive it is.
And if we can get a lot more performance, and I mean a lot more, like with this, we get to much greater and better game experiences as a result.
We're moving Fallout 4 to VR, and to have a console that can support that at the resolution and speed that we really want, I think it's going to be magical.
This console is 100% for you guys. We read the articles, we read the reviews. It's the We Heard You console.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to take a look at ReCore. Joseph here is creative director at Microsoft Studios. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Tell us about ReCore. This game was announced at E3 last year.
Yeah.
Got to see a little bit more of it this year, but it's still a bit of a mystery to me. Well, what is ReCore?
Yeah, we went dark. We went dark for a little while.
A whole year, it seems like, yeah.
Well, exactly. So ReCore is made by Keiji Inafune,
right?
Grandfather of Mega Man, and the guys at Armature Studio, the former leads of Metroid Prime.
Right.
So if you take a Mega Man and you take Metroid Prime, and you put them together and stir them up in a delicious stew, you get ReCore.
So robot bosses.
Yep. Yep.
A mix of adventure, exploration.
Exactly. So you can see right here, Jewel Adams, the main character in ReCore, is fighting kind of a mini-boss in the game. Okay. This thing that's currently called the Master Spawner, and it's spitting out smaller robots. robots, the core bots, come in sort of 3 different categories. You have these guys here, which are your standard core bots, little tiny ones called core bites, and then mini bosses, and then bosses as well. So, yeah, if you love fighting evil robots, exploring mysterious desert worlds with your friends, ReCore's a good game.
Sign me up. So you play as a girl named Jewel, is that right?
Yep.
Tell us about her. What's her story?
So, Far Eden, where Jewel is a planet that's far away from Earth. Something terrible has happened to Earth that we're not going to spoil right now. But Jewel is a colonist, basically a technician that's gone out to this planet to get it ready for humanity to come and live there. She goes to sleep for a couple hundred years in cryosleep, expects to wake up and find Far Eden turned into a paradise, terraformed, water and trees. But when she wakes up, it's still a desert. All the robots have gone crazy. All the robots that were meant to be building it while she was asleep. And so Jewel, you get to unravel the mystery of what happened, gather together with some friendly robots, and basically take down the bad guys.
Like, how many robots are your friends? Or are you turning enemies into your friends?
Well, you can see right here, Jewel is actually pulling out the core, which is basically the personality or soul of the enemy core bot. And she can take that unfriendly core and fuse it together with one of her friendly cores and create a stronger companion. So basically, Jewel has got core bots are made of 2 separate parts. The core, their personality, and the frame around them. So for example, Seth there, the yellow core, is currently in the spider frame. You can take Seth, the yellow ball, and put him into a dog or into an ape frame. So you're swapping around the core personalities into different sort of animal-shaped frames. And you're also upgrading the frames as well through a crafting system.
Nice. So how many of these core personalities?
So currently there are 3 core personalities. You've got Mac, the blue core, and he's very cheerful and curious, adventurous. Seth, the yellow core, is a big scaredy cat. And Duncan, the red core, is a big, rough, stubborn, angry core. So their personalities really affect the different attacks that they have in the game, and generally sort of how they behave.
One of my favorite things that video games do is make numbers fly all over the screen. I love this.
Yeah, that's how you hurt people, is with numbers. So you can see here that in combat, ReCore has an experience system that's part of the crafting system and Jewel's upgrades, but it also has a combo system. So as you take down different levels of health of the enemy, you're building up your combo meter, you're building up your damage meter, and taking down the toughest bosses is all about reducing them down, getting the combo meter up, juggling them in the air. It's a pretty deep game combat-wise. From the outside, you look at it and think, oh, it's kind of candy-colored and maybe simple, but it's deceptively simple. The demo that we're playing today on the show floor is just wrecking people, which is great.
Easy to pick up, difficult to master.
You might
One
say.
of those, you might
but
say.
it is really true. It's really fun.
And then I think this is the trailer here that we're seeing.
Yep, absolutely.
Going back to that experience system, what is it that you're leveling up or improving?
So for Jewel, what you're really improving is your weapon. You can see that Jewel has this energy rifle. Comes with different ammunition types, different fire modes, and so you're primarily upgrading that with Jewel. With the core bots, you're upgrading their frames, base statistics, and also the cores themselves have what are called lethal attacks. And your, Mac, the blue core, will dash in with electricity. You'll gradually build up his lethal attack to be more powerful, so you can take on tougher enemies.
And then what's the
so that's the
flow
lethal right there
sure.
that Mac can do, yeah.
Like, what's the flow of this game? Is it linear, level-based? Is it an open world?
So ReCore has got an overworld that's broken up into sections, basically the desert surface area of Far Eden. And as you explore the overworld, you'll find entrances to old Far Eden facilities that have been taken over by the corrupted robots. You'll find caves, a variety of different places that you can go into and explore. So the basic loop is here's a great shot of like the big open world. You'll explore the overworld, you'll find places, deeper places hidden underneath to adventure. You'll find loot, you'll bring it back, upgrade your core bots, and then go back to the overworld into more challenging places. There are definitely places that you'll go to early in the game where you'll meet bosses or enemies that are way too powerful for you, doors that you can't open, places that you can't get to without the right core bots. So for example, you'll see I guess we already passed it, but Seth, or the spider, he's able to climb up on rails and sneak around different places. So until you get the spider frame, you won't be able to get certain places in the world, which will sound familiar if you played Mega Man, Metroid Prime sort of games.
Yeah, sure. Jewel seems to be very agile.
Yeah.
Are these like abilities, like her double jump? Is this stuff that you'll gain or learn as you progress through the game?
What's interesting, we've sort of gone back and forth about when to unlock them, and currently you get the ability to double jump and dash right off the bat.
Okay.
So you're able to be very agile, very quick right away, which I think is really fun.
Yeah.
And that's really what the gameplay as Jewel is all about, is very precise controls that are very reactive, but you also feel very fast, very powerful. She just feels really comfortable and fun to play.
What about this grappling hook?
Yes.
That looks really cool.
Yep. So that's called the extractor. It's different than a grappling hook. It extracts. But what it's designed to do is latch onto enemy cores and pull them out. So if you get an enemy's health down to a certain point, you can then latch onto their core and go into a little tug-of-war mode where you're fighting against them to rip their soul out and then make it your own, combine it with your own friends.
When you
into a
put it that
more
way,
powerful soul.
it sounds
But yes,
cool.
that's what the extractor does.
Yeah.
It pulls out the enemy cores.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we won't have to wait too long to finally find out what ReCore is all about. So
That's right.
release date is September
13th on
September
Xbox One,
13th.
Windows 10.
And there's an interesting pre-order incentive. You pre-order the game, you get Banjo-Kazooie
That's
Nuts and
right.
Bolts, right?
You get
Which is an
Banjo.
awesome game.
Which is a great game.
Yeah, it's a really cool
Yeah.
game. So awesome, cool. Thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate
That's
it.
ReCore. Looks very cool. Stay tuned. We've got many more games to show you here on IGN Live from E3 after this. Welcome back to the show, everybody. It's time to take a look at Ghost Recon Wildlands. Dominic here is the lead game designer, so he's the guy to answer all our questions about the game. At least all the questions he's allowed to answer at this point. Yeah, you had a really big showing of this game at Ubisoft's conference yesterday.
That's right. Yeah. We kicked off the conference. Happy to do it.
Ubisoft's biggest open world game it's ever worked
The
on?
largest action adventure we've ever done.
Wow.
It's enormous. It's set in Bolivia in the near future. And it's an absolutely, we can see it here, it's absolutely gorgeous place.
Yeah.
This is it's quite a central part, so we've got the hilly mountains, so it's quite a kind of deserty spot. But we've got a ton of different environment types. We've got snow-peak mountains and swamplands. We've got salt desert flats and kind of everything in between. But this is the section of the world we wanted to show you today.
Sure. So, who's your character? Are you you're a person with a name and a story, or are you creating a character at the beginning?
So you're creating a character at the beginning. You're a Spec Ops soldier, but right from the get-go, you get to make that choice of how you want to kind of embody yourself within that game. You're choosing your gender, your race, all of your gear, your equipment, and you're kind of from the beginning setting that tone of like, this is who I am, this is who I want to be. And then you take that with you whenever you're playing. If you play solo, if you're playing up to 4-player co-op, you take that character, that progression with you.
So you got this huge open world. Are you also telling a story?
Absolutely.
Story.
Absolutely. So again, at the E3 conference, we showcased the head of the Santa Blanca cartel. Give a little bit of backstory.
Yeah. Lay it on.
So, in true classic Tom Clancy fashion, we take something where based in a kind of plausible reality, which is beautiful Bolivia, a place where the coca leaf is just present everywhere. It's part of their daily culture. It can be used for lots of things, medicines and drinks and lots of things. But we asked, what if a Mexican drug cartel moved in and took over the entire country, I mean really everywhere, and formed an alliance with the corrupt local government to form a narco state? What would that look like? What would it be like to travel through a world like that? And what would the world's reaction be, right? So in our case, the answer's simple. We got the ghosts. These guys are best of the best. Spec Ops, dropped deep behind enemy lines. And they're there just to kind of like create chaos and destabilize that cartel, because it's not just in one place. They're everywhere in the entire country.
Yeah.
So that you're going to have to move around. You're going to have to seek out those opportunities and take them down.
Yeah. What's a different kind of Ghost Recon game? At least that different kind of Ghost Recon game that we've seen in a long time, right?
Yeah.
Advanced Warfighter was more like futuristic weaponry. It was level-based.
Yeah, and we had Future Soldier was the last release that we had. And the thing is that with Ghost Recon, it's something that's very dear to our hearts within Ubisoft. It's one of our older franchises, and we love it. And in fact, a lot of the guys that worked on this project are guys that have worked on Ghost Recon for 10 plus years. They've been with the brand for a long time. They know what Ghost Recon is. And every time we do one of these, we want to mix it up, right? We want to bring something new. In some cases, that's some awesome future tech, or the setting, or some kind of benefit. But we wanted to make sure we took full advantage of the new consoles, the powerful PCs, to do something we wanted to do actually for several games. We just haven't been able to do it, was to bring it to the open world, to bring that tactical shooter to the open world. So you get that freedom of choice, and you kind of set it in this big, dangerous world, and you say, go enjoy yourself, and do it with your friends or do it with AI teammates. Up to you.
So here you're showing a group of 4 players.
Yep.
Taking on this mission, and you're sort of switching between their different perspectives.
That's it. So this was something we recorded. This is gameplay footage we recorded just before we came over.
Yeah.
And what we have here is, prior to this, the Ghosts have been doing a lot of recon. They've been gathering information around the province, and they've tracked down this bad guy, El Pozzolero. He's one of the minor bosses in the Santa Blanca cartel.
Okay.
He's a nasty guy. He's the guy they bring the bodies to, and he makes them disappear in acid baths.
Yeah.
It's nasty business. But the Ghosts are here, but they know that he's got some vital intel. They want him taken alive, so they're trying to move in. They don't want to set off too many alarms in case he runs, in case there's a shootout and he's caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
So they're moving in, and like you said, they're coming in from different sides, trying to support each other, not set off any alarms, see if they can get him and get out.
So how would this mission be different if you were playing solo?
So in solo, all the content is exactly the same. The idea is that there's no solo campaign and co-op campaign. In fact, you're always playing Ghost Recon Wildlands. You're always playing that same progression, that same narrative. When you're playing with your friends, you share that experience. If you decide for whatever reason to break apart, or one of you plays for an extra few hours one night, or can't make it for one session, everybody else gets to keep playing, and then you can all rejoin whenever it suits you guys. If you were playing in solo, you can play offline if you want, but you're always going to be supported by 3 AI teammates.
Okay, that was another question I had.
That's the thing, because the world is just too dangerous. The guys, we have a lot of contacts in the Spec Ops community and a lot of military contacts. We showed it to them. They were really impressed by the level of depth, the level of detail we go to. But they said, it's clear we would never do this by ourselves. The movies are great, they tell that story of the lone wolf going in, but practically it just doesn't make sense. You need that support. You need guys watching your back. You need the long-range support. You need, if you go down, somebody to revive you, to take vehicles. And we want to make sure that we give all those opportunities to the player, right? So you can play it whatever way you want.
So drop in, drop out co-op. Yep. And if anyone drops out, the AI takes over.
So you guys are always playing together, right?
Yep.
So it's never a case of I have to do one thing or the other. It's you're just always playing Ghost Recon Wildlands.
If you are playing by yourself, I think I remember in Raw you could give your teammates orders.
Right.
So how this works? Or?
So we have a simple communications wheel that we use to give basic orders to the AI. We didn't want, you can see it's quite an action-packed sequence here, but also we have a lot of quiet moments, serene moments where you're reconning and you're taking your time, sort of scoping out your enemy. And even across all of those, we wanted to make sure that you didn't have to micromanage your AI. So it's not a case, we have very intense scripted games, like Rainbow Six, games that are great, all about entry points and things like this. Ours, we embrace the chaos a little bit more. We've got that open world where kind of anything can happen. So the comm wheel is there. You can give basic orders to hold, retreat, attack, on you, that kind of stuff. But it's the same comm wheel you use with your friends. So it's not two different systems. Like, hey guys, on me, or let's go, let's attack you.
So what's this game like when you're not in a mission? When you're just in the open world?
It's honestly, well, it's good that we hit the helicopter at this point. This is one of the things that we find people doing at their desk. This is a build that we took from the floor. And this is the game that we're playing every day in the office. We play it in solo, we play it in co-op. But we do find some people just taking a helicopter and just flying, just enjoying the view. Because, like you said, you've got all these different ecosystems. You've got this world that's changing. It's not just, oh, this is the desert game, this is the jungle one, this is the night game. It changes. It's got day-night cycle. It's got different environments. It's fun just to explore. We have lots of camps, we have outposts, we have villages that have been taken over by the cartel. We also have like real life that's happening in between. So it's fun to see those civilians interact with the rebels, Santa Blanca, all these different factions. So honestly, we enjoyed just traveling across it.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear there are outposts. Because like infiltrating outposts is one of my favorite things to do in video games.
You had plenty of opportunity.
Yeah. So we captured our target here.
Yeah. So in this case, I talked over it, but in this case, the Ghosts managed to get to a point where they were almost on Pozzolero. He spotted them, so he ran, and it's really important that all of these bosses, all of these call them patrones. They're like lieutenants in the Santa Blanca organization. Every one of them has their own backstory. They all have their own motivations. They have different roles that they play in the cartel. And so you're going to have to understand that to see their personalities. And then they all have different reactions. So if they spot you, some are just going to surrender straight away because it's too hot for them.
Yeah.
Others are going to, get down behind cover. They're going to start returning fire. Others are going to flee. They're going to take vehicles. They're going to run. And you're going to have to adapt, right? You're going to have to keep moving. You're going to have to keep working your way through the missions. Try to find the right way to do it. Try to find, what works for you.
Wow. Ghost Recon Wildlands. I'm totally excited for it. It's
Great.
totally
We're
my
happy
kind of
to.
game.
Well,
I
come
know.
by the booth. You can try it for
Yeah,
yourself.
I'll totally come by the booth. You guys haven't announced release date yet, right?
No, we did. It's March 7th, 2017.
March 7th, 2017. I'll be there. Dominic, thank you so much for coming by the show.
Thank you for having me.
Stay tuned. More to come from IGN Live at E3 2016 after this.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
When talking to people about Inside, I continually find myself referring to it as Super Limbo, and I mean that in the best possible way. In the same manner that Nintendo took the core tenets of NES games like Mario, Zelda, and Metroid and improved upon each one in their Super Nintendo sequels, Inside takes everything developer Playdead Studios succeeded with in 2010's Limbo and ups the ante. Without a single spoken or written word, the opening hour of Inside envelops you in a tense, disturbing, and terrifying world. Your nameless hero, who appears to once again be a child, is on the run from some sort of fascist regime experimenting with mind control. And if you don't run fast enough, there's hell to pay. It's immediately apparent that the 6 years Inside has been in development has been used to polish every single facet of the game. The animation and controls are wonderful and responsive, the use of depth in the foreground and background makes every frame stunning, and the lighting and particle effects are as evocative as I've seen in quite some time. The puzzles in the opening hour of Inside do a great job of subtly teaching you a mechanic and testing you to the max before adding in a new twist. They're just tricky enough to cause me a moment of pause, but subtle environmental cues and incredibly tight controls never made the barriers annoying. The core mechanic I've discovered so far is the ability to mentally control otherwise lifeless bodies and maneuvering a slew of them in order to solve various puzzles. Aside from being a smart, clever mechanic, it ties in with the story and world and makes me continually question the ethics of my actions. It reminds me a lot of 2013's incredibly underrated puzzler, The Swapper. With tense chase scenes and smart puzzles, most of the opening has you maneuvering through the world in a relatively linear fashion. But taking the time to explore the environment led to the discovery of some strange collectibles that just added to Inside's overall sense of mystery. I don't know if the puzzles will continue to grow and challenge me. I don't know if the story will keep intriguing me with its carrot at the end of its stick, and I don't know if there's a light at the end of its impossibly bleak tunnel. But what I do know is that the opening hour of Inside makes it seem like the long road from Limbo was more than worth the wait. For more on Inside, stay right here on IGN.
Welcome to Denver. I'm Brandon Gordon alongside Charles Davis as the 2016 NFL season is underway.
This the game that shows us. Pioneer started on my corner like the corn rush. Had lining up the block like a gold rush. Saying live fast and die young is what they told us.
Here we go. Just 3 seconds left. The Broncos fighting for their playoff lives. A snap, hold, it's blocked. TJ Ward blocked it. And in the most improbable of ways, Denver is going to the playoffs.
Play it first on Xbox One with EA Access.
Has been spilled.
Looks like we're rolling in with everything.
Tango Tang.
Marines, we have a possible fix on Al-Assad in the capital city. Intel gathered by SAS indicates that Al-Assad may have a Russian warhead. Speed is critical.
We have visual on the target. ETA 60 seconds.
Hallway, clear.
Dear child, I see your eyes. The belonging you seek is not behind you. It is ahead.
The droid. I'll pay for him.
Actually, the droids are not for sale.
Come on!
I can do this.
The droid stole a freighter.
The two were accompanied by a girl.
What girl?
Chewie, we're home.
This droid has to get to the Resistance base as soon as possible.
He's carrying a map to Luke Skywalker. Don't tell me a Rathor's got loose. I got a bad feeling about this.
The girl I've heard so much about.
Don't move! I'm in charge now.
It's about time you showed up.
Give it everything you got!
You're afraid. But you will never be as strong as Darth Vader.
We're not done yet. You might need this. Ow! Hey! Goodness!
PlayStation.
Don't stop! Keep going! Try and dodge this!
There it is again! Anyone else?
They're everywhere! Here they come!
And stay down!
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
Hi, everybody. Oh, hello. Here we are. Stay back. Stay back. Ye foul beasts.
There we go, see? That's so cool.
Help me out. More people can do the anchor thing.
Nom 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 nom.
The main mast sails still need to go down.
Oh, they're down, they're down, they're down.
We're sailing!
Dude, which island are you going to? Which island?
The farthest one in the distance.
Are we emptying it? This was the best idea.
I don't know. I can usually walk a straighter line than this.
Oh my god. Oh, you guys.
Oh, okay. Oh no!
You're gonna hit that rock. You're gonna hit that rock.
I think it's gonna be too tight.
Just go. Just go.
No, 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 no! You're gonna sink us. You're gonna sink us.
Oh, I found the captain's quarters. This is mine. Mine.
Okay, so the sail's blocking my vision, so you're gonna need to tell me where to steer.
I'm looking at the water, Chad. Shut up.
Guys.
We gotta get. Oh! Go to the boat. Go to the boat.
Oh my god! Oh no! Raise the anchor. Set the sail. You're leaving me behind. No!
Woo! Oh, they're right on top.
Oh no! Whoa! Whoa! All right, man the cannon.
They're shooting back.
Die! Die!
No! right? We're sinking.
Oh, dude, we're gonna drown. It's water down here.
What do we do? What do we do?
I don't know. Bail, 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 bail. We're screwed.
We sank up, yeah! No!
There's a ship to the left, to the left.
Oh my god.
They're going down, yeah!
Let's go!
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
This is Minecraft Realms. Well, actually, it's a normal Minecraft world, but the difference is in the details. This is a menu. Tap play, then the tab that says Realms. Now, new realm. Great, you're a natural. Now, just tap create. Welcome to Realms. An always online world that belongs to you and easily allows you to invite and play with up to 10 friends across multiple platforms, anytime, anywhere in your own Minecraft world. It just takes a single Realm subscription and you and up to 10 friends can play your way in fast, safe, and private Minecraft worlds. And setting it up is as easy as the tap of a button. Once you've created your realm, it's easy to find your friends through Xbox Live, and you can remove players at any time if they're being total creepers. Only the owner of the realm has the power to control who joins. And the best part is, once you invite your friends in, your realm is always on and available, 24/7, no downtime. And with this many players working together, you can build amazing things. Play with your friends, how you want, when you want. The choice is yours. Minecraft Realms. Start your free 30-day trial today. Now available on Pocket Edition and Windows 10.
Xbox One S, starting at $299.
been just over an hour since a little girl was taken hostage on the top floor of a building here in downtown Detroit. Details are still emerging on what exactly happened. But the hostage taker could be the family's android. Negotiator on site.
Please, please, you gotta save my little girl. Wait. You're sending an android?
All right, now, we need to go.
You can't do that. Why aren't you sending a real person?
Captain Allen, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife.
It's firing at everything that moves. It already shot down 2 of my men. Saving that kid is all that matters. So either you deal with this fucking android now, or I'll take care of it.
Don't come any closer or I'll jump!
Hi, Daniel. My name is Connor. There's no way out, Daniel. The only question is whether or not you take another innocent life. I'm holding all the cards. If I die, she dies. Look what you did. You were designed to serve humans, not kill them.
What was I designed to be? Their slave? Their toy?
You're a machine you have to obey. Now put the gun down and let the hostage go.
I spent my life taking orders. Now it's my turn to decide.
Your order for an AP android has been registered.
Are you armed? No. I have a gun. Drop it!
Touch him and I kill you.
You can't kill me. I'm not alive.
Tell that helicopter to get out of here.
It's up to you how the story ends. I trust you.
You lied to me, Connor. You lied to me.
My name is Connor. This is our story.
PlayStation.
Xbox One and Windows 10 exclusive.
Keep coming.
Yeah, and that wind flare is getting worse. I say we wait it out.
We can't. Not if we're gonna save Reyna.
Okay, ready or not, let's get back out there. Wow!
hoping its bombs still have a little kick left in it. Hey, use the Siege Beast and rain some hell down on that turret.
Here we go! No good, they're duds! Hey, try popping them in the air!
All right, you launch him, I'll shoot him. Oh yeah, they still got some kick.
Well, get ready, because here comes another one! Turret's down!
It has a little too much kick. Look out! I can't believe that worked. Come on, let's go.
This'll work! Hey, you look like you need a pick-me-up! Off you go!
Guys, can use an assist over here. Look, that ship came in. Hey, help me with this. Great. Out of the storm and into the swarm.
Really?
Now this I can use.
Look out! Sniper!
Ha! Got it! Oh, nice! Come on, the storm's getting worse.
Heads up! We got a nest!
Next! Get the nest! Watch out! All right, get to the next one. Whoa! Stormwall's here!
We gotta make a run for that substation!
Stay together! Almost there!
You swarm are all connected, right? In your hives? Well then, broadcast this. We're getting my mother back. Then we're burning your...
Welcome back, everybody, to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Max Scoville. You don't care about me. You care about Graham Goring, who is the lead story designer for Traveler's Tales. You're working on a little game called Lego The Force Awakens.
Yeah, it's a tiny little game. Yeah.
It's exactly what it sounds like, and it sounds awesome. First things first, this game is out in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, June 28th on everything.
That makes me really happy because like I legitimately hate doing those interviews where it's like, when do we get this? And I'm like, oh, we're not talking about that yet. It's a ways off. This is, I mean, we've gotten Lego Star Wars games. The first one was 2005, you were saying?
Yeah, 2005. So, yeah, it's been quite a while.
And there's a legacy at this point. A Legacy. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I really seriously apologize. What's going on right here? This is Poe Dameron.
So this is one of our new story adventures. So the game covers, you know, the main film as well, but we also have these 6 levels that effectively lead into the very start of the movie. And so with this one, you're playing as Poe Dameron and you're rescuing Admiral Akbar from the Finalizer. And that means dropping into a trash compactor. Because what's Star Wars without a trash compactor?
Exactly.
So yeah, we're gonna be sort of puzzling our way through this and finding our way through. So what's really cool is that we've got all this dialogue playing, and it's been pretty much voiced by all the actors from the movie.
You got Harrison Ford in a video game.
I got Harrison Ford in a video game.
How was that?
I assume a money truck was involved, but I don't know. But it's so cool because we want it to be as authentic as possible, and you know I got to write lines for Han Solo and have Han Solo say them.
That's awesome. I feel like most of Harrison Ford's lines are like, "My wife and my family." Like, this is so cool. This is also, this is a stupid question. Is this the first voiced Lego Star Wars game?
Yeah.
Okay, and you got Harrison Ford. You got Max von Sydow?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you name it, because obviously he's in the movie for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, you got more lines in this game from him than...
Yeah, so we got one of the new story adventures is the bit where he's going across Jakku to deliver the thing to Poe Dameron.
That's awesome.
And so, yeah.
Did you get the Admiral Akbar voice actor before he passed away?
Sorry?
The voice actor who did Admiral Akbar?
It's a guy called Tom Kane, who is in sort of loads of Disney stuff, who's doing our Admiral Akbar, who's kind of like, you know, the approved guy to do it.
Okay.
But yeah, no, sadly we weren't able to get, you know, the genuine article on that particular one, but Tom's great.
This is, so... You got BB-8 rolling around.
Yeah. So BB-8, he can interact with a whole bunch of devices. You know, I think he's like everyone's favourite character from the movie.
Oh yeah, totally.
Even though, you know, he's just like a ball with half a ball on top, but he's like really sophisticated. But you know, we're trying to get out of this trash masher, and he's just made things worse instead.
This is very bad.
Little rascal. What's he up to now? So are these Dianogas in here?
Yeah, these are Dianogas.
Okay.
Because yeah, again, you know, it's really nice to have those little touchstones from the original, you know, trilogy.
Yeah.
But yeah, people need to get past them. So we've got these things called multi-builds, which are like new to the game, where you can sort of choose how you get rid of the Dianoga. In fact, there's some little baby Dianogas in here that I'm going to get rid of.
Those are terrifying. Those are just little nightmare animals.
Yeah. You can even zap them with BB-8.
You've also got Rathtars in here, right?
Yeah, I've got Rathtars. We have a whole level where, in fact, we've actually got a new story level where you're capturing the Rathtars. Because there's that line in the movie where he says he used to have a bigger crew.
Yeah.
And you basically find out how the crew met their demise.
So speaking of crews and size of crews, Lego games have gotten, like, you keep upping the roster. Like, it keeps getting weirder and weirder where it's like, oh yeah, this one's got Jimmy Fallon in it. You're like, what?
We did that, yeah.
How many characters are in Lego Force Awakens?
200 plus.
What the?
Well, but this is the game where you want that because I don't know about you. When I saw Star Wars for the first time when I was a kid, you'd see a little droid in the background and think, oh, I'd love to see more about that.
Yeah.
And so when we did this game, we could totally do that. You can play as that little
I have
droid.
a legitimate Star Wars collecting problem. I buy like that one cross-eyed droid from Mos Eisley. It's like CC7 or something. He's weird looking. I put Zuckuss' trench coat on him. It's idiotic. Obviously, I think my biggest complaint about Force Awakens is the fact that it didn't linger enough on those weird background characters.
Yeah.
Like we got the Maz Kanata sequence, but like you guys are expanding on this. You've got one of my new favorite expanded universe background characters, I guess. Captain Athano and Quiggold.
Yeah.
They are the guys who Finn almost runs off with. These space pirates.
Yeah.
What's their deal?
Well, okay, so at the start of this level, there's a cutscene which shows Poe arriving in their ship, and they're the guys that steal that ship from a First Order installation in another level. So it all kind of like pieces together like a puzzle.
How is it structured? Does it start before The Force Awakens, or does it start with the movie and then it jumps around?
Well, the first level is basically the end of Return of the Jedi. It's like a little throwback.
Oh wow!
And then you go into The Force Awakens. And then as you get to a point where it makes sense, we unlock sort of a bit of a backstory. Like, so in the movie where you get onto the Eravana and there are the Rathtars, after that we unlock that level where you can play and capture the Rathtars. So yeah, it happens at regular times. You use gold bricks to unlock them that you get from all the side missions in the hubs you can explore. So yeah, there is a ridiculous amount of content in this game.
Yeah, I know you guys have been really big on kind of like increasing the level size as we've gone on. I think, God, Lego Marvel Superheroes was one of my most played games for a while. Partially because I didn't figure out how to turn on the brick multiplier or the stud multipliers properly. So I was like sinking hours and hours in that Galactus level trying to collect all the studs. That was open world. That was like a big old thing, and then there were sort of levels hidden within it. How are you approaching the level structure for Force Awakens?
So basically, as you play through the game, occasionally you'll go into these little hub worlds, like the Takar Resistance Base, or the inside of the Millennium Falcon, or Star Killer. And then once you've been to those, you can revisit them and explore them, and there'll be loads of side missions and characters to unlock and things like that. And that's how you get most of the gold bricks in the game, in fact. So you can play these new story adventures. But there's 5 of them, like Car Resistance Base, Star Killer, Jakku, Takodana Castle after it gets destroyed. Yeah, there's like I say, it's a big game.
Nice. I saw something floating around online and didn't have a chance to stop and actually look at it. There's a Ralph McQuarrie Boba Fett in there somewhere, like the white costume Super Trooper outfit.
Yeah. So as well as because obviously, like I said, 200+ characters. It's not just from this movie.
Yeah,
there's a whole bunch of them that we take from the old movies, and as well as some of things like Clone Wars and things like that. So yeah, we good work. It's just such a rich tapestry to draw from.
Yeah, no, I'm legitimately like jealous you guys get to do this. Obviously, you've got the kind of trademark like Traveler Tales, like the humor.
Yeah.
We saw Kylo Ren chopping up a salad in the trailer the other day. Like, how difficult is that to negotiate with Lucasfilm and Disney? Like, are they cool with it?
They are so cool with it.
Really?
I think like I say, our last one was 11 years ago, so there's a relationship there, and they know that everything we do that sort of pokes fun is done really affectionately because we love Star Wars. We're not going to do anything that they aren't happy about. So yeah, they're really cool with it, and just the best people to work with.
That's awesome. You guys are obviously you're always iterating, and it's kind of cool because you're only going to make a Lego minifig look so good.
Yeah.
But you're trying to obviously make a pretty new game. What's the thing you focused on here? Like, what's the thing you guys are most proud of in terms of like a new thing
We kind of got 3 big new things.
Okay.
One is this multi-world. You just saw me basically building different things with the same pile of bricks, because that's what kids do with Lego.
Right.
And so we can do puzzles from that, or you can just do, like when I poked the Dino Ogre in the eye, you could have chosen something else. You could have electrified it, so it means that the next time you play the game, you see something different. The other thing that we, I should have done that.
Yeah.
The other thing is our flight gameplay is massively improved. So that's really cool because it used to be a bit flat, a bit 2D. We're just going to go into some now actually and see it.
Oh yeah, I'm excited about this.
The other thing is our blaster battles because it wouldn't be Star Wars without the with the lasers down the corridors, and so we've got these really cool little third-person sequences where you get into cover and then you totally start blasting lasers. In fact, there's actually a middle section to this level that we've just sort of skipped over that includes loads of blaster battles. And they're really cool because, you can hit loads of enemies and charge up like a super attack where you just weaponize the hyperdrive and you're absolutely mowing them down. It's really cool.
All right. Well, we got to wrap things up pretty soon, but I do want to see a little bit of this vehicular stuff here. How many vehicles are in the game? And is it sort of like the Mayhem approach where you can summon them, or is it more like sequences?
There's about 40+ vehicles and creatures that we can unlock. And then, yeah, you can use them, because a lot of these little side missions you do are space combat missions. So you'll be able to take, whatever ship you like in there. And as well as having like the full-size ships, you have these really cute ones called microfighters, where it's like you built the Millennium Falcon out of 12 bricks, and it somehow looks perfect. It's like I say, ridiculously fast.
Oh man. Oh, okay. That looks. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So we have these like on-rail sequences.
Space octopus?
Yeah. I mean, that's. I think they're from the Clone Wars, those creatures. But like I say, if there's something that you saw in like one of in the movie or in one of the accompanying things, we tried stuffing it in there. I mean, as well as these on-rail bits, we got open arena bits where you're fully in control of the ship.
Yeah. Graham, thank you so much for coming by and showing this off.
Hey, thank you.
I love Star Wars. When is this out officially?
June 28th.
June 28th, so real soon. You don't have to wait too long for it. If this looks like something that strikes your fancy, good, go check it out. If it doesn't, I've got bad news. You're dead inside because it's Lego Star Wars. We've got plenty more E3 stuff coming up real soon, so don't go anywhere. I love this show. It's very fun. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Now, last year, this man right here, Jason Vandenberg, came on this show to show us For Honor. Last year, you were showing us the multiplayer. This year, you brought some single player.
It's all campaign.
Oh, yeah.
We have the rest of it.
Knights, Vikings, Samurai, all duking it out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in the world of For Honor, right?
Yeah.
So we're here to explain the reasons why.
The reason
right?
why.
Why the war, right?
As I understand it, it's over a puddle.
It is absolutely over
They all
a
want
puddle.
control of this puddle.
It's possible that the puddle is a symbol. I
Yeah.
just, I don't want to burst the bubble.
Maybe I'm taking it too literally.
It might be too literal,
Okay.
right? It's yes. So it's of course war is always over resources. War is always over. I want this, and you want this, and we're gonna fight about that, right? But then that is just gonna get horribly out of hand, right? We're in a world that is broken down and is coming back from the brink, right?
Yeah.
And now we're a people that have re-inhabited these ancient fortresses and have relearned the ways of our ancestors, right? And are kind of bumping up against each other and making the old wars happen again.
Sure.
But wouldn't it be great if we could just all get along?
It would be. Well, then it wouldn't be much of a game.
Yes, that's true. And so we have Apollyon, our villain, right, who is the warlord leader of the Blackstone Legion, and she's got better ideas. She's like, how about more war?
Puppet Master?
We'll see. More of a,
Whoa.
swinging right?
Okay. Hack job.
At the front, more, just a little more aggressive than that, right?
Okay.
More of a let's fighting each other.
Yeah. Well, so here we're playing as Vikings.
We are playing as the Vikings. Okay. This is our one of the missions for the campaign. Here we have the Vikings have sort of rebuilt their people, and they're coming in to raid the samurai because when the Vikings get healthy, that's what they do. And they're looking for resources. They come to this Viking fortress that they thought was, kind of old and broken down and busted, right? Gates, and it turns out that it's slightly better defended than they expected. I will tell you all. Your character.
The gates of that fortress had worked for a century. All we had to do
legendary raider
was get through them.
People back into warfare, right? And here we're fighting on a battlefield. Our game is all about melee combat, this new way of fighting with melee. So here you see the lock-on, right? Yeah. We're beginning to see our old game. I don't know if you remember from last year, but For Honor has this combat system where you're blocking and you're attacking on the right stick to give you this direct control. So here comes the big guy. This is bam. And you're going to see these two sort of duel it out. The indicators are showing you where the right stick is and what's going on. Right? Yeah. Everything that you're seeing here too, like this is our single player campaign, but this is also what our multiplayer is like. It's the same mechanics, the same foundation. Right? Okay. Really basically the same thing. There we go.
Finishing move.
Unkind. That was unkind. Unnecessary.
But satisfying.
Yes, actually, especially when this is our we had this character from last year, so we were able to play this character on multiplayer, but this is our AI version, right? And here, so the gates are closed, right? Where our Viking landing has not gone as expected.
Yeah.
Now we've got to get that gate open. Yeah. We've got to get out of here because our guys are down on the beach. We got problems. And so what we're going to do is we're going to head up the wall.
That wall was the only way forward.
One of our NPC characters. Get over here. Finish up that guy, and then we're going to head up the wall.
So you've got these massive battlefields with all these units.
Yes.
I assume you've got like large swaths you can just sort of cut down very easily. And then are there sort of more powerful characters that the game will hone in on for like more of a one-on-one duel? Is that what's happening here?
The heart of the game lives in that one-on-one, 2v1 fighting, that feeling of personal battle between you and between me.
Lead the
so the campaign, that's really about creating these compelling AI moments where the enemies are coming up, like say, bam, that golf swing knocks you back. Right. Creating enemies that are interesting to fight, that show off the game, kind of train you in that art of battle, right? Train you in the way that the way that our sword fighting works, right? And then
One
and then
warrior made it to the top,
right? Then you're back to okay, but I'm still a badass.
Yeah. Well, let's cut down some people. Yeah.
Let's just get through these guys. Right? So here we've gotten to the top, right? The one guy made it to the top of the rope climb. So now we're up on the top of the wall, looking for a way through. And there's some, conveniently placed spikes right there, and maybe
nice.
that worked out.
Yep. Great.
Also a multiplayer mechanic, by the way.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and we're just gonna continue fighting over here.
Now, does each faction have their own campaign, or through the campaign you play them all?
It's during the campaign you play. Okay. Start as the Knights. We've got on the floor here in we've got the first mission, the Knights campaign. Come and play this, and then you'll switch characters. You play as a Warden, and then you'll switch. You play as a Raider, and you play the Vikings campaign. This takes place here. This mission is also playable over there in the Red. And then you'll switch and play the Samurai. And then at the end,
I'm very anxious to see if they can set aside their differences at the end of it all.
It seems unlikely.
Yeah, well. Again, it needs to be. You need to keep the.
This is sort of a temporary state.
There wouldn't be a 4 2 if you wasn't more confident.
Let's hope we get there.
Yeah.
But I mean, the overall of this is what are we fighting for?
Sure. Yeah. It looks like we've opened the gates.
We've opened the gates.
Got
Here's
our
our guy. This is our commander, and he's like, okay, buddy.
And
Oh, you.
Yeah.
He's pissed.
Yeah.
Right? He's walking
I would
away.
be too. These Vikings came into my house.
And we have this storyteller, so I don't know, you can't hear it here, because we're going blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But we have a narrator, we have a storyteller that is talking about this tale that's going on. And he explained that commander is one of the legendary, samurai champions. They'd heard of him. We even heard of him across the ocean, right? The Vikings didn't know who he was. And so when you see him across the way, you're like, oh, I think that looks like a boss fight. Yeah, it's coming my way. So here you've got your Vikings into the group.
were winning.
Find your way through the fortress.
We just needed to
once
push.
you get Vikings inside your fortress,
It's pretty much all over.
yeah,
You got to keep them out.
that's the thing. You got to hold them at the gate.
Yeah.
The samurai failed to do that at this gate. They're awesome warriors, but they weren't expecting the raider.
Yeah.
They weren't expecting you.
Me.
Yes, the raider.
Yeah.
So here we've finished them off. We're kind of looking around. Oh, here we go.
That was my brother.
He calls you a savage. And then he's gonna flip this.
My fortress is lost.
He's like,
My soldiers slaughtered. Soon,
I will
join them.
He's saying that he's gonna die anyway. Like
Yeah.
the fortress is lost.
Yeah.
Right?
So he doesn't have anything else left
He's
to
just
lose.
like, before I
will
die,
Yeah.
you and I are gonna go.
Yeah.
Right? I'm gonna take you out.
Right.
Right? And then at least I'll die knowing that I did that. But of course, I kind of picked the wrong raider.
Ooh, wow.
So here we are in our kind of boss fight. Again, most of these moves that you're seeing here, these are stuff from our multiplayer campaign. That's the stun, right? You're going bang. Right?
Yeah.
You can hit that. When you do that, bang, it blows away the HUD.
Yeah.
So we were fighting.
It's like these triangle arrows you're pointing
So
at.
the arrows here, those are three stances we have. We have three stances in the game: right, left, left. And where you are holding your right stick, that's where you're guarding. Goes your shield. So if you're attacked on that, in that section, you'll block automatically, right? But when you push the attack button, you'll attack there as well. Okay. So it's both your defense and your attack. So you have to move the stick to open yourself up to be able to attack where they're open. So it's kind of a rock paper scissors match.
Yeah.
And that is the art of battle system that makes For Honor unique. And that I think creates his emotion of combat. You end up you end up watching what your enemy is doing, right?
Yeah,
That's
good.
Like, what is he doing? You have to see what it stands for. That's what fighting feels like. Like fighting feels like.
Oh, I know. I've been in mini battles myself. I know. Yeah.
I've heard of that.
Don't gotta tell me.
They're legendary.
Yeah.
They've written songs about
Yeah.
your battles. Yeah. So you end up studying your opponent, which is so you have to balance observing and attacking, right? That's the feeling of that. And then we got him.
Nice. Finishing move. Yeah. He fought honorably.
He did. But in the end, he picked the wrong raider.
Yeah.
That raider showed us what Viking fury could
So
do.
we've seized control of the samurai
The
fortress.
The sea fort has been taken, and now the Vikings have begun their great raid. They're going to continue into the interior, looking for the city to go and loot and plunder.
Yeah. Well. You guys also announced release dates.
Yes,
Coming
we
out.
are coming out on February 14th, 2017.
That
We're on
sounds like-
PS4.
Is that a special day of any
No, it's
some kind?
PS4, Xbox One, and PC. It's Valentine's Day.
Valentine's, the perfect way.
It is. It's the perfect Valentine's Day gift.
Yeah.
We've got co-op. We've got the whole
Yeah,
campaign
right?
can be
So-
played 2-player co-op. We got split screen on console.
Honey, we're gonna open up a nice Pinot,
and
we're gonna slice up.
Come on.
Some Vikings
What
and
could be a
Samurai.
better
Knights.
Valentine's
That's
Day?
how I would want to spend my
I mean,
Valentine's.
you know,
Yeah.
I would do it.
Jason, always a pleasure.
Hey, thank you
Thanks for
very
coming by the
much
show.
for having me.
For Honor, stay tuned. We still have more games to show you from day one here at E3, right here after this.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Max. I'm here with Taylor and Jamie. You guys are working on Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Taylor, you're the narrative designer, director?
Narrative director,
Director.
yeah.
There's always a weird title there. And Jamie, you're in the game.
I am in the game.
You're like a star of the game. It's
Sort
weird
of.
because you're here. You're a human being made of flesh and blood, not pixels. Like
It's true.
Call of Duty Infinite Warfare is the first Call of Duty game that, when demoed yesterday, the Sony presser, I sat there kind of like for 45 seconds before I realized it was Call of Duty because you're going to space. Can you talk a little bit about how to go to space with the guns and the shooting and the...
How to go to space?
How do you go to space?
Well,
you heard it here
you must
first.
get in your jackal.
Yeah.
And then you must launch.
Okay,
Break
so
atmosphere.
I got to ask this right off the bat. The flight demo, like the spaceship stuff, looks just like stunning. Is that on rails? Or is there like freedom? Like
No, it's fully free, full freedom. It's a huge point of focus for us. This jackal, this vehicle that you come back to over and over again. It has to be an extension of you. It's not a on the rails sequence. It's not just a one-off or whatever. This is a vehicle that you're going to return to over and over again in the game.
Well, I mean, dude, it's a kick-ass spaceship. Like,
Stand by for
it's
objective.
pretty rad. You have a background in making games with a lot of story. You used to work at Naughty Dog. It seems like a game that's really emphasizing narrative, as it would be indicated by having a narrative director on stage here at IGN. What's the story here? Like, what's going on?
Well, the big focus for us was a really deep, immersive story. And we really have doubled down on that. I've been working with Jamie and Brian, who plays Captain Reyes, who's also the writer. I've been working with Brian for more than 2 years on this, and Jamie and I have been shooting together for over a year. So the real focus is on creating a deep, immersive story with believable characters that we really think the fans are going to enjoy.
Now, is it kind of like sort of like space colonies versus Earth, or who are the big players here?
Well, the premise for Infinite Warfare is that Earth is running out of resources, and this is a thing that we see, every day here in California. We've got water shortages. We're running out of rare earth materials, and they're called rare earth materials or rare earth minerals because they are rare on Earth. But where they're not rare is in outer space.
Yeah.
And so it has been said that the first trillionaire is going to be the person who can successfully mine an asteroid and bring those materials back to Earth. And so that was sort of our jumping off point for this story, because wherever there's money, there's going to be greed, there's going to be conflict.
Sure.
And so the conflict over the resources of the solar system is what's at the heart of Infinite Warfare. Our enemy is a fascist, nationalistic, greedy group who have risen up and want to claim all of these resources kind of for themselves and want to see the destruction of Earth. And it's Lieutenant Salter and Captain Reyes who must fight back this tremendous foe basically on Earth's darkest day.
Okay. Jamie, can you talk a little bit about your character?
Yeah, absolutely. My character is Lieutenant Salter, and she is the player's partner throughout the game. She's kind of the one who's flying along next to him and making sure that he gets where he needs to go. Lieutenant Salter and the player character Captain Reyes went through flight school together, have been together, flown together for 10 years, and now all of a sudden with the conflict of the game, you find Captain Reyes promoted to captain, and you find Lieutenant Salter as his subordinate for the first time in their relationship. So you get to kind of see how that tension builds. Because she's a little bit of a She doesn't really play by the rules.
Okay.
She does what she needs to do to get things done.
There's some sass there, I'm guessing.
A little bit of sass. So you get to see how their interaction changes throughout the game.
So you went to boot camp to get ready for this. How does one prepare to go to space to shoot people with space machine guns and have grappling hooks in a Jackal spaceship? Like,
well, we worked really closely with our naval advisors. We have both Navy SEALs and naval officers on staff with us. The whole cast and Taylor, we all went through Navy SEAL training, so we learned how to do all the proper weapons and tactical work. We know how to move as a unit. You know, it was really important, as it always has been to the Call of Duty games, to really make sure you're giving it integrity to represent our armed forces. And so we wanted to make sure we were getting that right. So we went through learning how to clear a room, working in teams of 4. How do you enter a space if there's a hostile inside? So actually on set, we would have to properly execute all of these tactical...
Good old-fashioned tactical stuff like breaching a space station in 0G. Like,
exactly. You know, we are in space, but it does combine a lot of the elements of traditional warfare, for sure.
Yeah, we really wanted to represent our armed forces in a way that did what they do justice.
Sure.
Brian Bloom, who's our writer and our lead actor, he and I actually did an embark on a U.S. aircraft carrier. We had an arrested landing. We got to watch the F-18s take off and land and do maneuvers. And then we had a catapult launch back into our plane and back to the base in San Diego. And it was an incredible experience. And we're trying to bring that to this game. I think if you see
dude, that's bonkers.
In our demo there, that hangar deck, that should feel like a real aircraft carrier and a real working carrier at that.
Okay. This game has been in the work for, what, 3 years, you said, I think?
It will be it's actually Infinity Ward's first 3-year development cycle.
Wow.
So it's our first crack at this longer development cycle, which allows us to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Like you can see this new mechanics, 0G combat, the grapple, the persistent jackal, and it's allowed us to really create a game that is virtually seamless in its nature. You know, one of our big tenets is this is the first opening hours of an incredible war. And so there's no load screens, there's no load movies. You seamlessly go from traditional boots on the ground combat to getting in your jackal, to launching up into atmosphere, to assaulting enemy, sorry, what are they? They're called, they're not jackals, they're called skelters. Enemy skelters in a jackal arena. That AI has been a huge point of emphasis. And then to assault an enemy destroyer, breach through the bridge, take out the captain, steal enemy intel, and then exfil back out into your jackal. It's and all seamless, and then fly back to Retribution, land back on your carrier, enter the bridge, and pick a new mission.
So, like, for people who maybe are sort of asleep at the wheel on Call of Duty as a franchise, this seems like a pretty big, like you're kind of 0G space station breaching the franchise. Like, you were blowing the door wide open and going in there and really shaking things up.
Yeah, I mean, having this new setting was absolutely crucial to having new mechanics. For example, that grapple hook that you saw, it allows you to, really what it's doing is it's allowing you to close space to your enemies, right? We know that the normal core gameplay loop of Call of Duty is to take cover and then get to the next bit of cover as quickly as possible. Well, with this grapple, you're basically doing the same thing, but now in 0G and in 3 dimensions. So you can flank your enemies vertically, horizontally, whatnot.
Yeah, I'm into it. I honestly, like, I've been saying this. I cannot think of a game that was made worse by the addition of a grappling hook. It looks fun. When is this out? When can people get it?
November 4th, 2016. It's going to be amazing. We're also releasing Call of Duty Modern Warfare Remastered. That's coming out along with the game, and the team at Raven has been doing a great job with that. So I'm excited to play that because, I mean, I'm a huge Modern Warfare, right?
Yeah, right.
Crew Expendable, War Pig.
People are
all
excited about this. This is good stuff. Thank you guys so much for coming by and showing off this cool game. We've got plenty more E3 stuff coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to IGN Live at E3 2016. I'm Max. I'm joined by Damien from CD Projekt Red and Shani from the realm of Temeria, a distant field medic. We're checking out Gwent, the Witcher card game.
Yes.
Please tell us about this fine game. I'm assuming people who are watching this probably have some idea what The Witcher is. What's Gwent?
Hopefully. If you don't, it's really simple. Gwent is a project like any other project I've ever worked on. It's basically, you could call it a mini game within the Witcher world. It's a card game, collectible card games. You go around the world collecting cards, and then you can battle on the battlefield, basically. They're like your army. And after we launched Witcher, we received a lot of emails from people asking us to bring it as a standalone.
So I'm going to be upfront. I love The Witcher. I played the crap out of that game. Fantastic game. I'm not a trading card guy, but I got hooked on Gwent. Like, that was the thing that happened. I was late to work a few times because I was like trying to beat somebody.
I'm sorry.
I got hooked on it, and I was just like, I was kind of like, I would totally play a standalone Gwent game, and that's not me, man. Like, I'm not like a Magic Hearthstone man. Like, I don't mess with that. But
I think it's a different kind of game. Ultimately, it is quite simple. The goal is to have a higher value than your opponent on the battlefield. You only get 10 cards at the beginning. We'll see that in a minute when we let Shani play. It's just so simple, but it can be quite complex in terms of when to use a certain card and so on.
Well, let's take a look at it in action. Like, you've got the game here.
We got the game here. We've got it plugged. We have Louis off screen. He can't see what's on our screen, and now
I can see Louis. He's over there.
He's right there.
That might be somebody
He's
else.
not going to take it easy.
So I made a few decks. We're gonna go with this one. This one's Northern Realms. I think we should go for this one because I put the Shani card in there. I think it'd be rude not to. So let's just go for it.
Okay.
And the cow. The cow is a cool card. Yeah.
Yeah. How is the cow's melee abilities? So have you guys like?
Cow's melee, of course.
Have you made up a bunch of like new cards for this?
We have. We've added a lot more cards. In fact, I'm sure we can see a few here. So that's the mulligan. That's the beginning. It's when you can redraw up to 3 cards.
There's a horse on the roof.
There is a Roach.
Roach, get off of there.
It's obviously Roach.
Damn it, Roach.
Roach is always on the roof. You know what? We could probably redraw Roach because Roach will come on the board whenever you play a hero. Very good. We're going to keep this one. I don't want to say it loud in case he hears us. So we're going to keep this one. Let's have a look at what we have on the right.
On the right.
All the way to the right. Let's have a look. So we got Spy. We got a nice hero.
Okay. Yeah, get Roach in there. I like him.
Maybe we can redraw one of the smaller units.
Okay.
Yeah, get Vest. I have a crush on Vest.
Maybe. Yeah, to the right. Redraw the 4.
Sorry, I'm totally blowing your strategy. This is like
no,
not an
okay.
ideal situation to demo this.
Sorry, we'll talk about it once we have. Okay, redraw the next one to the left.
This one?
Oh yeah. Let's go for that. Nice. Okay, let's just accept it. You're gonna press B, and then A, and we're on. Now we're playing against Louis. Louis is playing Monsters. Monsters is gonna be putting a lot of cards on the battlefield. A lot of muster. Now we've kept that. Here you can see Spy. We're gonna try not to be too loud, but why don't you play something a little smaller? Yeah, let's play something like that.
Don't blow your whole hand like right off the bat.
The tactic here is not to go too high. You want to win, as you see, we're winning 8. We don't want to have the highest value on the board because we can get hurt. With cards like Scorch that will burn the highest value card on the board. You know that, you're already familiar with it. Why don't you, let's play a Spy. Play one of the Spies to the right, on the right. Next. Yeah, let's play this one.
This one?
Let's play this one, yeah. Okay. So Spies will give points to your opponent, but they will give us cards. And now we have a new mechanic for this Spy. We can either guarantee this card on the left or gamble with one that we can't see.
So this is totally new here.
It's new. So we already have that Scorch. Do we want to get that one for sure? You know what? You tell us. What do you think? You want to gamble?
Are you a gambling man?
I'm a gambling man.
Also,
right,
let's go to the one on the right. Let's see. Not bad.
That is
not bad.
I'm
so
cool
this
with that
card
card.
will bring some more cards on the board as well. Now it's Louis' turn.
So did you guys build this game entirely from the ground up? Obviously, it's different from the...
Yeah, it is different, but the key for us was to... actually, can you have a look at the Wild Hunt he played? The number 6 on there at the front. I want to have a look. We wanted to keep some cool mechanics from the original Gwent. Now you can, for example, zoom, of course. You can have a look. Actually, you can also control the card with the right stick. You can have a look at it because our premium cards are going to be in 3D with some special effects on it.
Oh, cool. So that's... Okay, sorry.
So that's one of the things we
really
added,
cool.
for example. Yeah.
You're going to have full color chromium embossed special edition lenticular cards, that kind of thing?
Yeah. You can get all the versions we have, the premium as well. All the cards we have a premium version. So, all right, so he's winning 20-8. Right now, we could potentially use our Scorch, but that would probably be bad. Why don't we, you know what, play another spy. Let's see.
Okay.
Gonna try and play another spy, get more cards. That's the one, yeah, the one on the right.
Solar?
This one, yeah, go for it.
So I'm gonna ask about this. What's the pricing structure? What's the approach here?
For us?
Yes.
In this game?
For the game, yeah. How do people get this game?
It's that simple. You go to playgwent.com. It's available first for Xbox One and PC, and that means you can enter for a chance, hopefully, to be part of the closed beta. Closed beta will be in September. The goal for us right now is to get the game out for players to give us their feedback.
Yeah.
That is the key. The game, ultimately, let's not forget, it's out there literally thanks to our fans. If the fans hadn't spammed our CEO with emails, he would have not come see us and go, can we please make it so
I think we
can make them happy.
I think we should get that card on the right, the known,
All right.
the known quantity
You
here.
want this one? Or
Yes,
the
I like that one. The one
you want the dandelion?
that one
Let's go.
character who I'm a fan of.
All right, and that's what we could have had. That's fine. So we're going to keep the game going. Now, he's winning by quite a bit. I was hoping he would pass, because you see, you have to constantly either play a card or pass. And when you pass, the other player, like he's done. So right now, he's passed. We technically could probably match his 28 and win over by spending as few cards as possible, because you don't get more cards unless you have a few spies. So let's have a look. Sorry, the screen's a bit far. I can't really see. We could probably scorch his 8, have a few points, go for it. Unless I messed up the numbers and I can't see, we're good.
So, do you have any plans to bring this to mobile?
Well, right now we're focusing on this, to be honest with you. Right now the goal for us was PC console, work on cross-platform as well. Sorry, I'm trying to focus as well.
You're walking and chewing gum
I
right
want
now.
us to win. We had a game earlier on and I lost, and I will not allow that anymore. You know what? For a quick win, we could always play the far on the right. That will be a hero. Put that down.
Ooh, nice.
Boom. And then we can press hold Y to pass. Oh yeah, of course. Roach came on. The crazy.
Good old Roach.
Hold down Y and then we pass. So the goal for us is to focus right now on console, PC. Like I said, we want the game out. We want people's feedback.
Yeah.
We'll be supporting it for a long time. We got plans for some cool stuff. Nilfgaard's not in yet.
Okay.
We'll be working on it.
You know, I'll be honest. You guys at CD Projekt Red, you are way too nice. Like free DLC and no DRM and just like, oh hey, it's an open beta for.
Don't forget, we're all gamers. We want to be treated.
Nice mess you've got here.
That's a good one to play. We want to be treated as gamers a certain way. There are a lot of companies out there that are super cool. Let's not. All right, hold on.
Okay. Can you smoke his ass? Like, can you just like?
I think we can win this one. So all right, play that one.
This one?
We're gonna go for some boost. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. He's going 8. It's
Get him
fine.
out of here.
If he scorches, that giant will go. You see. Right now, we only need to win this round, because you need to win 2 rounds.
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
Okay, dear. Can we have a look
You know
at that
what?
card he just played?
Yes.
All right, go, please. Yeah, that one.
This one?
Use Roach again. I like him. He's a funny horse.
He's cool. Yeah. Let's take a look at this one. Imlerith, that's a new card. So, you know, we kept some of the core cards. We've added new ones. This deck is not super advanced. It can get quite, I wouldn't say complicated, but the combos are a bit harder to pull off, maybe.
Yeah.
This one is a really cool card. It will spawn some Frost. Frost basically lowers the value of your cards. Unless you're a Wild Hunt, then you love Frost. All right, so let's have a look at the game again. Like I said, I don't want to lose this. Yes, we've got exactly what we need.
Do it.
Do it. You know this one.
Yep.
And it will clear also the units that were spawned by the Frost.
Nice.
So you see, we keep some of the... We've really... like I said, we wanted to keep Gwent the way it was, and there's a Frost coming back.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I think we should probably
Do you have this?
pass and go for the 3rd round.
Okay.
See what he's got.
Yeah, there's one thing that you guys have proven already, that you are really committed to, like, I mean, obviously you made this game because you were listening to feedback. Like, you take what players are saying and you roll with it.
Yes.
Did you lose?
Yeah, that round.
We lost on purpose.
Okay.
Nilfgaard has changed a little bit. In the original game, you would draw a card on a win. Now we've tweaked it so you draw a card on a when you lose. Monster still keeps a random card on the board, and he's got some wicked cards. Can we have a look at the lesson?
All right.
All right.
Just
we got to wrap it up. I don't want to lose.
Okay.
Bottom one.
Can we do it?
Bottom one on the right.
Okay. There's a woman yelling at us to clear out of the convention center.
This
is very tense.
Win this, 'cause we're gonna do this. Come on, Louis. What's we gonna do?
Once again, it's playgwent.com.
Playgwent.com. It's out in September for the closed beta. I don't know if we're gonna be able to win this one. We don't have time. I'm gonna rage quit.
We're wrapping up.
I'm gonna
Thank
rage
you guys so
quit.
much for joining us.
I can't do this.
Let's hang out next year and talk about Cyberpunk 2077. Like, let's do that, please.
Let's talk about Gwent.
Maybe next year after that. Gwent's cool.
We'll come back for some more Gwent.
All
Trust
right.
me, we've got some wicked plans for this.
We've got plenty more E3 stuff coming up, so seriously, stick around. This week's going to be awesome.
Take care, guys.
See you guys in a bit.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Now it's time to take a look at a game I'm very excited for, Dishonored 2. Harvey here is creative director on the game. Welcome to the show.
Hey, man, thanks for having me.
You guys had your big gameplay reveal at the Bethesda showcase a couple nights ago.
Yes, at long last. I mean,
Yeah.
we've been waiting and waiting and waiting to show the actual game. Last year at E3, we showed the announced trailer, revealing Emily Caldwin, the new protagonist, for the first time. And everybody's been asking, when can we see gameplay? When can we see gameplay?
Yeah.
So Sunday night at the showcase, and all this is online now, but you can see everything we showed is in-engine, and it's the new technology.
Yeah. So right at the beginning of the game, you got a choice to make, right? Who you're going to play as.
Yeah, about 5 minutes in, you play Emily just at the start, and then there's like an inciting incident where you choose between Corvo or Emily.
So what's the difference? I know they have very different powers. So it's going to be like totally different playthroughs depending on who you choose to play as?
No, we didn't do 2 sets of missions or anything.
Right,
crazy
but
like that.
the experience is going to be different,
Yeah,
right?
the experience is different. You get a real feel for Emily or Corvo as a person. They have their own emotional reactions, their own VO. That's a big change because last time Corvo was a silent protagonist. So we fully voice them. They not only make comments during conversations or on little objects that you can inspect in the game, but just once in a while they react to something. And so you choose one or the other at the beginning of the game. You play the entire game as either Emily Caldwin or Corvo Atano. Otherwise, as you said, their powers are fully different.
Right.
All Corvo's powers from the first game are back, but they're upgradable in new ways. Emily has entirely new powers. They also have different assassination animations, so their fighting styles are different, and their weapon tuning is a little different. They generally have the same weapons, the classic Dishonored weapons, crossbow, spring razor, pistol, but the tuning is very different between the different weapons.
What would you say is are the main differences between the Corvo style and the Emily style?
You know, we tried not to bottle it up like that, where like he's really brutal and she's really sneaky. It's just that he's a little taller. She uses her legs a little more. She leg whips. It's really interesting to contrast the two. Play for a while as one, then play for a while as Corvo.
Yeah. Now some time has passed in between the two games, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been 15 years since the Rat Plague. So in our weird alt-Victorian world, we think during the first game it's roughly 1837. For those of you who are deeply into nerdy history, that's the year in London that Spring Hill Jack was allegedly sighted, this demonic-like figure jumping from building to building. And so we sort of sync Corvo to that time period, 1837. So 15 years later, after the Rat Plague has been cured, there's a coup, and Emily Caldwin loses the throne. She's on the run. She has to go down to the southern edge of her empire, to the city of Karnaca, the jewel of the south. And that's where most of the story takes place.
So for players who played the first game, how has Corvo changed over this time?
He's older.
Sure.
So we really love Corvo as a character, and a lot of people, you know, we focused a lot on Emily during this campaign, like preparing people for the game. And, you know, Emily's cool because she's grown up. She was the little girl in the first game that you protected, that you sort of mentored, and her personality changed based on how violently you played or not. So people are really excited about Emily with the new powers and seeing her grown up. However, a lot of people are very nostalgic for Corvo. They want to see what has 15 years done to him. So we play him to to be this guy that's like going home for the first time. Serkonos in our fiction is where he's from. It's kind of loosely modeled on Spain or Italy, touches of Greece. So Corvo's going home.
I see.
And also he's aging, and he's asking these questions like, how long can I protect my daughter?
Yeah. Now tell us about this third option that you have to play the game with no power.
Yeah. Yeah, we just talked about that yesterday morning. It's brand new information. Before coming to E3, we weren't even sure we were going to talk about it. In the game, there's a moment where the outsider marks you. He takes your hand and offers you supernatural powers, and that begins your path to being able to upgrade all of these crazy otherworldly abilities. But this time we decided to let the players say no. So when the outsider offers you his supernatural, his mark, you can say, I've had enough of your gifts, no. And you play the entire game in a kind of a mode we call Flesh and Steel, where you don't have Blink, you don't have Far Reach, you don't have Devouring Swarm or Possession or any of Emily's new powers, Domino or Shadow Walk. You don't have any of that stuff. And so it's really, really different. It contextualizes the game. I have to warn you, it's a lot harder.
Yeah, that's what I imagine, yeah.
But in addition to that, we've unlocked a ton of options this time because we got a lot of feedback from stealth players last time. This time, you can dictate when you lean out from behind cover how visible you are or not.
Okay.
We've tweaked a lot of options, and we just turned those over to the players. So you can really tailor the experience. You can play on normal mode, you can play without powers, you can play Emily or Corvo very violently, or you can literally not engage in violence at all. You can avoid all killing in the game. So.
How do you play?
You know, I go back and forth, but I like the powers, actually.
Yeah, the powers
I have
are fun.
played no powers, and it's different. It becomes a completely different game. But really, I like Possession. I like some of Emily's new powers. People are already figuring out how to combine them in ways we didn't expect.
Yeah.
There's a scene in the game with it's a firing squad where some religious zealots are executing some heretics, and a player on the fly, our lead designer, Dinga Bakaba, on the fly, he had the idea to use Domino to link the guy in the firing squad with the victim. Whenever two people are linked with Domino, they share the same fate. So he linked the two, and as the overseer executed the heretic, it killed both of them. The bullet killed both of them. And so people are already strategizing about how to combine them.
Sure, yeah.
So I mix and match.
Yeah. And what about how does the new setting differ from Dunwall?
Yeah, you know, our art team and design teams worked really hard to make Dunwall feel like a real place in the first game. It's a bit Edinburgh, it's a bit London, it's got the pointed roofs, gray, brick, you know, and so when you get on a boat called the Dreadful Whale and you go south to Karnaca, which is the capital of Serkonos in our empire, there's more vegetation, it's warmer. It's still north of the equator in our world, but it's a lot warmer. The food is spicier, whereas in Dunwall you might sit down and eat Pratchett jellied eels, you know. In Karnaca, you're more likely to have rum and cigars and
it's more my speed, I think.
Dates and you know, things like that.
Yeah.
So.
We were having a mild debate in the IGN office the other day. Is Dishonored sci-fi?
That is a good question. I guess you could argue both ways because we have this like 1800s technology, that the wall of light and the arc pylon. But from my viewpoint, there's a subgenre of steampunk fiction called gaslight or gas lamp, one of the two.
Yeah.
And it means like without so much of the technology but more magic, or with the steampunk technology but plus magic. Unless I'm totally wrong, in which case I'm super embarrassed. But and I'm not a real gamer.
Oh yeah.
But,
well, that's true anyway.
But anyway, I think it's kind of a subgenre of steampunk, in my opinion.
Yeah. You know, when the first Dishonored came out, I think it surprised a lot of people. I'm a big fan of it. What do you think, in your opinion, what was it that really resonated with players? Because it was a new IP, a new franchise. It had a very distinct look and feel to it. But what do you think resonated? Yeah,
my friend Rafael Colantonio and I were the co-creative directors of Dishonored 1, and I think it comes down to the values of our studio and our team. We really want the player to be able to explore at his own pace or her own pace, and we want them to be able to improvise and find creative ways to solve problems. This is not a linear scripted path.
Yeah, that is exactly what I like to do in video games, and that's why I'm so excited for Dishonored 2. So, Harvey, thanks so much for coming by the show. Yeah, have a great E3.
You too.
Stay tuned. We have many more games to show you here at IGN Live from E3 after this.